no more hallowed ground here at Thunder Valley, Bristol International Raceway, than this little circular checkered flag patch in the infield. Now, just moments from now, 36 cars will take the green flag. But about 3.5 hours from now, one battered driver will roll what's left of his 3,400-pound stock car to where I'm standing, victorious here at Bristol, Tennessee. We've already had one victory celebration this weekend, that occurring last night, the Food City 250, when Steve Grissom, former Busch Series champion, came from far back in the field, 28th starting spot, to collect his second victory in a row here at Bristol, Tennessee. But that was only 250 laps. Tonight, 500 grueling laps on the 3.5-story high banks here, the place they call Thunder Valley. And the one driver who survives, well, he'll collect the lion's share of the $1 million plus purse, which he'll take to the bank.
Before they can take their winnings to their local banks, they first must conquer the high banks of Bristol. 36 degrees, allowing the drivers to circulate this half mile in under 16 seconds. And as we saw last night, that can cause problems for even the most experienced drivers. And even though Chad Little rallied to finish fourth last night, he says he can't imagine how these Winston Cup drivers complete 500 laps here at Bristol.
John, I always thought they called this place Thunder Valley because of all the loud rumblings from those Winston Cup machines. But it's not that noise, it's that noise that's going to come from all these folks here surrounding Bristol tonight. These loyal race-loving fans are wedged into every inch around this half-mile facility. Everybody's got a ticket, but they won't be using their seat because they're here to see 500 laps of fast and sometimes violent racing action, and they can see that best standing up. 70,000 plus here to share the excitement and emotion of Bristol, Tennessee with you in the best seat in the house.
ESPN, the world's leader in motorsports coverage, welcomes you live to Bristol Raceway in Tennessee for live coverage of the NASCAR Winston Cup Goodys 500. And for the 22nd time in 1995, the green flag is about to come out, and looking at the quest for the Cup standings, we show that Jeff Gordon is still on top. The interval between Gordon and second place Sterling Marlin just 167 points, and down through the top 5, Ted Musgrave trails by 360. Hi, everyone. I'm Bob Jenkins. Keep your fingers crossed. We're going to need a lot of luck to get this thing in here tonight because it's been raining. Not a heavy rain by any means. In fact, hardly enough to really make a difference. So we hope that we can get this whole thing in here tonight. Well, the key word here at Bristol is survival. Jeff Gordon won this race in the spring, but last year in this event, look what happened to him. On lap 222, not halfway through, he was nailed, hit the wall on the inside, finished in 32nd position, and came out with only 72 points. So if he is going to win the Winston Cup Championship this year, he has to have a good night here tonight. Jerry Punch, this thing is not decided by any means.
Well, Bob, the man you're looking at is one of his victories. You said one of his 5 victories on the season came here at Bristol, Tennessee. And Jeff, there are a lot of people in the garage area, people at home who say, hey, you can mail in that Winston Cup Championship. It's a done deal. Gordon's going to win it. But they must forget that we're at Bristol, Tennessee, next week at Darlington. And in 5 previous races at both racetracks, you've had one finish. Of course, that one finish came back in April, and that was a win.
Yeah, we learned a lot there. But, you know, there's 10 races and 10 tough races. You know, especially here, it's so hard just to finish this race. And, you know, nobody right now can afford to fall out because those are pretty valuable points that you can lose. But, you know, just as easy as it is for anybody else to have a bad run, it's just as easy for us. You know, we just pray to God that, you know, things are going to continue to be consistent for us the rest of the year. But this is one place we got to conquer because, you know, we've only done it one time. We found out what happened when we did it that one time. But, you know, just to have us a good, consistent finish would mean a lot here. And if you're there the last 100 laps, who knows what can happen.
hey, the guy himself says the race is not over till it's over. And folks, 5 times he started the race here, 4 times he had, I mean, don't mean to say it, but DNFs means he did not finish. The same thing at Darlington next week, 4 DNFs and 5 starts. And one thing this racetrack will teach you guys, there's no place to hide, and of course you just can't afford to ride. So watch this guy tonight. He needs to finish to have a shot at that championship. Let's go to Benny and Ned.
Hey, Jerry, let's face it. If anybody's going to catch Jeff Gordon, if Sterling Marlin, Mark Martin, Dale Earnhardt, he's got to have a problem. 167 points out. Sterling Marlin can finish all 10 races, but Jeff Gordon, if he finishes right in front of him, he's going to be the champion. Got to have some problems. And this race here in Bristol and next week at Darlington, the 2 toughest racetracks on the circuit to finish. Jerry was talking about running and hiding. You know, you can't afford to hide because someone will run over you from the back. If you try to run, you'll run over somebody in the front. Now, this is a tough little racetrack.
Oh, it is tough, and you consider the competition is so close, too. Less than a third of a second separates first and last place in the qualifiers, so that means all the cars are running basically the same speed. So it's not only a drag on you physically. I mean, if you really take a physical beating on this racetrack, you know that, I know that, even though the banks were not as high back when I raced, but still you take a tremendous beating. But the mental strain here is just as demanding as the physical strain. So, you know, it's a tough night on them, a lot of fatigue involved, and for more on that, let's go to the pits and John Kernan.
You know, Ned, not only the forces acting on you in making these turns in the 36-degree banking, but also the hot air. It's a muggy night here at Bristol. That comes into the car, the drivers breathe it, and yes, that's going to wear them out. They are going to get tired. But several drivers here today have a little bit of a new innovation. Rusty Wallace among them. It's, well, I'd like to show it to you, but because it's slightly raining now, he's got the car cover on, but there's a little box inside, and basically what it is, it's an electric air conditioner. Warm air goes through the box, comes out cool. If it were 100 degrees, it could knock it down to 70 degrees. That goes up, connected to Rusty's helmet. He breathes in cool air. That keeps him feeling fresh all night long. Rusty hopes it helps him breathe easier this evening, and for more on other people who are breathing a little bit easier right now, let's go to Bill Weber.
John, a big breath of fresh air for Ward Burton. He is released by Alan Dillard Racing on Monday, but on Wednesday of this week, he hooked up with Bill Davis and the MBNA Pontiac, and that's where he'll be spending the rest of his season. But that's just the beginning of it. Greg Sachs has moved into Ward's old ride. Sachs moves out of the 32 Chevrolet and into the Hardy Chevrolet. Jimmy Hensley moved into the 32 car. Silly season is officially underway, and if you don't think there's pressure to perform on some of these drivers, among the names that did not make this race here at Bristol tonight, Todd Bodine and Kyle Petty.
We are on hold at the moment. As you can see, the rain is coming down. It's not a hard rain by any means, but it is enough to postpone the start of this event, which was officially supposed to get underway at 20 minutes till the hour. But the track is a little bit wet. The trucks are out there. The fans certainly are here, and they're hoping to see the action tonight. We are on the northern edge of the remnants of the latest hurricane, and all day the rain held off, at least for the most part, but now it is falling. Hopefully, within the next few minutes, it'll move out of here, and we'll be able to get this race started. We will be here when it rains. They got lights here, so we can go all night if we have to get this thing in. Stay with us. We'll be right back with more live coverage of the Goodys 500 from Bristol.
Wet roadways like this inspired Goodyear's newest all-season AquaTread radio, the all-new Goodyear AquaTread 2. With a deeper, wider aqua channel to sweep water away for outstanding wet traction and a new TreadLife compound. Goodyear gives you a 65,000-mile warranty, so you've got wet traction when you need it. The all-new 65,000-mile AquaTread 2, only from Goodyear.
Hello from Plank Road, where our man Paul has some visitors, the Plank Road Polar Bears. Each year, the polar bears seek ultimate refreshment by throwing themselves into icy cold waters. We suggest an alternative. Ice Brewed Ice House. Ice brewed so there's never any watered down taste, just more of what you want in a beer. Ice Brewed Ice House. Icy smooth refreshment without the annoying frostbite. Thanks and enjoy.
Now, there's a brand new motor oil made to handle the stresses on your hard-working engine. 4x4 from Quaker State. Off-road driving. Extreme temperatures. Especially towing and hauling. They all make your light truck or 4x4 work extra hard and could shorten its life. Why settle for a conventional car oil? Get a synthetic blend that can take the punishment. 4x4. It's new from Quaker State. The intelligent oil for hard-working engines.
Sunday after Sunday, we believe in putting on our best. Maybe that's why no car company has won more races in the history of NASCAR than Chevrolet.
ESPN Speed World coverage of the Goodys 500 from Bristol, Tennessee, being brought to you by Goodyear, #1 in tires. Red Dog Beer, bold yet smooth, unusually easy to drink. You're your own dog. Quaker State, the intelligent oil for longer engine life. And by the NASCAR Story. To order, call 800-71-NASCAR. Well, the bad news is it's still drizzling. The good news is NASCAR has told the drivers to report to their cars. So we may be going green here before too long. Here's the starting grid. Mark Martin with a 15.339 second lap. That is a new track record here at Bristol. That translates to a speed of 125.093, and Terry Labonte finished second at Michigan last week, starts second this week here at Bristol.
You see Dale Earnhardt back in 7th spot. Remember, he qualified poorly here in the spring. That's what got him in trouble in the crash down in turn 3.
Now, the first 19 drivers in the lineup will pit on the front stretch. The balance of the field will be pitting on the back stretch, and DW will be one of those. Darrell Waltrip, he was the 20th place qualifier, and actually he and Sterling Marlin tied, had identical times right down to the thousandths of a second, but Sterling is higher in the points, so he got the position.
So saw Greg Sachs as the second fastest day qualifier. He turned in the 14th fastest speed overall.
I saw Steve Grissom start in about 25th or 23rd, something like that. He won last night from 28th spot, and there are the provisionals. Brett Bodine, John Andretti, Dick Trickle, and Lake Speed.
And as was indicated, 7 went home, including Kyle Petty, Joe Ruttman, Kenny Wallace, Jimmy Hensley, Bobby Hillen, Todd Bodine, and Elton Sawyer. Let's go to pit road.
And this is one of the guys making a recent change. Ward, you're in with Bill Davis now, the MBNA Pontiac. Just give us the synopsis of your week. Obviously a roller coaster ride for you.
Well, it was a big surprise Monday when I found out I'd been released. Hardy team did a great job for me at Michigan last week. I know that. We had a shot at winning the race, finished 6th. But, you know, I've been talking to Bill Davis and MBNA for a while now, and I guess what it's going to actually do for us, it's going to build a lot of excitement. It's going to give us 10 races this year to get ready for 96. We got a lot of GM people like Herb Fishel and Don Taylor, Gary Claudio, Jim Perkins all behind this team, and Bill was serious about racing, and so was the sponsor. We got a great sponsor of MBNA, and I really think that we're going to show what Bill Davis Racing is made of for it's over with.
Well, Ward Burton also has a new Pontiac coming for 1996, and you may see some personnel changes, some other people joining this team as well as the weeks roll along. Let's go to John with one of the rookies in tonight's field.
I tell you what, he's been one of the hottest drivers the last few races. Ricky Craven, 2 top 10s the last 2 races, and look at this. Starting 6th here at Bristol. Man, you guys have caught fire.
Been really good. You know, I'm thankful for the team and Kodiak and Chevrolet, and we're gaining some momentum. I've always liked the view better from up here than back there, but I spent my time back there. Hopefully this will be something we get used to.
What about this rain? We're sitting here. I mean, they've called you to the cars. Feels like it might be lightening up a little bit.
After Indianapolis, I'll never question NASCAR's ability to forecast the weather. I mean, they pulled off a miracle there, and we'll be all right here.
All right, that's right. We have got the lights here, so we can be here for quite some time. Let's go over down to Jerry Punch, who's with Rusty Wallace.
And indeed, Rusty, a 5-time winner at Bristol, Tennessee, including this race a year ago, the defending champion of the Goodys 500. And Rusty, it was this race last year that really turned your season around. You guys were awesome from here on out.
Well, the car ran really strong last year, and it's running great this year. I just don't have as many wins. There's no doubt about that, and I'm far behind in the points, much farther than I like to be. But the car's running great here at Bristol tonight, and I feel super good about my chances to win this thing.
We talked about how important patience is here at Bristol, Tennessee, but you have been chomping at the bit since you came here on Thursday to get this car up front. Can you be patient tonight, even though we're having to wait a little bit for some rain? Can you wait early on?
You have to be patient, but, you know, I told somebody earlier that the first 50 laps of this race is going to be the toughest because nobody's a lap down. everybody's running hard, and you really have to run hard to get away from everybody. And once you get away from everybody and get some room, and a couple cars start getting a lap down, then it's easier. But really, the first 50 laps is the toughest, I think, and the last 50.
He's got his favorite mount here tonight. It's called Midnighter, and in his last 5 starts at Bristol, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a 7th. This guy loves this racetrack. Bob?
Just an incredible performer on Bristol and on the short tracks in general. Rusty Wallace set to go 5th from the grid here at Goodys, the Goodys 500. Let's go down to Bill Weber once again.
And Sterling Marlin has just put the wheel on the Kodak Chevrolet. He's sitting here safe and dry for now. Sterling, Dale Earnhardt said, you're the guy to catch Jeff Gordon. Obviously, this is a tough track to make up points on. You have to hope he has problems and you don't. How do you do that?
Well, we got a lot of races left, and if you fall out of one race, you're going to lose 150, 160 points if you finish last. So we just got to race hard. Hopefully we'll beat them on the racetrack. You don't have no trouble, and they've been having a good year and we have too, so we'll just keep trying.
Any looking ahead to Darlington? You had a good race there in the spring. Obviously, you might be able to make a move there if your success can continue.
Yeah, hopefully we can. This is car 1 in Darlington, and we got some tracks coming up that I really like and enjoy running, and they're our kind of tracks, so we'll just keep hammering away and maybe we'll win.
Sterling Marlin is ready to go. As you can see, they have taken the cover off this car. They're taking the cover off all these race cars along pit road. We're anxious to get started, and when we do, Mark Martin will lead us to the green flag, and he's further down pit road.
He is at the front row, you might say, down here on pit road. Mark Martin starting from the pole. And Mark, I tell you what, it looks like we may be getting this thing started here pretty quickly.
We may. Tell you what, NASCAR is the luckiest bunch I've ever seen with these races. Wouldn't surprise me if we got to run all 500 laps tonight.
Wouldn't surprise me either, but to run all 500 laps, you have to be a little bit patient here, don't you?
Man, this place is unbelievable. Sometimes it's real kind to you, and other times it's not.
All right, well, best of luck, Mark. We'll let you get finished strapping in. Let's go to Jerry Punch, who's with Dale Earnhardt.
As you said, the covers are coming off. They are buckling in. Buckling right beside me, the 7-time Winston Cup champion, Dale Earnhardt. And Dale, everyone's excited about getting going, and you've been awfully tickled with the way this car's been running the past couple of days.
Well, I have. I'm excited about getting going, but not in the rain. It was a little drier than this at Indy.
Well, after what happened in Indy, you can't doubt the fact that when they want to get them going, they're going to possibly get a race in.
Well, I got to give it to NASCAR. They do a great job in working hard to get going, but, I'd like to work a little harder before we get going, and it'll be a little drier.
Frustrations last week at Michigan, obviously that's a week ago and it's in the past, but that had to hurt a little bit after the way the car was running up there to have to call it a day and get a backpack finish.
Well, it's true, and it's going to take a lot of luck to catch back up in those points, but we're still, giving it a shot, and you can't never quit. We're not.
Indeed, he's not. There is a special glimmer in this guy's eye tonight, folks. You Earnhardt fans at home, the crew said, we are ready. Michigan is in the past. Watch us tonight. When they drop the green, watch for that black 3 to make a move. Bob?
He's 314 points behind Jeff Gordon, but 10 more races remain in this season, and he could very easily make up that deficit and win his 8th NASCAR Winston Cup Championship. Rain, rain, go away from Bristol. We'll be right back.
AC Delco knows that as a car gets older, its engine runs rougher. So we developed a spark plug to help bring back new car feel, and things really gelled. Introducing Rapid Fire from AC Delco. It makes an engine idle up to 27% smoother and accelerate with up to 18% quicker throttle response. New Rapid Fire. Its performance ought to have the competition shaking.
Nobody undersells Western Auto on name brands. To make sure, we price check the competition daily. We even offer an unbeatable low price guarantee. Check our serious savings on Castrol Syntec motor oil. Just $3.39 a quart after rebate. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't. Hey, for name brands at no-name prices, get serious. Get Western Auto. Western Auto.
What a sandwich!
Taco Bell introduces the Texas Taco Sandwich. Starting at 99 cents. It's a taste so big, it ought to be outlawed.
Yummy.
Wet roads like this inspired Goodyear's newest all-season AquaTread, the all-new AquaTread 2, with a deeper, wider aqua channel for outstanding wet traction. The new 65,000-mile AquaTread 2, only from Goodyear.
Daddy, will you read me a story?
Sure, Pumpkin. Once upon a time, there was a beautiful princess.
A princess?
Who lived in a magical kingdom. One day, she met a guy with a doctor's degree, and they lived happily ever after. Now tell your mother to put you to bed. It's time for NFL Prime Monday. Time for Sunday's highlights. Time for Tirico, Theismann, and Sharp setting up Monday night's game. No princess, no magic kingdom. Just football, football, football.
I hate Mondays.
Just a sample of what you look forward to in the next 3.5 hours, and the news just keeps getting gooder and gooder here at the Goodys 500. The drivers were called to their cars, and now the engines have been fired, and soon we will be moving them out onto the racetrack and hopefully getting this race underway. Yes, BB.
Was that a play on our sponsor, Goodys?
Yes. I wouldn't use that core grammar under normal circumstances.
But it is getting gooder and gooder, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Let's just get this thing in is all I'm hoping, because it is fun here under the lights. If it's postponed tonight, they're probably going to run the race tomorrow afternoon, and it just isn't the same as seeing these cars run under the lights here at Bristol.
Because they run so fast around this high bank track, and yeah, the sparks fly and the glittering off the lights. It is a beautiful sight.
And we can see all the tarps on the pit road trying to keep that pit road just as dry as they possibly can, so if they have to make a pit stop, they will not slide through. There we see Lake Speed Span car, Derek Cope, Ted Musgrave, Derek Cope in the 12.
Well, a special guest is on hand here tonight here at Bristol International Raceway. He is a United States Senator. As a matter of fact, he is the senior senator from Tennessee, and he was elected last November to fill the last 2 years of Vice President Al Gore's unexpired term. Let's go down to Dr. Jerry Punch with this guest.
And it's certainly a pleasure to have the Grand Marshal for tonight's Goodys 500, U.S. Senator Fred Thompson, Republican from Tennessee, with us. And Senator Thompson, glad to have you here. And you've been a big supporter of stock car racing for many years.
Yeah, I have. Ever since I was growing up over in Lawrence County, and we used to go out with my daddy those old dirt tracks. And it really warms my heart to see how NASCAR has come along and become such an American institution. And I'm a big fan.
So much heritage for the sport, particularly here in Bristol, Tennessee. I mean, this state, so many drivers, their backgrounds starting out in Tennessee, and this racetrack in particular, probably one of the favorite tracks of fans all across the country.
Yeah, well, you know, it's the fastest half mile that there is, and it's becoming a real sports car mecca. And I'm proud that we've got it here in Tennessee. It's getting better every year, and looks like it's going to continue to get bigger every year. I think we're going to add more seats and going to be approaching, what, 100,000, I think, by next year. And we've got a long waiting list, and it's, you know, it's a truly American sport, and this is truly an American all-time facility here that's being developed, and I'm really proud of it.
Now, folks, you may be familiar with this gentleman. He has a very successful political career, obviously as a senator from Tennessee, but prior to that, the multi-talented senator was an actor and was involved in Days of Thunder, and of course I had a small part in that, but he played Big Bill France in Days of Thunder, and made those tough decisions, and hopefully we'll get a tough decision tonight, be able to get a great race here in Tennessee. Bob?
Well, no Days of Thunder tonight, it's Nights of Thunder, and we're getting ready to go.
And a couple of cars, Greg Sachs, who qualified 21st, and John Andretti, who took a provisional. Both those cars missed the driver's meeting. And will have to fall to the rear of the field.
John Andretti isn't going to fall far, though, because he was supposed to start 34th, so he goes back to the last row instead of the next to last row.
And they will do that as soon as...
There's Steve Grissom, who's won the race last night here.
Yep, in Chevrolet number 29, and after the race was over, of course, we interviewed him in Victor Lane and everything. He seemed to be fine, but he was very exhausted, and I guess had to have a little bit of medical care, but everything okay now, of course.
And Bill Weber has an update on the situation.
Well, guys, this is his Winston Cup crew chief, Brian Frazier. Brian, let's find out first, how is your driver? He had an exhausting but victorious night here on Friday.
he's feeling pretty good today. They give him some fluids and everything last night in the infield care center, and got his energy back up. I believe he just ate something yesterday and didn't really agree with him.
How do you keep him primed for 500 laps here tonight after 250? Last night was only half a night's work.
Put more vents on the car and try to keep plenty of air to him, and tell him to drink plenty of water today.
And you guys learned a little bit from last night too, didn't you?
Yeah, we learned some stuff on the shocks and a few other changes that we put on the car today that seemed to have helped, that I believe it's going to make us hopefully better tonight.
Steve Grissom going for the weekend sweep here at Bristol.
They've got the cars divided up into two groups to make sure they're okay on the speed down pit road. Here are the results of last night's Food City 250 at Bristol. Jeff Green finished second to Steve. Tim Fiedel was third. Chad Little had a great race coming back from a spin or two to finish fourth. And Terry Labonte was in fifth position. And here are the two groups of cars that are being led around the speedway. There are 20 and then the remaining 16.
There we see the back field of cars. Yeah, now you see that one pace car is pulled off and the back group will catch up with the front. They use that, and both of those pace cars will run pit road speed, and the guys can adjust their tachometers and whatever gear they want to come down pit road. And I think pit road speed's what, Ned? 25 miles per hour?
That's what it was last night, so it seemed to be the same.
John Kernan has a weather update.
Bob,
I say
of course,
that a little hesitatingly, John, but I hope your news is good.
Well, Bob, as you can look at all the green. Here we are at Bristol International Raceway right here. Now, this is just very light precipitation, moisture in the air. Nothing really heavy until you get south of here, about 100 nautical miles down around the Spartanburg area. Now, this is the remnants of what was Hurricane Jerry, and it's got this counterclockwise flow, so we have to watch out over in here. So it looks like we might be okay. We might have to be concerned with the cells. A little bit darker green out here indicating a little bit heavier precipitation, but hey, cross your fingers. We just might get this race in tonight.
What is it, moving east, John?
Well, Bob, I said, help me out here, Bob. Counterclockwise, like that.
Oh, okay.
Right?
All
okay,
right.
so it's moving northwest.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Gotcha.
You got it? Got it, Bob?
Yep.
Hey, John, are you working on, what is that, AMA?
American Meteorological Society or whatever. Yeah.
What is it? It's the AMS, yeah, because I figure, during the 3 months I'm off in the winter, maybe I can get a job at the Weather Channel or something to talk about the weather down there during the winter, A little something to fill the Christmas vacation with.
Aha. Now they continue to run here. No green flag yet. The track will have to be a little bit drier than it is right now before we give them the green flag. This starts tonight's Goodys 500. From Bristol International Raceway, we'll be right back.
Hey! Hey! Huge sale at your local Southern Ford dealer. The model year-end clearance sale, making room for 96s with great deals on 95s. Like $2,000 cash back or 5.9 financing on Ford Taurus, America's best-selling car. Or lease a Contour for only $199 a month. Hey, gotta go!
Heard about the sale at your local Southern Ford dealer?
Hey!
You will.
If you're on the lookout for quality used auto parts, and tons of them, Jim's Auto Salvage in Sebring is the first and last stop you need to make. We've been in the auto salvage business for over 25 years and have over 40 acres of parts inventory. Individuals and dealers alike will find our warehouses stocked full of late model auto and truck parts. Jim's Auto Salvage delivers daily to businesses throughout Central Florida. Save your money. Why buy new when used will do just fine? Come see us soon at Jim's Auto Salvage and Jim's Import Auto Salvage, both serving you in Sebring.
New Southern 500 at 1, and the Molson Indy Vancouver at 5. Then at 8 RPM, a weekly half-hour motorsports showcase. Call your local cable operator today for ESPN2 and Race Day America, September 3rd.
Doyle Ford is holding up 5 figures. In 5 more laps, we'll turn them loose and go green. Let's check our in-cars numerically. First in the number 3 car, the Dale Earnhardt GM Goodwrench Service Chevrolet. We have an inside view from Dale and also the roof cam on the number 3 car. Here's Ricky Rudd in the number 10 Tide Machine. He also carries an in-car, a rear bumper, and a roof cam. Morgan Shepherd will have one. In the Simcoe Ford.
Okay, Bob, show us the 21 car.
There it is.
Oh, thank you. Mark Martin, also the Valvoline Ford, will have an in-car camera. There we see Mark. We see a little bit of rain on the windshield.
Chevrolet. Kenny Schrader will carry our 5th in-car camera for the evening. 4 laps to go. Still a little bit of moisture in the air. You can see it flowing over the windshield of these race cars, but I think maybe the track is going to be good enough to race on here in just a few moments. We'll show you the grid and how they're going to line up for this event. As you see, the 70,000+ spectators that have gathered here tonight for this annual ritual of speed and excitement on the high-banked half-mile racetrack at Bristol. 36 degrees of banking, and last night's race was typical. We saw a lot of great competition. We saw Steve Grissom come from the rear of the field, really, to win this race. But in the NASCAR Winston Cup history, it's been best to start up front to win this race. And we go, what, for the 3rd time in 4 races, the Winston, the Unocal bonus money has been won?
Has been won. 3 of the last 4 races has been won from the pole position. That has to be some kind of record. I think I read that the last 2 races have been won by the pole, and that ties records. That has tied records that I think 2 is a record.
You can see that the rain has picked up again, just when we thought we were going to get going. I don't think we're going to hold to this lap count that we started.
I can't imagine, Bob, that they would start them now, since that rain has picked up a little bit.
And you can see that there, especially on the black part, it's pretty wet. Kyle Petty, Kenny Wallace, Todd Bodine, Joe Ruttman, Jimmy Hensley, Elton Sawyer, and Bobby Hillen all failed to make this event, and this is the first time that the Felix Sabates and Kyle Petty team has failed to qualify for a Winston Cup race since 1989, the team's inaugural season when they were running a limited schedule. The last time Petty missed a Winston Cup race was in 1991 when he broke his leg in a crash at Talladega.
We see them scrambling. They had taken the tires off pit road, now we see them scrambling to put them back on.
Yeah, they want to try to keep those spots as dry as they possibly can. So when the drivers come in, if we do get this thing underway, they'll have a dry place to work. But you can see that rain is picking up.
Jerry Punch is with Richard Childress.
Well, Richard, the NASCAR officials have been polling some of the drivers, and I know a lot of them have not been in favor of dropping that green flag.
Yeah, it's not only the racetrack. We got dangerous pit road conditions. The apron of the racetrack's wet, so really not good conditions to even be trying to start it right now.
Now, while we watch it, the shower come over, a lot of the news this week in racing came out of your camp and welcome, in fact, that Andy Petrie has noted that he is going to be leaving the team at the end of the year. Obviously, you would like to have kept Andy, but it's a great opportunity for him.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for Andy, and we discussed this when we hired him, and it just came a year sooner than any of us had anticipated. So what we're going to do now is use the same method that we used when we replaced Kurt Shamardine. And that's the biggest thing. Dale is going to have the most say in it because crew chief has to work for the driver. So he'll have the most say, and it will take a poll between all the guys that work with us. And we're going to do it united as we always do stuff.
So is there any timetable, is there any rush, so to speak, for you to name a crew chief? Obviously, you've got a lot of talent back in your own shop still.
Yeah, we've got a lot of talent there, but right now, our biggest focus is trying to get back in the championship. We do that, even if it's in November before we do something, I'm not going to be concerned.
Richard, thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us, Richard.
Thank you.
Richard Childress, guys, watching it rain as we are. And by the way, his driver was one of them that said, no way should we go green. They pulled about 4 or 5 drivers, and about half said, let's go. The other half said no, and obviously they have called off the start.
And quite honestly, it looks to me as if it's raining just about as hard as it has rained in the last half hour or so. So keep your fingers crossed.
Well, we have radio communication with some of the drivers out there. We'll try Kenny Schrader and see. Kenny Schrader, this is Benny Parsons up at ESPN. You got me?
Yeah, I got you, Professor.
So,
Professor? What's
yeah,
that all about?
So tell us about the racetrack. Is it dry, wet, or what?
I figured starting here 25th that they dropped the green flag. By the time we got to one, I'd know that one of them other guys would find out first. But I think it's okay.
It still is raining, isn't it?
Yeah, the windshield looks like it's picked up a little bit, but I don't know. The track looks dry. I mean, I know that water went somewhere.
Hey, let me ask you something. You like this racetrack?
Get back with you in about 3 hours, okay?
Okay, we'll check with you then.
He's got some good answers for you tonight, Benny.
Well, I think NASCAR is starting to, I think they're going to bring the cars in. Yes, they are. They're slowing the cars down. They're going to park them and I guess put the covers back on them because it is still raining and they don't want to throw the green flag and run the cars on the caution flag, so they're going to stop them.
We've come so close because it wasn't raining at all. Rained about 2 o'clock. Didn't rain again until about 7 o'clock. And, you know, by that time we were thinking, oh, everything's going to be okay. And then it let up enough to get the cars on the track. And now, by golly, here it comes again.
Looks like it's coming down pretty good right now.
Yeah, it does. Even our camera lens is showing some moisture shooting up the backstretch. We're up there right under the ESPN notation here at Bristol, watching it rain with the rest of you. And even the people now that are the die-hard race fans are beginning to pull out their umbrellas and their rain slickers. Jack Roush with hat on. Is that hat that you're wearing his?
Well, he gave me the hat as a present, but I tell you one thing, Jack, that hat will not stop the rain. It's got holes in it.
That's a straw hat.
So the cars come down pit road and they stop. So we will not have the start of tonight's NASCAR Winston Cup race quite yet, but we hope we can sometime.
This is the desert. And these are Chevy trucks. About the only thing growing out here is our reputation. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Chevy trucks. Like a rock.
Hello from Plank Road, where our man Paul has a special guest today, Rudy from the ice rink.
Hey, Ma.
When it comes to making smooth ice, Rudy's an expert. So we thought we'd let him sample our ice house. It's always ice brewed, so there's never any watered down taste, just more of what you want in a beer. Rudy?
Tastes like I run over it myself. Smooth.
There you have it. Ice House is as smooth as it gets. Thanks, and enjoy.
You know, a lot of people who work on their cars will only shop at AutoZone. They depend on us for the best quality parts and low prices every day. They come in, get what they need, and then get back to work. Because you see, they believe if you want the job done right, you do it yourself. Well, at AutoZone, we couldn't agree more. Because when you take the time and the effort to work on your car yourself, you ought to be choosy about where you shop. We just thank you for choosing AutoZone.
We put these glass walls on the course at Road Atlanta to demonstrate the wet traction and performance of the Goodyear Eagle Aqua Tread. Racing-inspired dual aqua channels sweep water away for outstanding wet traction. Broad shoulders add aggressive grip for precise cornering. Its unique tread compound helps you stick to the road. You get the performance of an Eagle, the wet traction of an Aqua Tread. Eagle Aqua Tread, only from Goodyear.
Rain is the situation at Bristol International Raceway in Tennessee. It continues to come down. The track not really that wet. You can see even some dry spots. The turns here.
I can tell right away you've never driven a race car.
What?
That racetrack is wet. What are you looking at?
Well, I am just looking at the racetrack. It appears as if there are wet areas, especially here on the straightaways, but down in the corners, Benny, it looks like that it's pretty dry.
Yeah, see those dark spots? That's moisture, and those tires do not grip that when they go around the racetrack. Bob.
Oh.
You see. Man, oh man.
Boy, I'm gone a week and I come back and man, are you all over me? It's good to be back, by the way.
Well, thank you. It's good to have you back.
Well, one thing, it doesn't, this track dries pretty quickly because of the high banks, I guess, and of course that jet blower they got here and other methods of drying it. So if it should quit raining, it wouldn't take too long to get her ready to go again.
Jerry Punch is with Terry Labonte.
And Terry Labonte, as you saw last night on our qualifying show, that set the pace early in qualifying, set a new event record, and held the pole for most of the night until this guy beside you ran and set a new track record. But Terry, you were one of the guys they polled early on when they dropped the when they rolled you off. He said, "Hey, let's go green."
Well, the track looked pretty dry there, you know, for a few laps, and it looked like it was in pretty good shape. And then by the time I said that, it started raining a little bit harder, and then you could see it getting a little bit damp. So you can't run these cars on a wet track.
It's hard to tell, I mean, for us, and it's got to be for the driver on the concrete in particular, to see how wet the racetrack really is.
Well, it really is. You know, the asphalt you can tell really good, but the concrete, it doesn't show up as good. You can look at it now and tell it's wet, but you couldn't a while ago.
Well, that's Terry Labonte. Now, the younger brother is also standing by for a comment.
And he's sitting in his Chevrolet. Wanted to get to you a little sooner, but your brother was soaking up all of our airtime, Bobby. First of all, again, congratulations on last week, but not a real good qualifying run for you here. You told me this hasn't been a real good place since they put some cement down here.
Well, I told you that, but I really wanted to make sure we did good on it. But, you know, I tell you, you know, we've worked real hard, and we've got it. I think we got a really good race car. It's just that we didn't qualify as good as we needed to, and a 1/10 of a second would have put us 12th, which would have made us look like heroes probably. But you know, it's just one of those deals. We just have to wait and see here. It's going to be a long race. Might be even a long night or a long day tomorrow. Who knows? But we'll just have to wait and see and get the Interstate Battery Chevrolet in a good position for later on the race.
Is it pretty dry in there, Bobby, or you got a little leak?
I got a little leak right now. It was warming up out there. We had I told him we need to get a sealer or something and seal it up because it was leaking through the windshield onto my feet. So, but it was it'll be just fine. That was a good leak. We just want to get this rain out of here so we can get this race underway.
Bobby Labonte, last week's winner. Now let's go to John with Michael Waltrip.
And it's been a great weekend so far for Michael Waltrip, starting third best qualifying position of the year. And this kind of put a little damper on things right now. You're ready to go, aren't you?
Yeah, man, if you're not ready sitting where I am tonight, you'll never be ready. I've got the 4 fastest guys in Winston Cup racing. I got Mark Martin in front of me, Jeff Gordon behind me, and Rusty Wallace beside me, and Rusty Wallace and Dale Earnhardt behind me. So when they threw the green, I was going to have to go. If I didn't go, I was going to get run over. So I've been ready, man, for this race. The Pennzoil Pontiac is running good. Hats off to the whole crew. They deserve a lot of this. They've given me a super car here this weekend, and I've been able to put it in a good position so far. Hopefully we can win the race.
When they gave it 5 laps to go and the rain started to come down a little bit harder, were you a little bit hesitant then?
I think I was trying to talk myself into the fact that it would be okay. I said, well, it seems pretty dry. But then the more we went, you know, the more evident it became that we weren't going to be racing in 5 laps. Or at least it wasn't going to be real good if we did. So NASCAR always makes good calls, and they made a good decision there, obviously, to stop us. And, you know, I'm sitting in my little Pontiac here waiting to see what's going to happen. But, you know, I'm doing the fans in Owensboro, Kentucky a service by providing them with a great place to buy souvenirs of their favorite drivers, whether it be Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, whomever. Everybody in Owensboro, I think we're closed right now, but we'll be open tomorrow. Go by and see us at Waltrip Speedway Sports.
Now, wait a second. That way, you're not supposed to do a paid commercial advertisement there, Michael. Well, let's go across from Michael's car over to where Jerry punches and see what Jeff Gordon's up to.
Well, actually, Jeff's doing a little remodeling inside his Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Jeff, you're working awfully hard. What is this? Are you tearing this thing apart? What's going on?
Well, you know, this place with the high banks the way it is, a lot of times my foot falls asleep, my right foot, and it's the most irritating thing in the world. And we put some extra padding in there to try to help it out, and it actually made it worse. I mean, my foot was asleep before the green flag even dropped, so I knew I'd have been in trouble. So we're kind of glad that we got to come down and stop here on pit road, because I got a razor blade out and start cutting some padding out, and I think it's going to be better already.
Well, of course, you've made some changes here now. You were trimming. Where were you trimming on the seat? Let's see if we can show the folks at home. On the inside of that seat, or back away, try to get some light. Oh, I see. Down to the side of the seat there, you were trimming.
Actually, I've been trimming all over. I've already been out of the seat once and moved one padding from one side over to the other. And the way it's formed to you know, the bottom of the seat, I've had to just cut and notch. So I sit down in the seat a little bit better, and then try to get it just so it doesn't cut the circulation off in my leg. So I've had to trim a little bit. I think it was getting the side and the bottom of my leg a little bit too much.
Hey, this guy's won 5 races with limited circulation. Oh, by the way, let me turn around a second here. Where's Ray Evernham? Let's get let's go back up here. Come on, Corky, come along with me. Let's go over here 1 second. By the way, while we're on live here, let us say happy birthday to Ray Evernham. 40 what, Ray?
Oh, no. Come on, Jerry. Same as the car number. Same as 24.
24. Yeah, the driver. If you add the driver and the car number together, what's that give you?
Well, that gives you 48, but we're not quite there yet. We're getting there pretty quick. But these guys played a pretty good joke on me today. I was wandering around, and all of a sudden, there must have been 1,000 people said happy birthday, Ray. And I'm thinking, how did they do that? And they had a big sign taped to the back of the toolbox, so they were having a little fun. You know, my wife and my crew were having a little bit of fun with me.
Well, listen, happy birthday from us. Folks, he's in his mid-30s and having a great time, obviously, with 5 wins this year. Let's check in with Bill Weber.
Okay, I'm here with Greg Sachs. Couple of things. You don't have anything to sell, and it's not your birthday, right?
It's not my birthday, and I'm not selling anything, but if anybody's hungry.
Well, that's his new sponsor. You slipped into the Hardee's ride this week, and just tell us a little bit about that transition, Greg.
Well, I'm really excited about it. You know, we've got 10 races to go here in this season, and Hardee's is on board with us for the rest of the season, but we are looking forward to 1996 and hoping that Hardee's might be back with us or someone else might be interested in coming on and we can put a long program together.
Now, you were second-round fastest, so that was a good run for you. You did miss the drivers' meeting, but you had a...
That's a vicious rumor. That is a vicious rumor. I don't know where that started or where that came up from, but don't believe it. That's a vicious rumor.
But, Greg, I was there. I didn't see it.
No, I know. We were up in the trailer, Alan and I, and as a matter of fact, we were working on sponsorship for 96, and, you know, that's the important business we have to take care of first, is getting the finances to keep this team rolling. And sorry to say that we did miss the drivers' meeting, but I'll tell you, the Hardee's team gave me a great car. What I was sweating more today than the drivers' meeting was whether the weather would hold and we'd have second-round qualifying, because we were next to last. And if it rained earlier today, we were going home. You know, in practice, we were not fast enough to make the show, and we knew what we had to turn. Everybody stood back to 32nd, and 32nd was like a 15:67. So our fastest lap in practice was about a 75. We knew we were close, but I'll tell you, the guys did a great job with the shock combination. Philippe did a good job with the chassis, and, you know, we pulled it out.
And part of the silly season process is the driver and the crew chief getting to know each other. These guys had an hour-long meeting last night between Greg and crew chief Philippe Lopez. They went over a bunch of stuff, put the car together. Second round fastest. He starts last, but that's a pretty good view here at Bristol. He'll be coming to the front, guys.
Well, what do you got to say for yourself now, Bob?
Well, we could talk about the other shuffling that went on. Ward Burton moved to the 22 car, the Bill Davis car, and Jimmy Hensley moved to the 32 car, and that completed the cycle.
And they're talking about some the 22 car. There's some rumors that maybe Buddy Parrott. I hear rumored he may be going over there.
He was here this weekend as a consultant. Said he was going to look things over, and he said apparently they had talked before this transaction this week with Ward coming over there, but that was part of the situation they were talking about. Well, Ward said if we could get Buddy Parrott to come over here, so they had been talking, but it happened quicker than Buddy anticipated, maybe quicker than most of us anticipated. And so anyway, he came up here this weekend to look things over and talk to him, so he might be with them. Who knows?
There's the front of the field. Mark Martin, Terry Labonte, Michael Waltrip, Jeff Gordon, and Ricky Craven's car there, the number 41 beside Rusty Wallace's. It is raining here at Bristol, and we'll be back to continue our live coverage in a moment.
It's our 20th year anniversary celebration only at Harbison Swanston RV. Harbison Swanston RV, Central Florida's #1 RV dealer in motorhomes, fifth wheels, travel trailers, sales, parts, and service. Save thousands now on all 95 models like Winnebago, Coachman, and Fleetwood. We have the largest selection. 2 locations, Holiday, Clearwater, Florida on US 19. We'll see you at Harbison Swanston RV. Customer satisfaction guaranteed.
Oh, doggone it.
Is that you, neighbor?
Yes, it's me.
Oh, for a minute I thought you might be a thief in the night.
No, it's air conditioner.
Now, Tim, you really ought to call Tri-County Air Conditioning.
Oh, at this time of night? Oh.
Tri-County has no overtime anytime and emergency installation.
Yeah, well, who needs that? Especially since I know that it's only this little wire right here.
We get up at 11:45 on Sunday morning, watch you guys on game day for an hour and 15 minutes, talking about all the upcoming games, then watch all the games for 6 hours, then turn back to watch you guys on prime time to wrap up all the games for another hour. In other words, over 8 hours of non-stop football. Yeah, all right, I love it. Pass the pickle. All right.
No, those aren't race cars. They are service vehicles, ambulances, and just about every other kind of vehicle that you can imagine besides a race car that is trying to dry Bristol International Raceway. It continues to rain. Next Sunday, several years ago, we had things called Race Day Americas, and we haven't had them for a few years. Well, Race Day America is back on ESPN2. Now, the NASCAR in-car race will begin at 1 o'clock Eastern Time. Then, in-car coverage of the IndyCar race from Vancouver at 5 o'clock. And then the premiere of RPM tonight at 8 o'clock. That's next Sunday, Race Day America, on ESPN2. Dr. Jerry Punch is hanging out with Richard Childress.
Actually, we're down here under an umbrella with Dale Earnhardt, Richard Childress, and all these guys here chatting a little bit. You know, while we're waiting for the rains to go away, let me ask you guys, last night on our Busch Sky National show, Benny Parsons mentioned he had talked to a high source in Dale Earnhardt Enterprises that you were thinking about running the car on your own next year for a couple, 3 events with maybe Jeff Green or Ron Hornaday in it. Will that happen, Dale?
Well, Richard and I have been talking about more test dates, and we need a development car, so I got a couple drivers I'd like to try out. We might even run Skinner a few races, who knows? So we might just get a big program going.
So possibly your own. Now, what about that?
This is how it would work. See, when Hornaday drove it, it could be 03. And when, you know, Green drove it, it could be 01. And when Skinner drove it, it could be 02. So we could have different numbers. That's 21 tests.
21 tests we'd have.
Tests we'd have. that, you know, we could go test. Because rookies can test all they want, can't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Or that truck. Or that in Busch. I'm not sure.
I bet you Gary Nelson's got his pencil out right now upstairs in the rule book trying to rewrite a few rules now. But that would help. The more cars you have, obviously you can get a lot more development.
Yeah, that's true, you know. And, you know, as far as Dale's drivers, you know, I showed him a tape in there the other day of some of my driving. I do a little exhibition, and I don't think he was going to hire me after that.
It's your R&D deal. I mean, you know, what can you afford?
not my driving.
Well, all he was doing was driving the groove a little low going in. You remember I was telling you? Yeah. And then after he watched, he said, you know, you're right. So should have watched the tape.
Race car driving 101. Before we leave, let me just grab Andy Petrie over here. And Andy, the announcement this week that you would be leaving this operation, that had to be a very, very difficult decision for you.
It was very difficult. I've been with these guys here for 3 years and having the success we've had, but I think I'm going to eject that 21 test they're talking about next year.
We don't got to do all that work.
That's what I mean. I don't know about y'all having 21 tests.
Now, you're actually going to go over to the 33 team as a co-crew chief, and eventually you're going to probably be owning that race team from Leo Jackson?
Yeah, I'll go over there as crew chief for next year and the year after that, and then after that I'll buy the team from Leo. And, you know, he's made me a good deal there, and it's hard to refuse it. And now is the time for me, and I just, you know, it's time to make the move.
Andy, best of luck to you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's what's going on. Total seriousness down here in the Earnhardt and Childress area. But let's check in back inside the garage area. I think someone is calling up back in the Texaco Haviland truck.
That's exactly right, Jerry. And, you know, I think I may have uncovered something. Larry McReynolds, the crew chief. Larry, busy writing right here and everything. You and Robert have been talking. What are you doing? Discussing how you're going to have the car set up after this rain delay?
Well, there's not a whole lot we can do about that now. Unfortunately, this is another part that comes with the territory of being crew chief or den mothers, figuring out where we're going to keep these 20 guys tonight if we have to stay here in Bristol overnight. The Hampton Inn down in Johnson City, they've been good enough to give us a hospitality suite with 10 rollaway beds, so we got part of it covered. So we're working on that. That's just another part of the business. You know, you bring guys up here for race day and you hit this unfortunate weather. The next order of business is where can we put them tonight?
Tell you what, I've got a sleeper sofa in my room back in Johnson City. You interested?
Oh, yeah, it goes to the highest bidder.
I take credit cards.
Oh, okay, well, any way we can get it.
I'll tell you, let me get Steve, I'll get you to slide over here. We'll come over here and talk to Robert Yates, the car owner. And Robert, everybody's been talking about you guys in a two-car team for next year. Can you comment on that? What?
How about nicer weather, huh?
In other words, no comment, right?
I'll tell you, we hope to have it's more motel rooms and more airplanes and all those things, but we're going to do whatever we have to do. If certainly we'll be excited to run two cars this season with Ernie Irvin coming back, and for that we'll do whatever it takes.
Well, sorry to put you on the spot there.
Well, I thought you were asking about the weather or something, but I'm just glad I didn't ride my Harley up here, or maybe I should have.
Yeah, well, there were a lot of guys who did over to Hotel Johnson City. There must have been 100 bikes out there, but you decided to pass this by, so I guess you had the foresight to know the weather was going to be bad, huh?
I heard that 4 or 5 hurricanes were on their way, and I said I better stay on my motorcycle. I'm pretty dangerous as it is on dry pavement. I don't need to be on wet pavement with my Harley.
All right, thank you, Robert. Let's go over to Bill Weber now.
And I'm with Bobby Hamilton, and you're from around these parts. Can't you do something about this, please, sir?
I've been praying. I've been talking to people.
We've even had some higher-ups in the political organization. I've even talked to them, so it don't look like nobody's cooperating with us.
Yeah, but you told me it wouldn't bother you to run in the daylight here. Is there a big difference for you, Bobby?
I think, you know, out there today in practice, this car is really fast. You know, it runs fast here in the spring, and they've messed around and got it better than what it was in the spring. And it looked like today in the practice that a lot of the guys that were loose were going to have a problem, you know, in the daytime hours. And we were real good getting off the corners real good. So we were talking with this rain coming. I said, I'm not so sure we might be a little better. I don't think we'd be any faster, but I think some of the other guys maybe have some problems. But this SDP Pontiac is really hooked up and running fast. If we can just get through the traffic without getting run over.
And you'd like to get through some of that traffic and back into the top 10 in points before the season is complete as well.
Yeah, I really think the race team deserves it as the sponsor. And, you know, we was up there and we had a couple of crashes and broke a few items. And, I mean, and everybody, the beauty part about this, Bill, is everybody's kept their chin up. And I guess both parties have had such bad times. 13th in points ain't all that bad, but when you're that close within striking distance, you know, you like to get back up there.
Bobby Hamilton safe and dry inside his STP Pontiac. Let's go up pit road to Dr. Punch.
Guys, got a little trivia question for you. When is a good Samaritan not a good Samaritan? Well, when it costs you a lap. And Ted Musgrave, we can smile about it now, but at the end of last week's race in Michigan, Bill Elliott comes off turn 2 on the final lap, runs out of gas, and hey, you're just trying to be a good Samaritan. Help the guy out and give him a shove.
Well, yeah, Bill's gave me a lot of breaks during the racing season here, you know, and here he is running up near the front, you know, a chance to win the race, and I'm limping around on 7 cylinders, and sure enough, he runs out of gas in the last lap. So I thought, well, quick, you know, here's my turn to, you know, give Bill a little payback. I'll give him a push around the, you know, get him up to the start-finish line. Well, I didn't read the NASCAR rule book. It says you cannot push on anybody on the final lap. And it was the final lap, so it didn't cost me a lap. It cost him a lap. So he finished in the same position if I didn't give him a push.
But now we will tell the folks at home that Bill Elliott went into the NASCAR trailer and to plead his case. And even you and Jack Roush went in there and said, look, you know, we didn't mean to do anything wrong. We went in there just trying to help the guy, but I guess the rule's the rule.
Yeah, rules are rules. I even said, I'll tell you what, Gary, I says, you know, he had nothing to do with it. I was the one that pushed him, so, you know, just leave him keep his position and just give me a fine or whatever it takes. And, you know, like I say, it's in black and white right in the rule book, so we couldn't change that.
Now, you guys, getting back to the Family Channel team, have had a great season. You currently sit 5th in the point standings. You've had some great runs, including a second at Martinsville.
Yeah, a lot of seconds, thirds, fourths, you know, 7 top 5s, 11 top 10s right now. And, you know, last 3 races haven't been too good for us, but we need to turn that around. And we're coming back to the short tracks where we ran good, and hopefully, you know, we can get our consistency back. And it looks like Kyle Petty's getting his wish here today. He said that this place here, I wish they'd fill it with water and stock it with fish and go fishing from the grandstands, and we're getting our water. I'm just looking for the fish trucks now.
Well, that roar you heard a minute ago, Ted Musgrave, and you folks listening at home, was because the rain appears to be lightening slightly, and the fans are starting to get excited. Bob?
I have never seen as enthusiastic a crowd as the one here at Bristol. These people have started a wave that's trying to go down the backstretch and into turn number 3 right now. They're just trying to keep themselves entertained while the rain continues to come down. However, the good news is that is beginning to lighten once again. Not quite as hard a rain as it was 10 or 15 minutes ago. We remain optimistic here at Bristol, and we'll be back with more in just a moment.
Nobody undersells Western Auto on name brands. To make sure, we price check the competition daily. We even offer an unbeatable low price guarantee. Check our serious savings on Castrol Syntec motor oil. Just $3.39 a quart after rebate. Castrol Syntec protects in ways other oils can't. Hey, for name brands at no name prices, get serious. Get Western Auto. Western Auto.
What'd you get?
Western Whopper.
Looks good.
Yeah, it's got bacon and cheddar and a tangy barbecue sauce.
How tangy is it? Is it really tangy?
Not super tangy. It's good.
And tangy?
Not too tangy.
No.
The flame-broiled Whopper, now with cheddar cheese, hickory smoked bacon, and barbecue sauce. The Western Whopper, for a limited time at Burger King.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah?
How tangy? What'd they say?
is Kenny Wallace on the Red Dog Thunderbird, turning speedways into dog tracks.
122! 122! Hut! Hut! Hut!
It's the quarterback keeper. He's at the 25, the 20, the 15, the 10, the 15, the 20. He's got the 5, the goal line.
Arena football on ESPN.
Can you believe this? These people are ready, aren't they?
They are ready.
It is going all the way around the racetrack, and this is about the third or fourth time that they've done it.
You feel they ain't got nothing to do, can't you?
Well, there is nothing to do except sit here and watch it rain, as we are, and as many of the drivers are doing. Mark Martin is enjoying the wave going around the racetrack. Here's Jerry.
Hey, Mark, as you watch the wave, the fans are up now by 3 laps.
That's scary, I tell you, right there. I tell you, I'm glad I'm not up in the middle of that.
Now, you talk about enthusiasm, and that's enthusiasm. 70,000 strong, and they don't care that it's raining.
Well, they may care, but they're making the best of it like we are. You know, NASCAR fans are the greatest.
You know, we talked about they were polling some of the drivers when you were out there running some laps, and Terry Labonte said, yeah, let's start the race. Earnhardt said, let's don't start it. And you made a special request.
Yeah. Let's count these things.
You wanted to count the laps.
Sure, man. I was about ready to go. The track was ready, and then it started raining, you know, pretty hard. And we could have got a couple laps in, but it wouldn't have done us any good. So.
I tell you what, though, when we do finally drop the green flag, this folks behind you are going to be worn slap out.
Yeah, they are going to. It's going to be a rough night for these fans.
They call it Thunder Valley, not because of the loud race cars, but because these fans love to come here and make some noise. Let's go to John Curtis.
Jerry, I'm in the driver's lounge where it's nice and quiet and cool, and we're just hanging out with Bill Elliott. And Bill, Ted was talking about last week about giving you that push and everything after you ran out of gas. And you said, what did you tell me about that?
He pushed me back a lap.
Looked to me like he was pushing you forward there.
Well, it ended up backing me up. I mean, it's just one of them situations that I didn't ask him to push me. And, you know, he was running around there. I guess he had lost a cylinder early in the race, and I guess he felt like he was going to help me out. But NASCAR didn't kind of see it that way. They didn't have the same eyes on that deal. But, you know, it ended up really not costing us anything because I wouldn't have beat the other 2 cars, I think the 31 and the 43 anyway. So, you know, it just really didn't matter.
Well, Bill Weber, the crews are doing the wave out there now. Maybe if you give me 5 minutes, I can get the drivers in here whipped up and we can do the wave around the driver's lounge.
I'm going to leave that all to you, John. Right here we have some of the newest technology in Winston Cup racing. These are flashing crew caps. Now, this one belongs to Tim Brewer of John Andretti's car. Of course, he's the crew chief, and there are a number of flashes. But the Citgo car, the sponsor flashes. Now, this is what Michael Waltrip needs to help endorse his store in Owensboro, Kentucky. He needs a flashing hat. Now the crew doing the wave along the wall in response to these fans, most of whom you have seen have not left their feet. Now I'm going to lift up this car tarpaulin right here, and I was going to talk to John Andretti. So if I lift this up, I would talk to John, but he must have gone out the other side. So he's not here right now, and all I can talk about right now is flashing caps and the wave from the fans and the crews. And Bob, we'll let you know when it starts lightening up down here, okay?
It isn't yet, huh?
A little bit. It is. In the last 5 minutes, it has kind of let up a little bit, so we're optimistic down here. But we'll let you come down and help us dry the track if you're interested.
I think the thing we can safely say, as Ned pointed out, was that when it does stop raining, it's going to take very little time to get this track dry. Jerry?
And we have been clocking it. I'm here with Richard Childers. And Richard, what's the new track record for the wave?
So far, it's a 45.10. That was a 48.30. They're getting a little weaker, I think.
Legs are getting sort of worn out up there, but a 45.10 was the track record the first time by for the wave.
So far, that's been the best lap yet.
Obviously, we'll keep clocking them and let you know if it picks up speed here in the grandstand. But, hey, the drivers and crews are really enjoying this. The fans are just absolutely on top of what's happening in Bristol, Tennessee, Bob.
It's certainly the most entertaining thing going on right now as it continues to come down. Not very hard, but a little bit. We're at Bristol International Raceway in Tennessee, waiting for it to stop raining so that we can get this Goodys 500 underway.
At AutoZone, most of our customers are the kind of people who like to work on their cars themselves. That way they save money, and they know the work's done right. Of course, when they come to AutoZone, they know they're going to find the right part for the right price. But sometimes, what they're looking for is just a little advice. And that's okay because we don't put a price tag on it. You see, at AutoZone, we take pride in taking care of our customers. And we've learned that when you treat folks right, they keep coming back.
When traffic congestion changes, the threats to your car's engine change. That's why Quaker State has engineered intelligent oil. Oil that senses the changing threats in your engine and adapts its own molecular structure for continuous protection. So whenever the driving conditions change, so does Quaker State, the intelligent oil for longer engine life.
Now get up to $6.60 back by mail when you buy a case of Quaker State, or up to $2.75 back by mail when you buy 5 quarts.
We put these glass walls on the course at Road Atlanta to demonstrate the Goodyear Eagle Aqua Tread. Dual aqua channels sweep water away for outstanding wet traction. Eagle Aqua Tread, only from Goodyear.
What a sandwich!
Taco Bell introduces the Texas Taco Sandwich, starting at 99 cents. It's a taste so big, it ought to be outlawed.
Yummy. Just how long does a car battery last? About this much time is put into most batteries. But AC Delco puts in more time, so our batteries last over 20% longer. Well, now there's the new Delco Freedom 84, our longest-lasting battery ever. We put in 7 years of guaranteed starts, making it the granddaddy of all batteries.
Hey, my watch! Bristol International Raceway is where we are tonight, watching the rain come down and watching the wave. It continues. It's picking up speed. Jerry, did they set a new track record while we were in commercial break?
Bob, the clocking gets quicker and quicker. They're picking up speed on the straightaways down here with the wave. Now, it was a 45.10. What's the new record, Richard?
42.70. They're running better on the straightaways. Both the straightaways are a lot better.
They're having some tough, a little tight going in the 3.
Yep, that 3 and 4 is the one that's soft right now.
That's always been a tough turn for the drivers, but the fans picking up speed, 42.70. New track record for the wave here, 70,000 strong, Bob.
Boy, I'm excited.
I can tell. I can tell.
Benny, what would be the best thing? They've turned 13 laps, by the way. The NASCAR officials are keeping track of the number of times the wave is completed. Benny, what would be the most entertaining thing to you as we're in this rain delay here? Seeing more of me, maybe?
No.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I think we should, Bob.
You think? Thank you, Ned. Thank you, Ned, very much. We had a pretty good show last night on Speed Week that originally aired at 12:30 a.m. this morning Eastern Time, and some IndyCar news and some NASCAR Winston Cup news and some news from Knoxville and all over the place, as a matter of fact. So while we're in this rain delay, we're going to go to Speed Week. However, we will be back with every break to update you on the weather situation here at Bristol. Here's Speed Week. Winston Cup race from Bristol International Raceway in Tennessee is under a rain delay. Benny, how's your other eye after Michigan, huh?
Talking about my wife. They must have ESPN, too. They saw me hugging up on Miss Winston, and
she popped you, huh?
And my wife said she's going to hit me in the eye. But hey, thank you very much for asking. She did not hit me in the eye. It's good. Thank you.
Well, the drivers have been ordered to their cars once again, and hopefully they'll be out on the track before too long. A little while ago, John Andretti was missing in action. I think Bill's found him.
Well, Bob, he had run out to Kmart to pick up some umbrellas, and then he stopped and picked up some Little Caesars pizza for this hard-working pit row press corps. So, John, we really appreciate that. Your toughest drive is ahead of you, though, tonight getting through this field. How about you in Bristol? How you guys get along?
Well, we've gotten along before. Last time I was here, we qualified real well and ran real well in the race, but Bristol's a tough one, you know. Even on the best of days, you can get caught up in something and, you know, not even be your fault. So we're just going to lay back and see how things go. And not that I didn't start back far enough, but when I missed the driver's meeting, I already missed more spots.
Any particular reason why, John? A previous commitment, perhaps, during that time?
Well, Martina McBride was here as a guest at Kmart, and I got all wrapped up in talking with her, and I forgot about it. You know, these Saturday events, the driver's meeting happened a little earlier, so I missed it, but I guess I had a good reason.
Yeah, I would say so. She was here earlier as a guest at Kmart, Bob.
Wonder what Nancy thinks about that.
Exactly what I was saying. He's going to have a couple of black eyes himself, is Mr. Andretti.
Yeah. Well, if the drivers won't mention their sponsors, the announcers will, I guess. And when it comes to talking about sponsorships, here's one that Benny would talk about all evening.
Have they built a Burger King down in the pits, Bob?
Look at this.
The Derek Cope crewmen have made a sign that says, "We love you, race fans." That's pretty
darned.
neat, isn't it?
That is really cool. Well, you saw the Burger King sign. Let's go down and talk to the Burger King driver, Jerry.
Well, I'd like to, let me just sort of slide over here. Could I get a double Whopper with cheese and a large, we just, hey, we're showing that sign. That's a pretty good idea. Have a neon sign in the pits.
Oh, absolutely. We got a lot of neon on the car, too. Trying to make everything stand out for the fans, and it's just a great night at Bristol. All we need is Mother Nature to let us get our job done.
Now, you guys, you think it's going to start a trend, possibly more neon? First, they had little bitty pit boards and big pit boards. We've seen everything. Now you got a neon sign. You can't miss your... Now, if you miss your pits, they're going to be after you big time.
Oh, they definitely will. I tell you what, Burger King has been great to work with. The whole Burger King crew, the TNL, the engine department, just done a wonderful job. We've been qualifying real well, and the whole team is just working better together, and we're excited for the future.
And, Benny, we're told that a Whopper and a large fry are on their way up, so just be patient. They're going to get there momentarily. Joe Nemechek starts 12th up. Let's check in with John Kerner, who's standing by with Hut Strickland.
Okay, Jerry, you're getting the hamburgers. Bill's got the pizza, so... Well, I guess it only makes sense that I get some motor oil. And I'm standing by with Hut Strickland. And Hut starting 11th tonight when we get this thing underway. You guys have caught fire here the last few races, had some really good runs.
Well, we certainly have. I tell you, all the credit has to go to all these guys on this team. They've been working really hard on these cars and, just doing a great job on putting them together and everything. So, hopefully tonight we can leave here with a top 5 or top 10 finish at least. And who knows what might happen. I mean, we're running pretty good, but I don't know if we're running good enough to win or not, but we're going to certainly try.
We talk a lot about patience here at Bristol, and certainly with this rain delay, the drivers have to have a lot more patience. What do you do to pass the time?
Well, the biggest thing, my plan of attack is just find Darrell Waltrip. I'm going to follow him because, he seems to have a pretty good record here, just sitting there having patience, and, you can never count that guy out, and you never know, where he is or count him in the race, and then all of a sudden the last 50 or 100 laps of the race, there he is. So, I'm going to find him, just follow him.
Well, that sounds like a good plan of attack to me. And, hey, Bob, guess what? The rain's almost stopped again.
Good. It looked to me like it was starting to rain again, but maybe we are going to be lucky and get this thing in tonight. Well, the biggest sprint car race of the whole year was last weekend. That, among other things, talked about in this next segment of Speed Week coming up while we are in a rain delay here at your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately? Beechwood Aged Budweiser, the king of beers. This Bud's for you. And by McDonald's, have you had your break today? We're getting a break in the weather, believe it or not, as once again the drivers are on the racetrack, and hopefully in a few minutes we'll get green and be ready to race.
The worst thing about this, they closed the gate crossing the racetrack, and I guess I won't get my Burger King and fries now.
That is bad news.
I can see them down there ready to come across. And,
yep.
Just barely missed it.
Well, sorry about that.
The rain came just to the nick of time, didn't it?
Yeah, right. Well, let's keep our fingers crossed here that things will be okay for the next 3 hours or so, and we can get all this race in. Mark Martin is up front along with Terry Labonte, Michael Waltrip, Jeff Gordon, Rusty Wallace, and Ricky Craven, your top 6 starters. There's the roof cam on Mark Martin's car. You still see a little bit of moisture out there, but not enough to keep the cars from going onto the racetrack. At 7:50 a.m. tomorrow, I hope we will be finished with this race by then. You can tune in ESPN and find the Grand Prix of Belgium from Spa-Francorchamps, 7:50 a.m. tomorrow morning here on ESPN.
Did I see the Ferrari was on the pole?
It had the provisional pole. I don't know the results of qualifying today, but yeah, Berger was on the provisional pole after first round qualifying. So that's at 7:50 tomorrow morning.
And the crews are beginning to take the tarps off of their pit areas now.
See what a great job those tarps do? How dry that those pit stalls are? Isn't that amazing?
The real problem is pit road, and that area that was not protected by tarps is quite wet, as you can see there on the left. The racetrack itself, the concrete, is pretty much dry at the moment, and the drivers are checking it out as we speak. Now the blower is over there between turns 3 and 4 and will be coming down pit road, and that thing with the power that it has an amazing ability to dry off the water. So
that is a jet engine.
Yep.
On the back, the pickup is pulling a trailer with a jet engine on it, and the exhaust from that engine is directed straight to the ground, and it does a tremendous job drying these racetracks.
Not only does it have a lot of force, but it also is hot.
It's very, very warm.
A lot of guys on their hands and knees using the quicker picker-upper there to get up some of the moisture. Jerry, what's NASCAR saying?
Apparently they are polling the drivers again, and this time Dale Earnhardt said, hey, it's dry out here, we're ready to race, and they are telling them to close them up. Close them up and try to get as much heat in the racetrack as they possibly can, but the drivers, to a man who have been told that the track is race ready.
And we can see in the windshield of Earnhardt's car, I don't see any rain hitting the windshield.
They're going to send Terry Labonte out, apparently, to be the rabbit, so to speak, and see if the racetrack is ready for high speed. Let's see if he pulls ahead of the pace car and maybe takes a lap or two at pretty high speed to see how things are going to go. And if he has the okay, then indeed we will get this event underway for 500 laps on the high banks.
Speed, not as fast as they would go under race conditions. Naturally, you'd want to feel it out a little bit before he really stood on it. Let's see what his word is now. Back to his crew and NASCAR. He'll wait now for the pace car in the field to catch up to him.
What'd he say, Jerry?
Terry Labonte said, it feels good to me. We're ready.
All right.
See his crew chief, Gary Dehart, talking to the NASCAR official.
Terry is going to wait till apparently the pack closes up to him. He's just past the start-finish line, headed down toward turn 1, while the rest of the field comes out of turn number 4. And that jet dryer that we talked about, as you can see, is coming down pit road. But we're a couple of more laps away from the actual green flag of this event. But we will be back when it gets underway here at Bristol International Raceway. Stay with us. Live coverage of the Goodys 500 coming up.
Football can be exciting, but truck football, now that's a rush. So if you're going to tackle it, you better get a hold of the right equipment. A 1995 Ford Ranger 4x4.
Red 39!
Complete with switch-on four-wheel drive, new four-wheel anti-lock brakes, and a whopping 4-liter V6. So get a Ford Ranger 4x4 and play truck football.
How am I going to spike this thing?
What do you say there, fellow football freak?
You better get out of here before Mrs. Football Freak catches you.
Hey, come on, we're going to the big game.
Can't do it.
I got a new car.
Oh, yeah, who's driving?
Emmett Smith.
Come on, Jerry. Cool. Still can't do it.
All right. Egg McMuffin.
I love that group muffins.
For $2.
Oh, honey, I gotta go out for a second.
Now at McDonald's, you can convert $2 into 2 hot morning fresh Egg McMuffins or 2 towering tasty Big Macs. But the clock's ticking, so hurry.
Mrs. Football Freak's looking out the window, Jerry.
Show me some moves, Emmett. Let's go.
We are ready to go racing at Bristol International Raceway. The fans have waited patiently. They're ready. Here's the green flag, and the race is underway. And the main concern to a lot of drivers is getting to the inside.
Gordon has not been able to do that yet. Dale Earnhardt on the inside of him there. They're racing for the 5th position. Earnhardt takes it now.
And Gordon looked like he nearly hit Dale in the back end of the car before the momentarily. He did, however, fall in behind Dale, and now we have a single file procession through the first and second turns here on lap number 3. It's Mark Martin, Terry Labonte, Michael Waltrip, Rusty Wallace, Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Gordon, Ricky Craven, Ricky Rudd, Ted Musgrave, and Hut Strickland.
See back in the back there, Bobby Labonte still up on the outside of the Interstate Battery Chevrolet. He's about the only one.
Dave Marcus is
Dave
also
Marcus,
up there.
right, yeah.
He's losing positions and going to the back of the field as we focus in on Morgan Shepherd looking back on Brett Bodine. 28th and 29th. Shepherd in 28th and Bodine in 29th.
Exercising a lot of patience here right now. Just
that 90 car bottoming out, sending a lot of sparks up from the underneath side. There is the leader, Mark Martin.
Before the night's over, I'm sure we'll see sparks on a lot of these race cars as they go in the corner and then bottom out the chassis, the exhaust.
Great shot looking back on the entire field from leader Mark Martin's car. Go by here and show you that again everybody is very patient at this time, working in single file formation and only making an attempt to pass when they figure they can completely do so. That's how quickly a lap is completed here in under 16 seconds. So they're making almost 4 laps per minute.
And they can run green flag. It won't take long to get this race out of the way.
From Kenny Schrader's view, up ahead to Robert Presley.
Rick Mast, you mean?
Rick Mast, exactly.
That's what you meant, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Did I say anything else?
There we see just a little bit of a spark from Mast's cars. He bottoms going in the corner.
They're driving so nice now.
Well, they are, aren't they, Ned?
Yeah, just being considerate, conservative.
Schrader has moved up a couple of positions to challenge Rick Mast.
They'll change in a little while. They'll get brave after they get the feeling. In fact, Ken Schrader makes the man right now.
Yeah, he got to the inside of Rick, picked up that spot. Here comes Jimmy Spencer to pass Mast also. Close call there.
It always is close. When you pass coming off these corners at Bristol, it is always close. And there's the guy they talked about, Darrell Waltrip.
12 times he's won here, Benny.
Hut Strickland said, I'm just going to find Darrell and follow him all night long because I feel like at the end of the race, he's going to be somewhere near the front.
Now, that's pretty far up in front of him right now, about 7 or 8 positions.
I don't imagine he'll stop and wait on Darrell.
I don't think so.
Sterling Marlin and Bill Elliott running together out on the racetrack. They are in, let's see, 19th and 20th position, something like that.
Race one time. You can see the graphic on the screen, 486 laps to go.
It sounds like a long time, but as we indicated, the laps are so quickly here. And an official race would be 1 lap past the halfway mark, 2:51. I don't think anybody is really thinking about that at the moment, although the goal, of course, is to get up front as quickly as possible. Here is Robert Presley along with Dale Jarrett. There is Ward Burton right behind in the MB&A car. And then Jeff Burton.
Beginning to put a little pressure on Robert Presley there now. The car in front of him, which is Rich Bickle, is beginning to get away by a few car lengths. When conditions are at their best, this is a tough racetrack to pass on, and then you consider, well, there might be a damp spot here or there where you have to be extra special, careful.
Now we can see that Mark Martin and Terry Labonte have kind of driven away from this battle for 3rd place. Right now, Michael Waltrip, Penzoil Pontiac is in 3rd, Rusty, Earnhardt, and Jeff Gordon.
All closing in. Wallace took a look there to the inside at the end of the backstretch. But Michael Waltrip continues to hang on to 3rd, giving the Pennzoil its best start of 1995 here tonight. And now Earnhardt taking a look to the inside of Rusty Wallace into turn 1, but making no move. great shot from the roof cam on Dale Earnhardt's car.
Right up on the bumper in the center of the corner.
Michael's car starting to move up just a little bit in the center of the corner. Might be enough to let Rusty Wallace get alongside. There we see Ricky Craven and Ricky Rudd. A couple of Rickies. That's a race for 7th spot. Craven in the 41 Kodiak car is in 7th, and Rudd is in 8th in the Tide machine.
Ricky Craven, the leading candidate to walk off with Rookie of the Year honors this year in NASCAR Winston Cup competition.
He's currently leading Robert Preston in that chase.
Had a great qualifying run here. That was Jeff Burton's spotter we heard there that Sterling's working on. Jeff Bodine just made a pass on Hut Strickland.
Ricky Craven has finished in the top 10 the last 2 races. He was 10th at Glen and 7th at Michigan last week. His career best back up front of this pack involving 3, 4, 5, and 6, Waltrip, Wallace, Earnhardt, and Gordon. Here's our first Napa Field summary for the evening. Take a look at the standings as they were last time around and see where your favorite driver is running.
And the number in parentheses is where that driver started. Now then, Greg Sachs in the 31 car about to be overtaken and lapped by Mark Martin.
We'll see how that second groove up there works for Mark. Greg gives him plenty of room. Labonte comes right on by as Martin gets by.
Sachs is the only car at the moment a lap down, and as you saw, he was just passed by both Mark Martin and second place Terry Labonte. Those two continue to duke it out for the lead and in fact continue to pull away from the second group consisting of those 4 we showed you just a few moments ago of Waltrip, Wallace, Earnhardt, and Gordon.
And Ricky Rudd finally was able to get by Ricky Craven. There we see from the rear bumper on Ricky Rudd's car looking back at Ricky Craven.
So that puts Rudd then up into 7th position.
And that's Ted Musgrave, the Family Channel car, right behind Craven now.
Oh, it spins. Rusty Wallace spins off of turn 4.
Just nudges the wall coming off the corner. Sends up a lot of smoke. The yellow is out, but everybody else is going to be able to dive to the inside and avoid hitting him. I'm not so sure that the car is hurt all that much. Because
there's a fire on it, Bob.
Oh, yeah.
Fire underneath the car.
When the fire goes away, once he does get it fired. And he has gone a lap down.
So, Rusty Wallace is a 5-time winner here at this racetrack, including this event last year. He's won the spring race 4 times.
See him pointing at Dale Earnhardt there?
Yep.
I think they got together as they came off the turn up there.
Oh.
We'll see here.
Here's a replay.
Earnhardt comes in, down on the inside, comes up, yep, taps him, and around he goes.
And look at him work the wheel and trying to save the slide. He didn't. The car hit the wall, both the left front and the left rear. And now from the speed shot, we'll take a look at it once again. That second contact was pretty severe there on the left rear.
Well, that's just sheet metal back there. I don't know that it hurt the car too badly, but he's certainly got to go in the pits and change tires, which he's in the pits right now.
Now, there's a fire that briefly erupted on the car. Jerry?
And that was raw fuel coming out the left side exhaust, and Rusty is sitting in there. Rusty just took his right hand and pointed up towards the Earnhardt pit with his index finger and just pointed it right at him. Obviously, he is very, very upset as the car is out of the way. They have changed all 4 tires, and some of the Miller Genuine Draft crew also out on pit road. The NASCAR officials have pushed them back behind the wall, but a lot of concern here about the car's damage.
From the in-car, look and listen to Rusty Wallace's spin. the slightest amount of contact with the car in front of you can send him around, and that's exactly what happened as Rusty Wallace has been the first to taste the concrete here at Bristol on this Saturday night. We have just begun, only 34 laps into this race because of a rain delay, and we'll be right back.
When it comes to roping a steer, folks in Grand Junction, Colorado will tell you that Ron Markin can ride with the best of them. And when it comes to overhauling an engine or rebuilding a carburetor, well, he can do it all. You see, when Ron's not riding a horse for fun, he's turning a wrench for a living. So he buys a lot of parts, mostly from AutoZone. Sure, there are other parts stores in town, but Ron knows that when you want the right part for the right price, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
Now, there's a brand new motor oil made to handle the stresses on your hard-working engine. 4x4 from Quaker State. Off-road driving. Extreme temperatures. Especially towing and hauling. They all make your light truck or 4x4 work extra hard and could shorten its life. Why settle for a conventional car oil? Get a synthetic blend that can take the punishment. 4x4. It's new from Quaker State. The intelligent oil for hard-working engines.
With new spark plugs, you get improved performance for a while. But only Bosch Platinum has a pure platinum center electrode that's heat-fused for an airtight seal. So Bosch Platinum reaches its self-cleaning temperature faster for full engine power over a longer performance life. Which means you'll replace a lot of other things before you change your Bosch Platinums. Bosch Platinum, the ultimate spark plug.
What, 5B doing aerobics again?
Better. 4B's watching the Michigan game.
Get out of here. That's not on TV around here.
Yeah, it is across the street.
Thanks to ESPN ABC College Football Pay-Per-View, your ticket to the best gridiron action is just a phone call away. Catch blockbuster matchups from around the country that you can't see in your local area.
Yes!
Give me those.
No, I'm still looking. Hey, come on. This is really silly.
You're right. You know what we gotta get?
Another pair of binoculars.
Bingo.
Riding with Dale Earnhardt here and under a caution here at Bristol. We think that there may be a black flag displayed to Dale Earnhardt. We're going to see here. Yes, indeed. The flagman is pointing to Dale with the black bunting, and Earnhardt is going to go to the rear of the line because of his what NASCAR considered more than incidental contact with Rusty Wallace. The fans think that was the right decision by NASCAR.
Well, some of them do, some of them don't.
Yeah, that's right. They're divided, but they are letting it be known what their feeling is.
Now Rusty will be able to go to up to the front of the line on the inside. Jerry?
He's been in 3 times, guys. They raised the hood and set the toe in. The left front tire is still slightly towed in, but they got it as close as they possibly could with the time they had. Sheet metal damage, but a slight toe-in problem in the left front. That's the only injury for the Miller Genuine Draft Ford. Bob?
Here they come down for the restart, and Rusty will, of course, be trying desperately to get his lost lap back. Mark pulls out in front of him, though, however, as the green does come out on lap number 39.
We see Rusty's car bottoming out as he exits turn 2. With 4 fresh tires, he might be able to get by Mark Martin. But he needs to do it pretty quickly. Looks like he is. He's alongside.
You can tell that he has a lot different attitude about this race right now.
No more patience right now, not for him.
Exactly. He has made up the lost lap. And now Terry Labonte looks like he's maybe ready to challenge Mark Martin for the lead.
Yeah, he had a notion there.
That's how close Terry Labonte is to Mark Martin. This is looking out the back bumper of the Valvoline Ford.
Everybody is back on the lead lap. Greg Sachs, who did lose a lap, made his up also. So here's a battle between Joe Nemechek, Derek Cope, and Rich Bickle.
That's 10th, 11th. Watch Rick Bickle in the 47 car practice this afternoon. It looked like his car was going.
another driver that had a great qualifying run. Pontiac.
Bickle started from 15th, qualifying at 123.459, 15.542. And more action back of that group. This is John Andretti along with Dick Trickle. Dale Earnhardt as he tries to make his way up through the pack once again after the black flag. And behind him is Dave Marcus. Earnhardt looking to the inside of Dick Trickle.
Well, he knows that he has to go hard because Mark Martin and them will be around in a hurry to lap on. We had seen Martin already about to lap the tail end of the field. He had gotten by Greg Sachs and was closing in on others. So Earnhardt knows that he can get around there pretty quick. So he's got to put as many cars between he and the leader as he possibly can.
John Andretti losing positions as he gets up in the second groove and those to the inside pass by. Jerry has a report on what did Dale Earnhardt say on the radio during all this, Jerry?
Well, what he actually did, guys, he admitted it was his fault. He said, hey, I'm sorry. He said, but, you know, it looks like Rusty slowed down. Either he jumped out of the throttle or tapped the brake. He said, I hit him, but I certainly didn't mean to. It was my fault, and I'm sorry. He apologized to his team and asked them to apologize to Rusty's team. He said, certainly it was totally unintentional.
In any case, he was forced to the rear of the field, now finds himself in 30th position as he continues to move upward. Earnhardt has won on this racetrack 8 times, 3 at night, 5 during the spring race. They're the first two. Now here comes 3, 4, 5, 6, and on back. Waltrip is still at the front of this second group. And we have a crash up in turn number 4. It's Brett Bodine in the concrete.
Boy, Brett has had a tough year this year in the Lowe's Ford. He just either has mechanical problems or gets caught up in a crash or something. He just had a tough year.
Had to take a provisional to get into this field, 33rd.
Now, Rusty Wallace has made up his lap because he was in front of Mark Martin. Let's watch the replay, and we'll see that some contact between
Bobby Hamilton.
Bobby Hamilton.
Yep.
Going in the corner, just a little bit of a contact with the rear of the 11 car.
And we have pit stops now being made by a lot of those up front, including Martin, Labonte, Waltrip, Gordon, Rudd, Craven on back. We'll take a look at the front pit here and see the work being done by the Ted Musgrave, Joe Roush crew, and Mark Martin.
Joe Roush, Jack's brother.
I'm sorry, yes. Joe Roush is the race driver in Indiana.
And the 87 car, Nemechek, has already left pit road, so evidently just put gasoline in the car on right sides. You see Mark can't get out. Martin, the leader, came in, cannot get out. He was locked in by Earnhardt. And look, Earnhardt came in 30th place, and he'll go out probably about 10th or 12th.
Picking up several positions because of the pit stop. How about that?
Now Nemechek is back in.
John Kernan has more.
Joe Nemechek very carefully coming in for this 4-tire change. Last time in, he couldn't get slowed down quick enough to get into his pit stall. Still a lot of moisture here while the pit stalls are fairly dry. It is still pretty wet down here on the outskirts of pit road. As Dale Earnhardt coming back down pit road. Left side work continues on Nemechek. He's down. Let's go down to 0 to 5.
When Dale Earnhardt came in, he had trouble getting his car all the way in toward the wall and get the left side lug nuts on, so they changed right side tires. He went back in line. Now he comes back in and is able to get the left side tires changed. That's one of the reasons that Mark Martin had trouble getting out. Earnhardt couldn't get his car all the way turned to the right in his pit stall, and then of course blocked Martin's exit.
So it wasn't as good as it looked. Earnhardt with the second visit. And this is what happened to Mark Martin. You can see that he's boxed in there and had to back up before pulling out. So under caution for the second time tonight, Brett Bodine in the wall in turn number 4. Back with more of the Goodys 500 from Bristol in a moment.
In a sport where nerves are made of steel, it's only natural. The tools are made by craftsmen. 1,600 Craftsman hand tools, made in America, guaranteed forever. The only official tools of IndyCar, NASCAR, NHRA, and the new Super Truck Series by Craftsman. Only at Sears.
In these mountains, you need a tough truck.
Dave Ashley, Search and Rescue Volunteer.
Trails, I tend to make my own. It's one torture test after another. But the people I'm looking for depend on someone to find them. Well, I depend on something too. My Ford F-Series. How do you learn a job like this? Let's just say I drive something tougher than a golf cart on the weekends.
Ford F-Series. The best-selling trucks are built Ford Tough.
On the road again, going places that I've never been, seeing things that I may never see again, and I can't wait to get on the road again.
And when you get on the road again, make sure you do it on Generals, because General has the right tires for all the roads you ride.
Sooner or later, you'll own Generals.
On any given day at Sun Valley Middle School, you'll see something going on that is quite inspiring. Mr. Burns knows that to motivate and educate his students, he must make the learning process fun and interesting. And that's why NASCAR is now a part of everyday life for these students who are using NASCAR to help study math, science, reading, art, and even physical fitness. NASCAR, the teams, and drivers would like to recognize all of the teachers like Mr. Burns who are using NASCAR to help educate children.
As you rejoin us, the green comes out, and we're back to racing on lap number 58 with Jeremy Mayfield up front, followed by Lake Speed, John Andretti, and Jimmy Spencer. Now, those cars did not pit during this caution. They pitted during the first caution.
Exactly. Mayfield, Lake Speed, John Andretti, and Jimmy Spencer all made pit stops during the last caution, so they stayed out on the racetrack. They're up front, right?
That Mayfield gets some pressure from Lake Speed in the span car. Some heavy pressure, as a matter of fact. And right behind that, John Andretti gets some heavy pressure from Jimmy Spencer.
Yeah, John's car hadn't really been going too good. But before now he's up there, he's holding up a pack of cars, it looks like. There, as we see good racing up front here with the two cars, they pulled away from Andretti.
And as you can see, the rain is beginning to fall once again. And a hard crash. And Brett Bodine once again for the second time. This time he's in the wall in turn number 2.
In front of the leaders.
Wow. Got down off the banking, and everyone avoided him, but it was close as Jeremy Mayfield and Lake Speed came down at full speed. So Brett Bodine has his second crash of the evening within a few laps, and this time the Lowe's machine is really tore up in the rear end.
Yeah, he lost a couple of 3 laps, as a matter of fact, on repairing it here a little bit earlier. And it was Bobby Hamilton again, same driver. Don't know what's going on between those two, but Brett Bodine's getting the worst end of it.
See that Bobby Hamilton has been black flagged by the NASCAR officials.
He has gone to the rear of the field. Brett Bodine continues out there. Here's a replay of it once again.
You see that the 11 has already smacked the wall as Hamilton goes by.
And there has how close it was as Mayfield and Speed came down in the 36 degrees of banking and saw the car right ahead of them. Brett Bodine in the pits once again. We'll take another break and be right back.
It's our 20th year anniversary celebration only at Harbison Swanston RV.
Harbison Swanston RV, Central Florida's #1 RV dealer in motorhomes, fifth wheels, travel trailers, sales, parts, and service. Save thousands now on all 95 models like Winnebago, Coachman, and Fleetwood. We have the largest selection. 2 locations, Holiday, Clearwater, Florida on US 19. We'll see you at Harbison Swanston RV. Customer satisfaction guaranteed.
The heat is on.
The heat is on now at your local Mercury dealer during the Mercury Clearance Countdown with hot deals on some of the year's best cars, like the hot new Mercury Mystique, a Car and Driver 10 Best starting at just $15,850. That's over $1,500 less than Altima and Accord. Plus, Mystique has features you can't get on the competition and a hot lease rate. So come in now while the deals are hot during the Mercury Clearance Countdown at your local Mercury dealer.
The heat is
The Southern 500 at 1 and the Molson Indy Vancouver at 5. Then at 8 RPM. A weekly half-hour motorsport showcase. Call your local cable operator today for ESPN2 and Race Day America, September 3rd.
They just went green, completed less than a lap as Jeremy Mayfield continues to be the leader of the race. This is only the second NASCAR Winston Cup race he has led in his 40 career starts. He did lead 12 laps at Darlington earlier this year. They're holding the 43 car on pit road. Bobby Hamilton because of his contact with Brett Bodine. There is Jeremy Mayfield, and right behind his leg speed then comes Jimmy Spencer, Jeff Gordon, and then this group led by Terry Labonte.
And John Andretti has been caught on the outside, and a lot of cars are going to go by him before he's going to get a chance to get back down on the inside.
That's Dick Trickle beside him at the moment. Morgan Shepherd is looming behind. So is Darrell Waltrip and Mark Martin.
Up in front of that, Jeff Gordon just Jimmy Spencer moved into third place. Terry Labonte goes around Spencer.
Here comes Rich Bickle. Up front, we still have Mayfield and Speed at the top of the field. And Lake Speed has not led a lap this year, so if he can make the pass and get into the lead, he'll pick up 5 bonus points for the first time. And the 43 car has just now been released from his penalty box. Jeff Gordon now finds himself in third. Terry Labonte is fourth.
Coach John Andretti back there is still on the outside, and cars are still passing.
Yeah,
he's gone from about 4th back to about 20th, and still going back.
Once you get up in that high line, everybody's going to do their best to keep you up there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's no mercy fade out there.
He might be able to get back in line. Yes, he drove down to the inside.
Just ahead of Sterling Marlin. The caution is out, and it could be for rain.
Probably is.
73 laps have been completed.
Yes, it's for rain.
It is indeed for rain. Bill Weber has an update on the leader at the current moment, Jeremy Mayfield.
Hey guys, 2 weeks ago that car Jeremy Mayfield is in was a show car. They took it to Watkins Glen to put it in an auto show up there. They brought it back. Tony Furr said we're going to do some work on this car, and they made it into a short track car. They changed literally everything on it. They've been fast since they got off the truck rather, and onto the track, and they were pretty happy this morning. Jeremy doesn't have a lot of laps here. He missed this race in the spring. But they're excited with their position and their possibilities here tonight. But it was a show car 2 weeks ago.
How about that? So when you see these cars at a shopping center or whatever, and you say, nah, those aren't real race cars, and by golly, they can be.
Won't take long.
There is a huge tarp being utilized by the Childress crew down there for Dale Earnhardt.
No, they don't have the big one out yet. They had one a little bit ago that covered his pit area, Jeff Gordon's pit area, and their tires and tools and everything else. I have never seen such a tarp in my life.
Yep.
Last step. Right now it's on neutral.
Michael Walter says right now the car's about neutral.
Just eavesdrop on some radio conversations here, BP, while we're not racing.
Which is exactly what the crew chief always wants to hear. Neutral.
Is running in the 7th position at the moment.
Said no extra vent for the windshield yet.
Good said there's no.
Windshield's fine. Yeah, I was just trying to talk them into having somebody so we could dry it when we did come out, but they said no. It dries as soon as you get going. That ain't no big deal. Okay.
Under current NASCAR rules, you're only allowed 7 men across the wall, and you use each one of those men, so they don't have a man to clean the windshield. It has to be done from across the pit wall.
So they're going to pick the speed up to 50.
But you heard Michael say that that is not really...
Try running it hard enough to keep the track as dry as they can, I guess.
Also eavesdropping on Steve Grissom and his conversation. We'll show you a field summary here while we are under caution and we listen in on the radios. Mayfield started.
A little over 220 on the water, right at 230 on the hole. The 22 might be coming in right now. There's no tape on it, so keep an eye on
A lot of talk goes on between
staying out.
The driver and the spotter, and of course the crew chief gets in every once in a while. And it's a pretty good hat there, Benny.
That is a great hat.
What, if you were still doing the hat of the week, that would be unique.
Oh, for the want of an umbrella, huh? Well, there's the radar. Jerry, or rather John and Jack are looking at it. John, what's it look like?
What's it look like, Bob? It looks green around here. But I tell you what, you know, we got some cells out here. The movement we've seen has been toward the west. But what's kind of promising, I think, you can see how it's breaking up around. So probably we're going to have some light stuff. We might be just a little more light stuff, don't you think? Yeah. My consultant tells me, yeah, a little more light stuff. The only problem I see on here is we get down to Spartanburg, and it's built quite a bit over the last 35, 45 minutes, having some severe cells down there. But it looks like mostly light stuff for us. So like I said, just cross your fingers, and maybe we'll get this thing in. Now let's go to Dr. Jerry Punch.
While we have a rain shower, let's check in the Rusty Wallace pit with Robin Pemberton. Robin, unfortunately, your car had an early contact with the wall. How bad was it hurt?
Well, it's towed in right now instead of out. It's not handling like it needs to. You can't come in and fix it. They're picking the pace up to 50 miles an hour trying to keep the racetrack dry. It's not right yet, and hopefully later we'll get a chance to work on it.
Is the tow in the only problem other than the sheet metal damage?
Yeah, as far as we know.
Did you get word from the 3 pits that Dale called in and apologized, saying that he admitted it was his fault?
Yeah, that's really nice of him. We really appreciate it.
That's Robin Pemberton. The Rusty Wallace's crew once again cannot pit because of the speed on pit road. Let's go to Bill Weber.
And I'm here with Robbie Loomis, and to put it politically correct, these guys are steamed. You guys were held for several laps. Robbie, what's the story?
Well, I tell you, I really don't know the story. I guess it's a tough call, you know, up there for NASCAR on these short tracks. You know, that 11 car run us all over the racetrack after he done got loose. He was out of control down there and wrecked. And then he run us all over the racetrack. I guess we got into the back of him. NASCAR made the call to put us in a penalty box. I've seen a lot of these other guys, you know, it happened with the 3 car there earlier. I don't know why it just happens to us, but NASCAR will take care of it, I guess, and things will work their way out.
Okay, he's going to go back to work, but let me tell you, it was pretty heated down here. Richard Petty was involved. They were really taken to task with some of these NASCAR officials down there. They pleaded their case as long as they could, but no good, and they held Bobby Hamilton on pit road, and it was frustrating to watch, and I was standing right there, so I can't imagine what it was like to be a member of the team.
They held him for 5 laps. That puts him back in 35th position, 5 laps down. And they're still talking about it to the NASCAR officials. Jerry, problem with Mark Martin's radio?
Bob, unfortunately, that is the case. The crew now trying to work on a backup helmet. They're changing a visor, and they have some cords. Apparently, Mark can hear Steve Mill and the crew, but they cannot hear him, so they had everyone out here on pit road watching very closely. They are using hand signals to communicate with Mark, and they're all trying to see when he comes by exactly what signal he's giving them. But in the meantime, and as you heard Robin Pemberton say, because the speed has been picked up by the pace car at over 50 miles an hour as opposed to the normal 35, they can't afford to take a chance on trying to come in and change helmets. And the pit stop, they might just lose a lap. So they'll have to wait till they get a chance to come in, change the helmet, and get the radios fixed.
We are under caution because of a rain shower. It's Jeremy Mayfield, Lake Speed, Jeff Gordon, Terry Labonte, and Rich Bickle, the top 5 after 83 laps.
700 of the world's most powerful horses together, and what do you get? You get out of the way. The Budweiser Ken Schrader stock car. See you at the races.
You know, at AutoZone, we know our customers work just as hard as we do. So we're open when they need us, at night and on Sundays. And since 2 million folks each week count on AutoZone for what they need when they need it, we're not about to let them down. That's why we carry so many parts and why we price them so low every day. You see, selling top quality parts at low prices every day is how we make a living. But helping customers, well, that's how we make friends.
Football can be exciting, but truck football, now that's a rush. So if you're going to tackle it, you better get a hold of the right equipment. A 1995 Ford Ranger 4x4. Red 39! Complete with switch-on four-wheel drive, new four-wheel anti-lock brakes, and a whopping 4-liter V6. So get a Ford Ranger 4x4 and play truck football.
How am I going to spike this thing?
Track Facts are brought to you by Quaker State, the intelligent oil for longer engine life.
Last week at Michigan International Speedway, we found out just how important a little bit of gasoline is. Ricky Rudd, remember, he had the problem with the flapper valve in the vent not being open to allow fuel to go in the car. One driver who had just exactly the amount of fuel he needed was Bobby Labonte. As the team praised, he does have enough. Phil Elliott lacked about 1/4 of a gallon making to the end and ran out on the backstretch. Here's a pit stop Bill Elliott made in 1990, and we're going to show you why that they installed the flapper valve. Watch as he leaves with this Ford Thunderbird, the fuel that comes out the back of the car. That might have been a half gallon of gasoline. So how do they keep that gas in the car with the flapper valve? The fuel that goes in the tank in the big hose, displacing air in the fuel cell, comes through the vent, and there's the flapper valve that holds the fuel in the tank. Here's the probe that last week wasn't long enough to open that valve. Here's how it works. There's the little valve inside. The probe goes in, opens it. That allows the air to come out. When the car leaves, the valve closes. Well, notice the vent is 1.25 inches in diameter. On a street car, it's about 3/8 of an inch. That's why they're able to put 11 gallons of fuel in just 7-8 seconds. And we see Happy Birthday, Landon, Ricky Rudd's and Linda's son, 1-year-old today.
Yeah, I remember that. He had to leave the racetrack and got back just in time for the race. Well,
and we can see that fuel mileage is so important in each one of these races, and they had to put those valves in there so we wouldn't spill all that gasoline on pit road. Remember when these cars would leave and all that gasoline would go? Well, but
which is much safer the way it is now.
It is much safer, certainly it is.
And as you indicated, that small amount that spilled out of Elliott's tank there a few years ago would have been enough to take him to the checkered flag last week.
Exactly.
Bill Weber is with Tony Fuhr.
Well, Tony, we talked about how your guys have worked so hard. You might have an advantage because this race is running so late. You guys have been working so late at night. What's Jeremy telling you?
Well, right now, you know, he said it feels real good to be leading the race and stuff. The car's working real good and stuff. But, you know, we just needed track positions, the main thing. That's the reason I bid it a while ago, so that we could move on up. Because we knew the car was pretty quick. We practiced real good today and last practice and stuff. We just didn't do too good qualifying. But, you know, the boy's really doing a good job right now. He's got that RCA Ford right up there where it needs to be.
And it really is a show car.
Yeah, it really is a show car. This car was a show car all year long, and we brought it out for this race here.
Okay, I should say was a show car. Tonight it's a race car. Rusty Wallace back on pit road. The Jerry Punch.
Yeah, and that car's been putting on a pretty good show down there, Bill Weber. Rusty Wallace's show almost ended early, but they have come in now twice under the caution to try to set the left front toe in. They try to get all the hood pins back in. Here comes the pace car down the straightaway, and Rusty is down and away. And I am told they are going to signal 1 to go, and we'll have green next time by, Bob.
That's good news. The lights on top of the pace car are going to be extinguished, and we will go back to racing. About lap number 92, looks like.
And we'll see that Jeff Burton in the 8 car, the Rebestis car, will come up. He lost a lap in the pits a moment ago. Caution flag, a couple of caution flags going to Bobby Hamilton.
Gotta be ready now.
Bobby Hamilton also 5 laps down. He's pulled up on the inside line.
Here comes the pace car. The crowd is still here despite the rain, and there's green. Jeremy gets a pretty good jump. It's his second Bristol race. He was 21st here last August. He did not qualify for the spring race here in Bristol, but right now Mayfield is at the head of the field.
Apparently Ronald Preston off the left in the pits. He made several pit stops during this caution period. He must have gone a lap down because he was up there at the front. Right behind the car number 24 of Jeff Gordon.
On Robert Presley.
Well, Ned, as you said, Robert been on pit road several times during that caution. They developed a leak in the rear end housing. Charlie Presley and the crew got underneath the car, used a little compound, some sticky stuff, you might say, pushed it up on there. They have told the NASCAR official they think that that's going to hold it and stop the leak.
They should have told the NASCAR official they hope that's going to stop the leak. And it just might.
To get one of his laps back. Well, he's only one lap down, as a matter of fact, so he's trying to get back in the lead lap.
See what Tony Furr, we had that conversation with Tony Furr just a moment ago. Now, he has done a wonderful job as crew chief for Jeremy Mayfield. Jeremy loves him, and he enjoys working with Jeremy, and these guys right now have a very good team. Tony Furr and Jeremy Mayfield leading the team.
They have come a long way since the two came together. John, what happened to Jeff Burton that he lost his lap?
Well, Bob, he had to hit a little earlier for left side tires. Thought he had a cut tire going down, but I was just told by a member of the crew that it was Rusty Wallace who relayed to his spotter that he thought Jeff had a tire going down. Goes their spot, Rusty spotter told Jeff's spotter. Jeff came in. They found out it was not a cut tire. But that's their story down here, and they say they're sticking to it.
Well, in any case, he's back in 33rd spot, a lap down.
And he's running good.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
right up there.
He is running well.
Yeah, he could, if he could pass those cars, he could drive away, I believe. He looks to be a little bit faster, certainly, than Lake Speed. Lake's right there on Mayfield.
Trying to take a look on the inside. Can't make it.
Don't work on him. They know you want it.
He said, well, and let him know you want it.
I think Lake probably knows, don't you? Saw the 11 car Brett Bodine go back in action. He's been in the wall at least twice.
Lake Speed almost got the wall that time as he came off the second corner. Oh, he's... dropping back. Jeremy Mayfield pulled away by a couple of car lengths. I don't know if that's Lake being defensive with Jeff Burton or if his chassis getting a little bit loose or pushing right now. Going away, I should say.
Napa field summary. Mark Martin, our pole sitter, back in the 11th position. Dale Earnhardt is 20th. Back in 29.
Jimmy Spencer's been working on Rich Bickle. Bickle driving the 40 car, Pontiac. Spencer in the number 23. And finally, Jeff Burton was able to get around the number 9 and his Jeremy Mayfield.
Come on, brother, come on.
And his spotter's coaching him. He wanted him to take advantage of the situation. He's going on.
Come on. You're clear.
So Jeff Burton makes
it. He's got the 43. He's going to be working on you.
Oh, he got a spin. Morgan Shepard.
Keep digging.
Oh, and John Andretti smacks the wall extremely hard coming off the second corner.
I don't think John knew that Morgan was down there. There is. Yes, there is. There's a caution.
Now, yeah. There was not for a little bit, but it's...
Boy, John Andretti came hauling down off the banking in turn 2, and I don't think he saw Morgan, and then went into the wall on the outside.
We'll see that Jeff Gordon has taken the lead, so he will get the 5 bonus points. But now Lake Speed is trying to go back in front of him, so I guess NASCAR will have to sort this out as to now Jeff Gordon's going back in front of him.
That's right. Jeff said,
Well, now the Lake goes back to playing seesaw here.
Meanwhile, they both have passed the pace car, which is trying to pick up the field coming out of the backstretch pit. Here's a replay.
Never see Morgan Shepherd right on the right side, and he gets a little tap from Darrell Waltrip.
Yep.
And he will spin, and no one hits him. But if this camera will stay there, we'll see John Andretti in a second try to dodge somebody and come off and smack that wall. There he is. He's trying to dodge the 21 car.
And from Morgan Shepherd's in-car, Rucam.
The tires. He's going into the pits now, so we can ride with him down pit road and backstretch.
Now watch John Andretti come from the right side of your screen. Ooh, Earnhardt just barely missed him. Or
he did hit him.
There's Andretti. Now he goes up the banking and boom, bangs into the wall.
Well, you're right, Ben. He did hit that wall hard.
Yeah, he did.
Pits are open and several cars coming down the pit road, including Earnhardt, and Jerry Punch is there.
And obviously Earnhardt did get him with the front bumper a little bit. Part of the grill below where it says Monte Carlo has been pushed in, and that was not from the earlier accident with Rusty Wallace. And they will be opening up the back pits as they work on the left side. And back there is a part of the door where it's a tree is at the door and been sealed away. Let's go to Bill Weber.
And Jeremy Mayfield on pit road. It'll be 4 tires on his car. He says he has a fender rubbing, and that could have come when those cars went by him after he surrendered the lead. Also, Andretti is on pit road. They've changed the right side tires, pulled the sheet metal away. Morgan Shepherd has some severe damage to the left rear quarter panel and to the tail section of that car. All 3 of those drivers now on pit road. Andretti did lose a lap the first time he stopped just a moment ago.
Mayfield rolling back out onto the racetrack. Apparently, Lake Speed is going to win the dispute as to whether he or Jeff Gordon is the leader. NASCAR shows that Lake is up front with Jeff Gordon running in second position, and then Terry Labonte being shown in third. 112 laps out of 500 have been completed here at Bristol in the Goodys 500.
When traffic congestion changes, the threats to your car's engine change. That's why Quaker State has engineered intelligent oil. Oil that senses the changing threats in your engine and adapts its own molecular structure for continuous protection. So whenever the driving conditions change, so does Quaker State, the intelligent oil for longer engine life.
Now, get up to $660 back by mail when you buy a case of Quaker State, or up to $275 back by mail when you buy 5 quarts.
In Normal, Illinois, Gene Goebel is popular with folks who need their car fixed. He does good work, and he doesn't charge an arm and a leg. Because when he needs auto parts, Gene buys a lot of them at AutoZone. You see, the prices are low every day at AutoZone. So a lot of good mechanics like Gene just pass the savings on to their customers. Plus, they can still get the best quality parts. Sure, they know how to do the work right, but they also know how to save money doing it at AutoZone.
What, is this your idea of excitement? Let me tell you about exciting, okay? Driving around a racetrack at over 200 miles an hour, that's exciting. These are just flakes.
Well, what do you think?
These are really good. They're crispy, too.
Really?
Yeah, they're mighty good even with nothing on them. What are they?
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes?
How could I be so dumb?
You got 500 miles to think about it.
Kellogg's is proud to sponsor NASCAR champion Terry Labonte.
ESPN Speed World tonight from Bristol International Raceway in Tennessee. Ricky Rudd in for another pit stop. Joe Nemechek is also on pit road. Both are rolling at the moment, meaning the pace car coming off of turn number 4. And John has an update on Nemechek.
Bob, that was the 4th time that Nemechek has been on pit road. The first time they tried to do a 4-tire change, the lug nuts jammed in one of the air guns, so they had to go out. That means they left some lug nuts loose on the left side. Then they came back in, tightened those up, but they didn't get a right rear tire change. Then the left side tires they had to change this time 4 times in for Nemechek's crew, but they did not lose a lap. Let's go down to Jerry Punch.
And guys, Dale Earnhardt made 2 pit stops that you watch now from his room camp. He made a first pit stop, they changed tires, and watch Gene Dehart here trying to peel the left rear fender away, and that is where Earnhardt got involved with the car number 21. Now, he was trying to peel the fender away. In fact, possibly the front of the car number 21 peeled part of the left side door open on the GM Goodrich Chevrolet.
So Earnhardt back out on the racetrack in, let's see, where is he? Oh, he's back in 34th position, a lap down. And here's a replay of why we are under caution.
There's Morgan Shepherd right at the right side of the screen, gets a tap from Darrell Walter, and he spins. Now he's going to almost get it straightened out, and right here Earnhardt's going to go by and hit the back of there. Right there is the contact between the 3 and the 21 car.
From Mark Martin's roof cam. He was right behind Darrell Waltrip, who had the contact with Morgan Shepherd. And the other update is that, indeed, Jeff Gordon is the leader of the race and not Lake Speed.
But Lake did lead the lap, we understand, and so that'd be the first time that he has led this year.
And Jeff Gordon now has 5 bonus points for leading the race. Valuable points.
On his way to a possible NASCAR Winston Cup championship in '95.
Hey, you know, my crew spends hundreds of hours building those 5,000 horsepower motors. I can explode one in 5 seconds. And when that happens, nobody eats. That's why my guys won't run anything but Fram fillers. You know, Fram gets the nasty stuff out of the oil, so I can go to the other end with my candles lit. And you know, that's in about 5 seconds, nearly 300 miles an hour. You can look at these guys and see they eat pretty near every day.
You got the winning color!
I got a 1985 Saab 900 Turbo. It's got 147,000 miles. I've had it for 9.5 years. I've done its maintenance. I use Pennzoil every 3,000 miles religiously.
Now with the revolutionary Pennstar molecule, Pennzoil clings to moving parts, works like liquid ball bearings.
Using Pennzoil every 3,000 miles, it'll keep me right up to par.
Engine problems? Before you try a tune-up, try Gum Out first. The solution could be less than $5.
When I punch the clock, I'm a working machine. I got boots that do the job, got my Wolverines. Lay a span of bridge, make that molten steel pour. I can build a better country and keep coming back for more. I can work like hell with my hands and my tools, cause I feel like heaven in my Wolverine boots. Wolverine DuraShock, guaranteed comfort or your money back. Work like hell, feel like heaven. Wolverine DuraShocks, made in the USA.
Pace car pulls off the racetrack. We're going back to green once again on lap number 122. We've been cautioned for 12 laps because of Morgan Shepherd's spin and maybe some rain also. Jeff Gordon is the leader as Bobby Hamilton tries to get another lap back. He did make up one of his 5 that he was penalized for.
On the last caution flag, Morgan Shepherd spun coming off the second corner.
And he did get another one, so he's only 3 laps down. And let us also tell you that although our scoring showed that Dale Earnhardt was down a lap, he is not down a lap. Dale Earnhardt is on the lead lap in 27.
Yeah, I don't know why that flashed up on the scoring there. Right when you said it a while ago, Bob, I didn't know you knocked that down.
Car, that's Robert Preston, the Skoll car. He is, in fact, a lap down. We established that.
There are 4 cars that are at least a lap down. Presley and Andretti are 1 lap down. Bobby Hamilton now is 3 laps down, and Brett Bodine is 42 laps down.
Robert Presley, car 33, is in 33rd place.
How about that? There is Terry Labonte, who actually is 3rd. speed. And there is Jimmy Spencer, who is 4th, and Michael Waltrip 5th.
The 6th place car, Darrell Waltrip is 7th.
Oh, Terry Labonte must have slipped pretty good coming off of turn 2. He almost lost it, lost about 5 or 6 car lengths, but he straightened it out. There he goes.
12-time winner here at Bristol, Darrell Waltrip, 7 times in this race, 5 in the spring race.
You see Brett Bodine right around the racetrack on the top green.
41 starts here at the High Banks, 12 wins, 4 pole positions, and has finished in the top 5 25 times, giving him a 61% top 5 average.
That's pretty
like
impressive.
how I figured that out, BP, without my calculator.
I'm impressed.
There is Ted Musgrave. And Bill Elliott, 9th and 10th.
Jeff Bodine, the pole sitter here, wasn't he? Was it this race last year that Jeff was a pole sitter?
Yep. And he led most of the race, as a matter of fact. He led 168 laps before his engine failed on lap 457 as Terry Labonte takes 2nd.
Boy, we just about had a crash down in turn 1 there a moment ago, but it all straightened out as Joe Nemechek was going around Greg Sachs, and they got together.
We see John Andretti that crashed into in turn 2, Ned. We see how slow he's going around the racetrack, so he has some pretty heavy damage to the Kmart car. Again, there's Bill Elliott, McDonald's car. There's Jeff Bodine we were talking about. It's Steve Grissom, the winner last night.
You remember who was on the pole for this race last year? His very last pole position before he retired.
Oh, there he is. That's right.
Got one on the bottom, the 37.
And something's wrong with Ricky Rudd. He's got damage in the front end. Look at
Ken
that.
Schrader and Dale Jarrett get together, but they both straightened it out. And there is damage to Ricky Rudd's car.
He's knocked the fender back on the tire. That's his problem. The right front fender's on the tire. He can't steer it.
And Morgan Shepherd almost spun again down in turn 2. I tell you, it's happening so fast out here, the cameras can't keep up with it, and I can't either.
We can't keep up with it. Let's take a look at that Schrader-Jarrett almost crash.
Well, you see Ken's going to get a run on Dale going down into turn 3. Don't know if Dale knows he's there or not, but Dale does cut down on Schrader. And they touch. Schrader gets out of it. They get straightened out and go on.
By the way, this is Dale Jarrett's 250th NASCAR Winston Cup race. Now let's see what happened to Rudd. And what happened to Morgan Shepherd.
That's the one I was hollering about there a moment ago. You can see he gets a little tap from Rich Bickle. Bickle gets a little tap from Earnhardt.
Man, that was a beautiful save.
Wow, it really was.
So who did Rudd hit?
Rudd hit the 87 car, Nemechek, the Burger King car. And Ricky Rudd took his car behind pit wall. They're working on the car now behind pit wall. And look at that left rear sticking out on the 21 car. There we see Rudd's crew working on that car.
And Jerry Punch is right there.
Well, what happened to Rudd about 7 or 8 laps ago down in turn 1? He came into contact with the car number 31. That was Greg Sachs, who had jammed on the brakes to try to keep him running over another car and had gotten sideways. Now, Rudd ran into the back of the 31 and pushed the right front of his Ford in, and apparently they have broken the radiator. They have burst the radiator. They're going to take the radiator loose, replace it, but unfortunately he's losing a lot of valuable laps here under the green flag.
Looks like Rudd will have to wait on his first win of the 1995 season. He has not victored yet. He did, however, have a strong race last weekend in Michigan. Started second and led 46 laps before being sidelined.
And he's won a race every year since way back. About 11, 12, 13 years ago.
Jimmy Spencer has just taken over the 3rd spot from Lake Speed. They were watching Mark Martin, their pole position winner, trying to get by Dick Trickle. Race for 6th spot.
There's a Cranfield Sunday. Gordon is your leader.
That'll be Trickle and Martin. John Andretti tried running on the bottom side of the racetrack. Felt like you'd be better served to get out of the way if you move up a little bit, so he's done that.
Benny, they told him in the driver's meeting.
Oh, and Jeremy Mayfield thought he was going to hit the wall, but he didn't. There he goes.
They were told in the driver's meeting if they were getting left, they moved to the high side of the racetrack, let the faster cars go by on the inside. So that's what he's doing.
Well, Benny, if he didn't hit the wall, he sure tried.
Watch this as he goes in the corner. Here's Earnhardt on the inside. You go down in the corner. And Jeremy, I don't think he hit the wall.
I don't think he did either. Great job of driving there.
Wow.
They almost made that a show car again.
He's got a donut there on the right side. Jeremy Mayfield led this race earlier, and John is with Robert Presley.
A lot of smoke coming from the rear end of Robert Presley's car. They pulled it behind the wall going to work. Robert had a rear end leak on the car, and it looks, are they changing the rear end now?
Yeah, it just seems like anything's going to happen. It's happened to us here lately, you know. Rear end gasket was leaking a little bit, and finally lost all the oil, burned it up. We knew it was a matter of time.
Well, Robert Presley behind the wall sitting patiently in his car as Charlie Presley, his brother, and the crew are going to change rear end gears.
So Robert sits patiently while on the racetrack. Earnhardt and Wallace are running together again, and that was a clean pass by Dale.
Well, I think that Rusty realizes that right now Earnhardt is a faster car, and he's not going to hold him up.
They're running 20th and 21st. Dale just took 20th spot from Rusty.
Rusty's still fighting that problem, apparently, with the toe end not exactly the way it needs to be.
There is the leader of the race, Jeff Gordon, looking for 2 in a row here at Bristol on the high banks. He won the spring race.
He's pulling away from the second place car of Terry Labonte, but that 43 car, Bobby Hamilton, is still able to stay out in front of him.
Hamilton now is 4 laps down here. Jeff Gordon leading here at Bristol as a light sprinkle continues to fall. We'll be right back.
Domino's Pizza announces
Mega Money.
4 amazing weeks when any pizza, any size, with any number of toppings is just $7.99.
Mega Money.
Just call or stop by any Domino's Pizza now for this mega money-saving deal. Remember, any pizza, any size, any number of toppings, just $7.99.
Mega Money.
It's only at Domino's Pizza, and it's only a phone call away.
Mega Money.
It's a mega deal.
Hey, huge sale down at your local Southern Ford dealer.
Doctor?
No, a model year-end clearance sale. Making room for 96s with great deals on 95s. Like $600 cash back or 3.9 financing on Escort. America's best-selling small car. Or get $750 cash back on Mustang. Hey! Hey! Huge sale down at your local Southern Ford.
Hey! Heard about the sale at your local Southern Ford dealer?
Hey!
You will.
What to do? Hut!
It's a quarterback keeper. He's at the 25, the 20, the 15, the 10, the 15, the 20. He's got the 5, the goal line.
Arena football on ESPN. This is Red Dog beer.
Red Dog.
It's not ice brewed, fire brewed, and it's not some nursing sipping red. It's just genuinely good beer. Okay, there is one thing unusual about Red Dog. It's unusually easy to drink. Because it's bold yet smooth. Because it's made with the finest natural ingredients. Are you gonna like Red Dog? Yeah, we think so. But hey, it's your call.
Back at Bristol International Raceway in the Goodys 500, it's hard to believe, but it is college football time. And on Thursday, we'll begin our CFA action with Nebraska against Oklahoma at 7:30 Eastern Time. The Cornhuskers travel to Stillwater to face Oklahoma State, and Dr. Jerry Punch will be on the broadcast team once again for the CFA games.
Jeff Gordon now beginning to run into some heavy traffic, and he finally did get around Bobby Hamilton and put Bobby down 4 laps again, but now coming up on Rich Bickle in the 40 car, which is currently being shown in 29th position.
And Greg Sachs in 31.
So we see while Gordon is trying to fight this traffic, that Terry Labonte, the Kellogg's car, has just about caught him. At least he's closed the gap by 50% anyway.
Yeah, he's closer than he was.
Here's Bickle trying to get by the 31 car. Meanwhile, here comes Hamilton again. He wants to get that lap back.
We're checking the on-track interval between Jeff Gordon and 16th place Dale Earnhardt. The interval has been reduced from 9.4 to 7.4 seconds.
And that is primarily because Gordon has caught these cars and is losing time on the racetrack. His lap speeds have fallen off a good half a second a lap.
There's the Earnhardt and Kenny Schrader, the Budweiser car.
Up ahead. John Andretti to your right.
Boy, John Andretti's looking at 335 laps on that car. Man, how depressing.
A little contact there, looked like, between Earnhardt and Derek Cope. Schrader trying to get to the inside, but couldn't hit.
No. Thought he had the nose up there and was going to be able to make the pass, but couldn't quite do it.
13th spot. He started 7th.
Camera on top of Earnhardt's Goodrich Chevrolet as he's chasing down Dale Jarrett, the Mexico car.
This whole crowd is gaining on Jeff Gordon because he has never been able to get around the 40 car of Rich Bickle.
It's tough to pass on this racetrack even if you're the leader and have the fastest car.
Dale goes around Dale back there for 12th place.
Earnhardt moved up another position, passing Dale Jarrett. Earnhart has led more Goodys 500 laps than any other active driver. And he picks up another one going to the inside of Jeff Bodine.
Well, I'll tell you, he is really moving. So hard for him to pass, the way they didn't move him over a minute ago. They're not fighting too hard. See how long Bill Elliott fights him.
You see Darrell Walker up there high on the racetrack, high out of the groove. I think Earnhardt stopped. I think he stopped since the other cars. His tires might be a little bit fresher in some of the competition.
You're right. They are.
Earnhardt has not led a lap so far, but has been as high as 4th and as low as 34th. Trying to move into the top 10 here behind Bill Elliott.
Ken Schrader finally made that pass on Derek Cope that we saw him try to make a little while ago.
Here's Dale working to the inside of Elliott, and he's got it. Oh, and
man,
Elliott makes a great save.
How did he save that car? Man, is the left rear tire flat. That's the next question. And Earnhardt was able to get by Ted Musgrave as well.
And there is the interval between Dale Earnhardt and the leader, Jeff Gordon, who has yet to get by Rich Bickle, and Bickle is sideways. Now, I thought maybe Jeff would be able to go to the inside and put him a lap down, but nope. Earnhardt just got by Mark Martin as we watch Jeff Gordon.
Earnhardt's going to be up front in just a minute.
Sure is. He is a man on the move.
He is gaining a lot. Well, you can see how much he has gained on Jeff Gordon.
Oh, and Jeff Gordon almost crashed coming off the second corner. He got a little bit high, and Labonte looked like he was going for the lead, and we can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4 all nose to tail. Jeff Gordon looked like he was going to try to pass Rich Bickle on the outside up in turn 2. Let's see if we can see it. We see him going the corner a little bit high, and about right here he's going to lose the back end.
Oh, and Bobby Hamilton goes inside and again gets another lap back. And Dale Earnhardt We often are criticized for showing too much of Dale Earnhardt, but when you're passing cars here in Bristol like Dale is, it's the story of the race right now.
There's no doubt about it. The man is really on a tear.
He
gets awfully close to Dick Trickle there. Trickle said, I better back off. I don't have to go to the back again.
Trickle is running 6th.
And how in the world he gets so close to these cars?
Ricky Rudd moves back out of the racetrack, and they call this guy the Intimidator, and he's intimidated Dick Trickle and others tonight. I wish he could...
3-car looking low, clear.
Rain away, I should say.
There's Michael Walker's spotter. Michael is in 5th place. Earnhardt is 6th.
Low side. 17 right behind him now.
Michael tries to get in, but he can't do it because Mark Martin's going to go by as well.
Lost 3 positions.
And Jeff Gordon has finally been able to get by Richard Bickle. There might have been some contact. I was not watching. I did see Bickle save the car as he came off the second corner. Let's watch as they go down in the corner. Here we see the 24.
Yep.
Probably was a little bit of contact as they entered the corner.
And Dale Earnhardt is trying to take over 3rd position. He's right behind Jimmy Spencer. Now he's beside and past Jimmy Spencer. And his sights now are on the 5-car Labonte, which is about 3 car lengths ahead and closing quickly.
This is absolutely amazing, guys.
This is a real performance.
Yeah, this racetrack that we say is so tough to pass on. He's driving right on by. Got a great race car.
He does have a great race car.
He's not passing just back markers. Now he's 2nd.
Now, Terry Labonte didn't put up a fight.
No.
He just absolutely did not put up a fight.
You know, a while ago when the fans were cheering that Earnhardt was sent to the back of the line, now the fans are standing, cheering, and saluting the performances that this man is turning around.
You know, he did the same thing here in the spring. He started about 25th or something, and it had worked his way up to 3rd place before he made contact with Jeff Burton going down in turn 3.
Well, he does have a little bit of distance between himself and the leader, Jeff Gordon, so we're going to take a commercial break here and see if indeed Earnhardt can close in on the leader, Jeff Gordon, here at the Goodys 500 in Bristol.
You got the winning color.
My brother is a mechanic, and he told me if I'll change my oil, keep my oil changed, I'll get a lot of miles out of my truck. I use Pennzoil, and I change it every 3,000 miles.
Now with the revolutionary Penn-Star molecule, Pennzoil clings to moving parts, works like liquid ball bearings.
I have high mileage on my truck because I keep my oil changed.
Engine problems? Before you try a tune-up, try gum out first. The solution could be less than $5.
If you don't replace your air and oil filters regularly, you might as well drive your car off a cliff, because dirt can really mess up an engine. Fram Extra Life air filters and Fram Extra Guard oil filters keep out dirt best to protect your engine. Fram, America's #1 premium brand. Pay a little now or a lot later.
Buy any 2 Fram filters and get your favorite officially licensed NFL team cap for $1.99.
General Manager envy this Dodger club and Piazza's.
Hey, you Jets want to sign our petition? What's it for? We're trying to bring the Dodgers back to Brooklyn. You gotta be kidding. No. We got half the neighborhood signed up here. Look. Now, why would New York want another National League team?
We already got the Mets. Bartender, come here. Come and sign this thing.
I got half the St. Mary's Convent there. I got the Bethel Jewish School. Everyone's signed.
I gotta call my relatives, have them come down here and sign this thing,
What
too.
for?
They don't know how to write.
We'll take X's. Anything you got.
The commercial break was too long. Earnhardt did it. He took the lead from Jeff Gordon, but we have it to show for you.
Here they are coming off the Fourth corner, start-finish line, done at turn 1, and he takes the lead. and I mean, Dale Earnhardt has a great race car tonight, but I think that he has fresher tires by about 20 or 30 laps fresher than Jeff Gordon and some of the other competitors.
Well, that accounts for a bit of the performance, but man, this has been something. On lap 116, he was 29th, and now at 195, he is in the lead.
That's awesome, isn't it?
Yep. Man. Jerry Punch has more from Earnhardt's pits.
Well, Bob, actually, I was down to the Jeff Gordon pit checking on. Now, Gordon last pitted on lap 52. That's when he changed tires. Earnhardt came in on lap 112, so you guys are exactly right. His tires are 60 laps fresher than anyone else running up in the top 5.
Wow, 60 laps, though. So,
yeah, and another thing, too, there's some of these drivers, we've gone pretty far here now on the green flag. They're going to have some green flag pit stops coming up here. He said lap 52. They've run 148 laps since then. Those were under caution, but where do you go here, 160, 70 laps?
And it's kind of unusual to go this long without a caution.
Especially at Bristol.
Yep.
As close quarters as we run here, as these drivers run.
Here's a Fram field summary. Rusty has met the concrete, and this appears to be much more serious than the first.
Oh, boy.
And the caution flag that we talked about being absent has displayed itself.
Shouldn't have mentioned it.
Yep.
Trying to get the Miller Genuine Draft 4 started. He does.
Rusty Wallace has not had a finish lower than 7th in the last 23 short track races. Wow.
Here comes Earnhardt down pit road for a pit stop.
And the others on the lead lap. There's a triple split for you, and here's Jerry.
And as you guys said, this caution is a break for Jeff Gordon and Terry Labonte. You see the 3, 24, and 5 cars, a simple pit stop, watching all 3 cars. But Gordon would have had to come in and pit in about 18 laps, so this caution flag was definitely a break for the 24 and the 5. Left side car, he is down and away, 19-1. And 19-1 for Earnhardt, he's also down and away. 21.6 for Terry Labonte and the Kellogg's crew.
And Mark Martin, I'll have to give Steve Mill and that crew a great call because they moved up to 3rd place on the pit stop.
Mike Wallace out in 4th, then Labonte in 5th.
Mike Walter,
yep. So we have completed 206 laps now, and we are under caution. Here's John Kernan.
As you see Joe Nemechek's crew working on the car, you see a little bit of that contact that he had out there earlier, and I'm not sure if maybe the overflow hose might have been snapped, but or it could have actually been the filler hose might have a leak in it, because when they went to fill up the car, you can see all of that fuel right there on pit road, and it's still leaking out of that, actually out of the trunk area. So we'll have to check this out and see exactly what the problem is, but Nemechek right now, sitting in his car, they're sitting here on pit road with another problem for them.
And of course was a result of the contact that Nemechek and Ricky Rudd had quite a few laps ago. Exactly. Ted Musgrave, we understand, had a problem exiting the pits. Let's take a look at it in replay. Finishing up here on the left side. Jack goes down.
It moves out. Ooh, yeah, that tire came out. I don't think it did any damage. It looks like that it hit the side of about the door.
So under caution once again, we get set for the restart with Dale Earnhardt up front, followed by Jeff Gordon and Mark Martin.
What a a sandwich.
Taco Bell introduces the Texas Taco Sandwich, starting at 99 cents. It's a taste so big, it ought to be outlawed.
Yummy.
I keep having this dream. I can feel every turn, every move, every spin. It's wild. Then I wake up. Sea-Doo. Hold on to your dreams and hold on tight.
Everybody's doing it. Sea-Doo.
At AutoZone, most of our customers are folks who like to work on their cars themselves. But the ones who come in most often are those who work on cars for a living. Guys like Ed Graven. Now, Ed's garage is in Ogden, Utah, where most of the time you'll find him pulling an engine or sliding under a car. And just about every day, he drives past a half dozen other parts stores on his way to AutoZone. Because Ed knows that when it comes to getting the right part for the right price, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
What a sandwich.
Taco Bell introduces the Texas Taco Sandwich, starting at 99 cents. It's a taste so big, it ought to be outlawed.
Yummy.
ESPN Speed World from Bristol International Raceway in Tennessee is being brought to you by Pennzoil, the motor oil that works like liquid ball bearings. Taco Bell, tacos, burritos, nachos, and a whole lot more. And by Allied Signals Fram filters, you can pay a little now or a lot later. We have just gone green once again. It is Dale Earnhardt up front, closely pursued by Jeff Gordon, and then Mark Martin is in third position. Let's take a look at our pit summary. Earnhardt and Gordon stayed the same. Terry Labonte fell 3 positions. Darrell Waltrip stayed the same, and Sterling Marlin came in 15th and comes out in 7th position.
But he's lost a lot of those positions. Sterling Marlin, I don't know, his car just didn't come up to speed on the first few laps. Still not going real good, but he's dropped back a number of positions now back to 10th.
John Kernan has more.
On the pit stop, I'm not sure if there's a problem with the car now, but let me tell you what they did. They decided track position was very important, so they decided to go with right side tires only, and Sterling getting a little push there from Blake Stevens to come out of turn 4, gets up on that high side. He's probably going to lose some more spots, so maybe it wasn't the right strategy with those worn left side tires. The car is just a little too hard to drive.
I think you're right, John.
Forced to the outside, and here comes the line to his inside. Bobby Labonte passes him. There's Mike Wallace. Let's show you once again what caused the most recent caution. Bill Elliott with a problem in 2.
It's like the right front tire goes flat. As he came off the corner, and we can see that he almost flipped over in the McDonald's court, and Rusty Wallace is going to come in here someplace.
There he is. Now from the roof cam of Schrader.
Jared went on the inside, Schrader went on the outside. Both of them got by okay.
Boy, he climbed that wall pretty good, didn't he?
He really did.
Wow.
You see that Earnhardt is driven away from Jeff Gordon by about 10 car lengths.
Both of them called away from Mark Martin. Now Mark is out of his lap bracket there for a number of laps after the green flag.
Dale Earnhardt last won this race in 1988. Mark Martin is in 3rd position. The 28 car of Dale Jarrett is moving up. He is currently 8th.
Right by, there we see Darrell Walter and Terry Labonte. Darrell Walter, his crew must have had a fabulous pit stop. He gained a couple of spots as Labonte's trying to get that spot back, and that is for 4th. And he will take 4th place. Darrell back to 5th place. Now Darrell can look in his rearview mirror and see his little brother.
Now here's an AutoZone off-track time, and you can see there why Marlin picked up so many positions. Total off-track time was 35.1 for Terry Labonte. Sterling Marlin Marlin, however, his total was only 26.8.
But it did work for Sterling Marlin because he has worked his way all the way back to the 24th position.
Yep.
And it won't be over 15 or 20 laps until Dale Earnhardt will be catching him. A lap down. At the rate he's going now, at least.
Labonte fourth. Darrell Waltrip is in the top 5. No big surprise there. We understand that Darrell had a 17.4-point pit stop, 4 tires from the backstretch. That's pretty impressive. I wondered how he got up there because as we watched them come off the front pit, we didn't see Darrell, and all of a sudden he was 4th in the lineup. And Jerry Punch is with Rusty Wallace.
Well, the man who won here a year ago is out of his car, and Rusty, the evening got sort of wild before it even got started.
Yeah, I just wasn't mind that, I don't guess. I started off with a spin coming off the turn forward between me and Earnhardt. Got the lap back got going, and the towing got knocked out. We got it readjusted. Then a 94 car crashed coming off of turn 2 there. And when that happened, the 8 car couldn't get slowed down. We saw it. I got slowed down. He didn't see it, and it wasn't his fault. Just wanted to race the deal.
How bad is the car hurt? Can you get back in?
Well, it tore all the steering linkage up, but the frame's not bent or anything, so we're going to try to get some laps and try to get some points.
Well, he just manages to keep a good attitude. The guys behind us, meanwhile, are using a torch to try to rebuild the front of the car while Rusty stands here and watches him wait.
And we're watching the Waltrips on the racetrack right now. Darrell closely pursued by Michael.
Darrell is in 5th place, Michael 6th, and there's the leader. Earnhardt still pulling away from Jeff Gordon.
His average finish in the Goodys 500 is 6th, and that is the best among the active drivers. And as I said, he has won 8 times, most recently in this race, 1988. Been quite a night for Dale Earnhardt. Meanwhile, Jeff Gordon is in 2nd position. And Earnhardt is coming up on a whole bunch of traffic.
We can see also, we talked about Sterling Marlin falling back in the Kodak Film Chevrolet, the orange car, yellow car. Jimmy Spencer, the Smoking Joe car, also, who was running up front in the top 5, has fallen back. He's currently in a 23rd spot.
He made a couple of pit stops on that caution, Benny. He came out of the pits good in about 10th or 11th place, and then the next lap he came back into the pits. I'm talking about Jimmy Spencer. So that gave him bad track position. Put him back in the back.
Oh, Jeremy Mayfield spins coming off the corner, and also the 29 car spins, and there's still...
Good job,
off the track. Man. Earnhardt did weave his way through unscathed. But there are a lot of damaged cars, including Dick Trickle and Jeremy Mayfield.
Jimmy Spencer just spun coming into turn 4. Boy, this car is really banged up. Now, there's Spencer, but that 98 car...
The right rear tire's flat on the 23 car is the reason he spun out, and 15 car looks like he has some pretty heavy damage. Also, the 98 car, Jeremy Mayfield, we can see that the RCA car is torn up pretty doggone good. Wow. Look at the radiator, all that water coming out of the radiator.
He's trying to get going again on the backstretch, but it's not going to work for him, I don't think. Let's take a look at it. This was almost a track-blocking incident.
There we see the 29 car of Grissom just getting in the back of Jeremy Mayfield. Now, the 12 car, Derek Cope, runs in the back of Grissom. Grissom spins.
Trickle hits the 98 car.
And the 43 car runs into both of them.
Craven is involved.
And there's Spencer comes in. That's where he got his flat tire. Sterling Marlin came up there and stopped.
Now, this is what Dale Earnhardt saw. He almost got nailed by Morgan Shepherd, didn't he?
And Morgan was trying his best to get a lap back.
Earnhardt just passed him the lap before.
Jeff Gordon had a tough time weaving his way through, but did. Jeremy Mayfield, however, took the brunt of that incident, and he is out of the car okay. But it does bring about another caution here at Bristol. The 8 car of Jeff Burton is also in turn number 2, momentarily stopped. Now he gets going again. that was all about, are you?
I don't know, the car was just parked down there.
And today, you know, I had those starter spins, but it won't catch nothing. That's what it was doing. I finally jabbed in reverse and let it roll back in it, and then it's okay.
Did it cut off?
Yep.
Okay.
Nearing the halfway point of the Goodys 500, it is still Dale Earnhardt at the front of the field, followed by Jeff Gort, Mark Martin, Terry Labonte, and Darrell Waltrip under caution.
Around here, homes have to stand up to some harsh weather. That's why there's Cuprinol siding stain. It's a wood preservative. Thompson's and Olympics house stains are not. Wood preservatives make the difference. Compare labels and see. Cuprinol siding stain penetrates deep into wood to fight rot, mildew, and decay. Repels water, too. When it's wood against weather, trust Cuprinol.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Oh, no.
Hey, what do you say there, fellow football freak?
You better get out of here before Mrs. Football Freak catches you.
Hey, come on, we're going to the big game.
Can't do it.
I got a new car.
Oh.
Yeah, who's driving? Emmett Smith.
Come on, Jerry.
Cool.
Still can't do it now.
Egg McMuffin.
I love that group muffins.
For $2.
Oh, honey, I gotta go out for a second.
Now at McDonald's, you can convert $2 into 2 hot morning fresh egg McMuffins or 2 towering tasty Big Macs. But the clock's ticking, so hurry.
Mrs. Football Freak's looking out the window, Jerry.
Show me some moves, Emmett. Let's go.
Okay, listen. Some of you hounds are getting all turned around dealing with the opposite sex. It's real simple. Be your own dog. And if that ain't good enough for her, she ain't good enough for you. How you doing, ladies? Of course, it's easy for me to say.
Red Dog beer. Bold yet smooth, easy to drink. Red Dog.
I was born beautiful.
Smaller electrodes, more power. More electrodes, faster start.
Suddenly, everybody has a new spark plug idea promising instant higher performance. But one new plug's idea is higher performance that lasts. Introducing Autolite Double Platinum. Platinum on both sides of the gap for faster starts and more power every time. Platinum to platinum firing for guaranteed peak performance, long after other ideas have peaked out. Autolite Platinum and now Autolite Double Platinum. More precious metal for your precious metal.
Next week, there's all kinds of motorsports on ESPN and ESPN2, beginning with Thursday Night Thunder, the USAC Sprints in Louisville, Kentucky. ESPN2 has live coverage of Winston Cup qualifying at Darlington Friday afternoon for the Southern 500. Dave Despain has the update on all stock car activity with NASCAR Today Saturday morning. Later on ESPN Saturday afternoon, the Gatorade 200 Busch Grand National Race from the track Too Tough to Tame. Join me for Speed Week at a different time Saturday night at 6 o'clock. The go-karts take to the Major Taylor Velodrome on 2 Saturday Night Lightning at 8:30 Eastern. 2 also has the half-hour pre-race show with Dave and Alan Bestwick at 12:30 Sunday. It's Race Day America Sunday on both networks, the Southern 500 with regular coverage plus in-cars on 2, and the same will immediately follow with the IndyCars at Vancouver at 5 o'clock Eastern. All this next week, plus the debut of RPM Tonight on 2, Sunday night, 8 o'clock. Sounds like a busy weekend next weekend for us, huh?
Boy, it sure does. There's some nice folks.
Bill Weber is with Jeremy Mayfield.
Well, we talked about it being a fast and violent track. You had a fast car with a violent finish, but a great run. I know you're disappointed, but tomorrow morning you'll remember how good you were.
Yeah, you know, I hated for the RCA4 tonight. You know, we seemed like we had a good car there to start with, and we got up front by pit stops and cut a tire down and kind of got back and lost our track position. And it's just so fast here, you know, it don't take much. A little bit of bump's going to knock you out, and it's just racing.
Yeah, you got a little bit of a lesson out there, too, Jeremy, when some of those faster cars wanted to get by you. We heard Tony talking to you a little bit. You learned a lesson on the track about how to move some traffic.
Yeah, it's just an experience thing, you know. I just got to keep working at it and just get tougher, you know. I mean, that's what it's all about, and just gain some experience and hopefully get them next year here. And
don't bet against that, because that's a rising star in this Winston Cup Series. Jeremy Mayfield done for tonight, but we'll see him again next week at Darlington, guys.
He, among others, were knocked around like billiard balls in that accident over there on the backstretch. We'll show you the perspective of Morgan Shepherd now from his roof cam.
Wow. Just threaded that needle and drove right on through there, didn't he?
Earnhardt was unbelievable.
Earnhardt was unbelievable, picking his way through.
We can see, you know, Randy Owens has a song that he says, there's angels among us that look over us. Well, that angel riding with Dale Earnhardt is a great driver. You know that?
Well, Jeff Gordon did the same thing.
Yeah.
He followed him right through in the same area.
Bad news was that Sterling Marlin lost a lap. Jerry?
Guys, after Earnhardt had a disappointing 35th place finish in Michigan last week, you wanted to pick the spirits of the guys up and let them know that luck was still on their side. So on Monday, he took a live possum to the Richard Childress shop and turned it loose to everyone's surprise, and the guys started laughing and chuckling as this possum danced around between all the cars. And one of the crew members said, "Hey, now how are we going to catch this rascal?" Earnhardt said, "Hey, no problem at all." He walked right up to the possum and picked it up by the tail and carried it out. He said, "Hey, you've heard of good luck horseshoes? We've got a good luck possum."
Good story. Well, let's see what that lucky possum did for him as we take a look at his perspective.
There just isn't room. Watch this. Man, but there was room. That's amazing.
Just enough room for the car to go through, and Earnhardt found it.
Like I said, that angel is a heck of a driver. Earnhardt, Gordon, and Martin, top three in the points. No, Sterling Marlin isn't in there, is he? Terry Labonte, Walter, the Walter boys, 5th and 6th. Jerry Cole back in 15th spot. Lake Speed started 36th up to 14th.
John Kernan has a report on Sterling Marlin.
Well, remember last time Sterling came in the make-up track position. They took on right side tires only, went back out and went straight to the back. Now he's a lap down. They came in under this caution, changed 4 tires. They found out, guys, the left front tire was completely worn out on Marlin's car.
And as we indicated, he is a lap down now, lining up to the inside.
Now he has fresher tires than does Earnhardt, Jeff Gordon, so maybe Sterling can get that lap back. And the reason he lost a lap, he stopped over there in the crash. And
he was not far. I mentioned that he was not far in front of Earnhardt. Earnhardt was coming up on him at a pretty good pace. But he did stop for that crash, and that let Earnhardt get by. Put him a lap down. Okay, we're ready to go racing again, guys.
Green comes out on lap 245. We were cautioned for 10 laps.
31 car is Greg Sachs and Jimmy Spencer smoking.
Oh, and he has contact with Greg Sachs and sends him into the wall, and Spencer also crashes, and so do a lot of others.
And Mark Martin, the pole sitter, goes around in about 2 times.
Like Darrell Waltrip also was involved.
Dale Jarrett had to stop to keep from being involved and lost a bunch of positions.
Rich Bickle was involved.
We can see that some pretty good damage to the right side of the Valvoline Ford and also damage to the Kendall oil car.
Here it is again.
There we see some smoke in the 23 car. I don't know what that is. Looks like the right rear tire smoking. But he tries to go on the outside of the 31 car, and they make contact. And here comes Mark. And the 4 car is in the back of Mark. And he goes up, almost gets Labonte. Terry Labonte was fortunate.
Yeah, Mark got knocked around pretty good.
Darrell Walter came to a dead stop there also.
There's another angle.
Not sure what that smoke is in the 23 car, but anyway, nevertheless, he's going to make contact with the 31 right there. That's Greg Sachs, by the way, in the 31. And here comes Mark and Sterling and the 40 and the 87. And the Walter boys stopped.
Pit road. Here's Jerry.
The damage primarily to the front and to the right side. Martin holds these right side tires and will work on it as he leads after changing right side tires. However, what they do down in Darrell Walter's pit?
Well, they're going to change 4 tires back here, Jerry. That time, put some fuel and Darrell will be back. They're going to go ahead and pull away the sheet metal. He's going to have it rubbing on the left front, and he'll be back in next time around. He has the last pit back here, so he will have a slight advantage trying to get back out. Mark Martin back on pit road, Jerry.
And they thought better of it, Bill, and decided to go ahead and come back in while the caution stayed out and change left side tires. He saw that debris that he had to go through up there, and plus he looped the car around and probably flat spotted the tires. But as far as the sheet metal damage is concerned, it is the front bumper that's pushed in where it says Thunderbird, and they're still trying to beat the right front fender away from the tire. A big concern when they go back to green, make sure that there may be a tire rubbing in the right front. How about back with you, Bill Weber?
The 12-time winner here at Bristol back on pit road. They shove the fueler back in the rear of the car. Now they pull the sheet metal away. They're going to go to the left side. They're putting on left side tires. A little further getting the front left tire off. Now they pull the sheet metal away. Still working to make sure they can get that Goodyear Eagle back on there. The front screen has been knocked out of the car. The hood is bashed down on the Western Auto Chevrolet. They continue to hammer away at that sheet metal in the front left wheel well. That would drink for Darrell, waiting for the cars to come back around to the caution. The left front back on, tighten the lugs. They have to come back in. He's got some loose sheet metal on the front left side of that car.
And Darrell Waltrip's going to have a problem overheating because we can see the nose of the car. The grill is mashed together, and also he's closed up the opening in the bottom. I don't think he's going to get enough air in to keep the water cool.
He has never dropped out of a race here at Bristol for anything other than engine problems, never for a crash. Here's the look from Mark Martin's car.
Well, that hole just closed up on him, and it closed up for a lot of people back there.
So now we understand how Darrell Waltrip's nose got beat up.
1 lap to green.
And in 1 lap, we'll have run exactly halfway. So this race
will be official very soon. John?
Yes, it will.
Dale Jarrett fitted that time for 4 tires. No damage to the car. They just were pretty far back after that and wanted to go ahead and take on fresh tires. But more importantly, in another couple of laps, Larry McReynolds' wife is going to call all those hotel rooms. Remember back during our rain-filled show?
That's right.
Larry had to guarantee those, told his wife, said, as soon as we hit lap 251, call those hotel rooms and cancel the reservations.
Once again, let's take a look at Morgan Shepherd going through this crash. Looks like he only had a little bit of contact with Dave Marcus. The green comes out. We are back to racing. And we are also halfway. Next time around, it will be an official race, and we'll not have to worry about coming back tomorrow. Like we may be able to go 500 because the rain is holding off.
I think we're going to be here tomorrow.
Eastern time, it will be tomorrow in an hour and about 7 minutes. Now remember, Sterling Marlin there is second in line, but he's a lap down. Who was that?
Yeah, he got very sideways.
John Andretti and Jimmy Spencer have contact. Now Andretti and Michael Wallace are pounding on each other.
Musgrave in the 87 car of Nemechek. See Bobby Labonte, the Interstate Battery car, and Derek Pope. Mane and tail.
Yep.
16 cars on the lead lap.
Marlin getting a lap back.
Yeah.
Oh, and Jeff tried to follow him, but he couldn't quite get it in there.
Had to slam on the brakes to keep from hitting him. First 3 running right together on the racetrack now. Earnhardt, Gordon, and Labonte, and Michael Waltrip isn't too far back.
Also, that was a courtesy move. Allowed Sterling Marlin to get back to the lead.
Could very well be. Piece of debris on the racetrack right at the start-finish line. And see Doyle Ford calling up the tower now and telling them what he thinks it is. And if it's, I guess if he feels like it's a piece of metal, they will throw the caution.
Well,
and the caution flag comes out. Yep. So I guess Doyle told him that it was a piece of metal and thrown the caution to go ahead and pick it up. And Sterling Marlin now gets his lap back.
Yep. 243 laps to go. Our 9th caution of the evening is waving over Bristol.
Shopping made easy at the Jarvis Shop, and eye care made easy at Soto Opticians. Soto Opticians is the oldest independently owned and operated optical in Manatee County, and Dr. Warren Paquin offers comprehensive eye exams for all ages, Medicare assignment accepted.
The Jarvis Shop. You'll love the marvelous selection of sportswear, dresses, and accessories you'll find as you browse in their friendly atmosphere. Just south of Manatee Avenue on 55th Street.
Visit the Jarvis Shop and Soto Opticians in Palmasola Square.
scientists say it will be at least 5 billion years before the sun burns out. Hope you have a really good air conditioner.
For the best quality and service, it's the Sears Central Air and Train.
In your arms forever.
Sure, dumpling face.
Ah!
As long as forever starts after Mike Tirico, Joe Theismann, and Sterling Sharp do ESPN's NFL Prime Monday.
You're so romantic, Charlie.
Back at Bristol, where pit road is now open, here comes Earnhardt, Gordon, Labonte, Michael Waltrip, and Ted Musgrave in for their pit stops.
Also, Jeff Bodine in. He's down by the Union 76 bowl. Jerry punches an Earnhardt pit.
And they opted to come in and go ahead and change for tires. You saw him as Gordon is out, and so is Terry Labonte. Here goes Labonte. He's the first out, then Gordon, and then Michael Waltrip. But they're going ahead and change all 4 tires and clean the windshield. Now the Goodrich Chevy is down and away.
I guess they figure as good as that car was when he came back to the front earlier here that would have a whole lot to lose. There's Bobby Labonte in the pits.
We've seen him pay a lot of attention to the windshield, but I haven't seen any rain here lately. I don't know exactly, but Earnhardt's crew was paying a lot of attention to the windshield, as was Bobby Labonte's crew.
By the way, for those of you tuning in for Sports Center, we are going to go well over our expected off time because we are just past the halfway point of this race that was delayed by rain. And so Sports Center will be following, of course, our live coverage of this event. We're on lap 261 out of 500.
And if you've never seen a stock car race before, hang on, folks. You'll enjoy it.
This is fun. Here is Earnhardt's pit stop.
David Smith puts the jack on the car. Andy Petrie changing that right front tire. Oh! He tried to jump the tire and almost fell. Jerry?
As you saw that David Smith out almost slipping, getting around. Actually, what they were going to do is come in and just take on 2 right side tires. But Dale told Andy Petrie, he said, look, our car works better when you put all 4 new tires on. So they decided to go ahead and change all 4 on the Goodrich Chevrolet. Meanwhile, John Kernan is caught up with Ward Burton.
Jerry Ward has climbed out from his car, and Ward, y'all look like you're running pretty good, but what put you out? What put you behind the wall?
Well, I saw a couple of guards get up together out there in 3 and 4 in that restart. Missed the wreck, came back around. A couple of guys was dicing around for position. Must have ran over a bumper guard or something and cut the oil pressure belt from the motor. But man, the NBA car was coming on. Every time we make a change, it got better. We were past halfway, still in the lead lap, running 13th. We might have had a top 10, but we'll get them next week at Darlington.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, new team, new ride for you. You looking really forward to going to the Lady in Black?
Yeah, I really am. All these guys take racing real serious. We got a great sponsor. We got Pontiac Chevrolet behind us. We're going to be all right.
All right, Ward Burton still with a smile, but his car is parked behind the wall.
It is being taken behind the wall at the moment as it goes down toward turn number 1. And you can see a little bit of moisture falling, not a whole lot though. Well, this is Bristol, isn't it?
This is the rear bumper?
Yeah.
And we're going to have some green flag racing here in just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't know if we mentioned it or not, but Rusty Wallace is back out there too. There's some more of those cars. There's Jeremy Mayfield back out there.
Now that really looks like a modified.
Yeah, it does. Anything for points.
Here's Derek Cope is the leader of the race.
Right, and this is the first time that he has ever led here at this facility. He is in his 16th race. Joe Nemechek is third in line at Lake Speed. But Lake Speed is actually second in the serial scoring.
Derek Cope had a good qualifying run. Qualified about 10th, I believe. Well, someplace in there.
As a matter of fact, that race car, maybe not that particular one, but that team held the track record. Yesterday, John Brown set the record here. Bobby Allen.
We see Spencer, the second car, the yellow car. Something is bottoming out on that car. He We're down at turn 1 a little bit ago, and something bought him out, and he went up the racetrack. We see Nemechek has been able to get by.
Spencer is 2 laps down, being shown to be in position. There's only one car that is 1 lap down, and that is Nemechek. Everybody else is 2 or more laps down that are not in the lead lap, and there are 18 cars in the lead lap.
Let's take a look at our Budweiser race recap. Derek Cope is currently the leader. He has led only 6, however, of the 266 circuits. We've had 7 lead changes, 9 caution periods for 72 laps, and the average speed is a little more than 77 miles an hour. Taking up 5 bonus points for leading the race include current points leader Jeff Gordon, then Earnhardt, Mayfield, Martin, Cope, Speed, and Craven. And finally, those that are out of the race, only 3 cars: Ricky Rudd, Dick Trickle, and Ward Burton.
There's Jeff Burton, Ward's younger brother, going by Jimmy Spencer.
Clear.
Never seen Mark Martin, who was their pole sitter, the Valvoline Ford.
And he doesn't seem to be hurting now from that crash that he got in. And the car seems to be working well for him. He's running in 5th position. And moving right along.
And going by Spencer. Great pass for one car.
He's in 3rd. Jeff Burton 4th, and Mark Martin 5th. Of that group, here's Michael Waltrip, Jeff Bodine, and Bobby Labonte.
12th, 13th, and 14th. The yellow car, Michael Waltrip, has been running up in the top 5 most of the evening. And we can see that Jeff Gordon is right in front of him, so Jeff Burton, he reversed his car by Rick Mass.
This Burton is 3rd. There goes Mark Martin 4th. Darrell Walton will go by and pick up 5th. Rick's got down into the groove. Dale Jarrett's going to go by him as well. Jarrett on the 6th.
Again, if you're just tuning in, expecting to see Sports Center, we were, and Burton gets wide coming out of the corner. If you're tuning in for Sports Center, we had a rain delay at this event, and we've got 223 laps to go. Sports Center will follow.
Later. 45 laps.
Don't know if there's anything wrong with Jeff Burton's car, but he got caught up on the outside, and there's Michael Waltrip getting caught up on the outside, losing some.
Hang in there. 7 did it. You're all right.
Evidently, it had some contact with Jeff Bodine. You ever see?
Yeah, it did.
Yep.
Ooh, and the 18 ran in the back of the 7 car.
There's Rusty Wallace, who is 47 laps down in 33rd after 2 incidents with the wall. Musgrave right behind Ken Schrader.
Derek Cope is widening his lead. Got himself a good lead out there over Lake Steve.
That hose on the window net of the 25 car, that's to get air in the car to go in the helmet. It's for fresh air to go in the car for the driver.
We were talking earlier about the great record that Dale Earnhardt has in terms of finishing the top 5 here with a 50% average, 16 and 32 races. There's a person who has even a better top 5 finishing average here at Bristol, finishing in the top 5 in 17 of 20 races. Any idea who that might be? As
17 of 20, that's pretty good.
Yeah. You would say that since it's you and you know it. Look at everybody go to the inside of Schrader.
And as we watch that battle, Derek Cope was pulled away. Well, now Lake Speed is beginning to move in a little bit on the straight era products number 12 Ford.
You mentioned this is the first time that he has ever led at Bristol. It's only the second time that he has led all year. We're talking about Cope. He did lead 2 laps at Richmond. But Lake Speed is closing in here.
And so is Mark Martin, a pole sitter.
Yep. Darrell Waltrip is still hanging in there. He's in 4th place. Don't count him out of this thing by any means.
Believe me, I did not. Somebody might, but I didn't count Darrell Waltrip out if he doesn't overheat.
Yeah.
Oh, Lake Speed has closed up right on the back bumper.
He sure has. He's within a car length and closing in.
There's Dale Earnhardt closing up on Dale Jarrett. Jarrett's running in 5th place. Earnhardt back to 6th after making that.
Oh, some contact, a lot of contact.
Ooh, man, they rubbed all the way through 2.
Man, now they're going to try it again.
And Lake is going to take the lead.
And we can see that something's bottoming out in Lake's car.
Lake Speed giving that Spam car putting it right here tonight. Here's Martin taking 2nd from Cope.
Darrell Waltrip coming right up there, moving right in. He wants to take over 3rd, and he's going to do it. Something apparently has gone wrong with Derek Cope's car.
And there is Dale Earnhardt breathing down Dale Jarrett's neck.
They're 5th and 6th.
But now Derek Cope's car just all of a sudden has gone away, and Dale Jarrett closes up right on the back bumper. Now, there's another car that's gone away. Jeff Gordon is having all kinds of problems right now. Coming off turn 2, there's Jeff Bodine right behind him. He has lost 3 or 4 spots. Where's he running?
He's back at 10th now, Benny.
His car is just not handling the way it was.
Now Mark Martin closes in on the leader. And our pole sitter is still in the hunt here.
We have a report that maybe Jeff Gordon might have taken on 2 tires on that pit stop. So that could be.
It looks like the Ford tires is the way to go tonight.
John, what's the story?
Yes, I just talked to Ray Evernham. They took on only right side tires, and Jeff is complaining that the car is very, very loose.
Yeah. Earnhardt got around Jarrett. Moved Earnhardt into 5th.
Closing in on 4th place Cope. They're the top 3.
Lake Speed, the blue number 9. Mark Martin, the number 6 car, and Darrell Waltrip in 17, the Western Auto Chevrolet. Fords and a Chevrolet.
Boy, wouldn't a Spam burger taste good about that, huh?
No.
Here's an Auto Light Field summary. As you can see, Earnhardt has passed Derek Cope and is now 4th.
Earnhardt's beaming in on those 3 cars right there, too. There he comes in the picture.
18 cars on the lead lap.
Derek Cope's 12 car, the main and tail car that led just a moment ago, has reported to his crew that his automobile all of a sudden is very, very tight.
Here's Jeff trying to move up 1 position on the 23 car.
And he's about to lose a spot to Bodine.
That is not 4 positions since Jimmy is a couple laps down. Jeff's on the lead lap, so is Jeff Bodine.
Look at this. Look at this. Darrell's on the outside, Earnhardt's on the inside.
Both trying to get around
Man,
Mark Martin.
And Mark lets Darrell go, lets Earnhardt go.
Wow. Martin fell from 2nd to 4th there.
Darrell Waltrip passing Mark, trying to pass him on the outside. That's a lot of Darrell Waltrip.
He's got fire in his eyes.
Uh-oh, he's about to lose 2nd place here.
starter.
36 or something.
Yeah, he's leading the race right now, but Darrell Waltrip is right behind.
Bill, what's the story with Speed and Waltrip?
Well, first of all, with Lake Speed, he had just radioed in that he thought his tires were going away, and next thing you know, he slipped around Cope and into first place. His crew has told him to dig, because rain is coming. As for Darrell, he's got those 4 fresh tires. The crew told me the damage to the front of that car is mainly cosmetic. Darrell's had good finishes the last 2 times we were here, and he looks pretty good right now as well.
In fact, he is the leader of the Goodys 500, having taken it from Lake Speed, and now Dale Earnhardt is second. Here comes Mark Martin to third. Cope is moving up to fourth, and suddenly Lake Speed goes from first to fifth, but Darrell Waltrip leads the Goodys 500.
Wow. Well, I mean, that's not, shouldn't be a shock, should it?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
Nobody drives this racetrack better than he does.
There is Sterling Marlin. He is a lap down. No, he's in 8th position. Yeah, he was a lap down, but remember he got his lap down, and this car is on the move.
Now Earnhardt going for the lead in turn 3.
Oh, and he's going to get it.
Double Darrell is good while he lands, I tell you.
I just can't catch a break. Why did it rain too much?
Why did it just pour down?
So Dale Earnhardt has taken back command of this NASCAR Winston Cup event, but look at Darrell Waltrip, who is not willing to let him stay up there. Couldn't retake the advantage, however. Martin third, then Derek Cope. And Lake Speed running in 5th position. 309 circuits completed. Back with more in a moment.
Kenny Bernstein's Budweiser King Top Fuel Dragster. Who says you need wings to fly?
This is Dale Jarrett's NASCAR. You can't get his engine, you can't get his tires, but you can get his motor oil. Texaco Havoline Formula 3. It's formulated to control volatility and fight oil vaporization. It provides complete protection, and it's the exact same Havoline you can buy right off the shelf, which, by the way, is a heck of a lot easier.
Add more life to your car. Take it to the stars.
NASCAR race team will have what it takes to win the UAW GM Teamwork of Excellence Award. Just ask Dale Earnhardt.
Who the heck are those guys?
UAW GM. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
You know, it's going to be a great season.
It is.
You think? Yeah, I think it's going to be a great season.
I think it's going to be a good season.
There's a lot of question marks. Who's the young quarterbacks? Who are the older guys going to last? I think it's just going to be really terrific here. Miami should win it.
They say so.
Miami has a chance.
AFC?
Miami has, I'll tell you something, Miami has a chance to win everything.
Super Bowl?
They got a chance to win it all.
Well, can the Niners repeat?
Yeah.
Can Dallas pick up ground?
Yeah.
Will the AFC have a shot at the Super Bowl?
No.
We were late getting this race started here at Bristol. As a result, we're running well over our scheduled off time. Sports Center with Craig Kilborn and Linda Cohn will be up right after the conclusion of this event. We've completed 318 of 500 laps. And the leader of the race, with whom you are riding right now, is Dale Earnhardt. He has led 76 laps so far. Jeff Gordon has led the most to this point, 86. But Gordon, as we indicated, has fallen back and is now in 12th position. And there is Richard Childress looking for another possible win here at Bristol. Now let's take a look at the top 5 in NASCAR Winston Cup points and where they are running. Jeff Gordon started 4th, now 12th. Sterling Marlin is now 7th. Mark Martin is third. Earnhardt, of course, the leader, and Ted Musgrave is 14th in a car. At the bottom of the track in turn 4 is Ricky Craven.
Yeah, it looks like it is, Ben, and this might be a break for Terry Labonte. He had just got passed by about 3 cars on the last lap. Sterling Marlin went by him, and so did Dale Jarrett and Jeff Bodine. So what the situation is with Labonte's Kellogg's car.
Also, Jeff Gordon, great for him because here all the leaders come down pit road.
Yep. You have to dodge that car sitting up there, but
let's see who does what on pit road. Marlin is already receiving service on his car. That's Earnhardt at the top and Mark Martin in the middle as the crews go to work. Here's Jerry and Earnhardt.
And they will change 4 tires on the Goodrich Chevy. Remember, last time the 5 car of Labonte had Gordon only changed right side tires. That's where it showed up on the racetrack. The 4 car is out. Here comes Marlin. Here comes 48 Jarrett. And Mark Martin will beat Dale Earnhardt. Let's in the back pits of Bill Weber.
Darrell Waltrip is in. They cranked around a wedge in. His car was loose. It's 4 tires. Their fuel window is about 175 laps. We're on 323 now. Darrell's away.
Mark Martin with the best pit stop here on the front stretch. A little under 20 seconds.
Tell you what, Dale Jarrett didn't do too bad because he now is 3rd place in that
17.3 seconds for the 2018.
Ricky Craven. Looks like he's having trouble getting out of the car.
It does. The tow truck has hooked the car up, and Ricky is still in there. Now he's getting out.
Oh, there you go.
So Ricky's okay, and the 10th caution is waving over the speedway. Here's John Kernan with an update on Jeff Gordon.
Well, they took a rubber out of the right rear, and also they found out, remember we said that Jeff had gotten loose? The right rear tire was going flat. It was almost to the point of being flat, but now they've got this brake under caution. They came in, changed all 4 tires, took a rubber out of the right rear. We'll have to see what that did to the handling characteristics, but the reason it was loose, the tire had gone flat on the right rear.
Man, oh man, what a huge, huge break this caution flag was. Man.
That's the thing the championships are made of. It's Martin, Earnhardt, Jarrett, Cope, and Terry Labonte at the end of 324 of 500 laps in the Goodys 500.
What, is this your idea of excitement? Let me tell you about exciting, okay? Driving around a racetrack at over 200 miles an hour, that's exciting. These are just flakes.
Well, what do you think?
These are really good. They're crispy, too.
Really?
Yeah, they're mighty good even with nothing on them. What are they?
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah. Kellogg's Corn Flakes? How could I be so dumb?
You got 500 miles to think about it.
Kellogg's is proud to sponsor NASCAR champion Terry Labonte.
There's a fine line of motor oil separating your car's engine parts that's as little as 1/1000th of an inch. But friction and heat can make motor oil become volatile and vaporize, weakening its ability to protect expensive parts. Texaco Haviland Formula 3 is formulated to control volatility, fight vaporization, and provide complete engine protection, no matter what you drive.
Add more life to your car. Take it to the star.
If you don't replace your air and oil filters regularly, you might as well drive your car off a cliff, because dirt can really mess up an engine. Fram Extra Life air filters and Fram Extra Guard oil filters keep out dirt best to protect your engine. Fram, America's #1 premium brand. Pay a little now or a lot later.
Buy any 2 Fram filters and get your favorite officially licensed NFL team cap for $1.99.
Next week, there's all kinds of motorsports on ESPN and ESPN2, beginning with Thursday Night Thunder, the USAC Sprints in Louisville, Kentucky. ESPN2 has live coverage of Winston Cup qualifying at Darlington Friday afternoon for the Southern 500. Dave Despain has the update on all stock car activity with NASCAR Today Saturday morning. Later on ESPN Saturday afternoon, the Gatorade 200 Busch Grand National Race from the track Too Tough to Tame. Join me for Speed Week at a different time, Saturday night at 6 o'clock. The go-karts take to the Major Taylor Velodrome on 2 Saturday Night Lightning at 8:30 Eastern. 2 also has the half-hour pre-race show with Dave and Alan Bestwick at 12:30 Sunday. It's Race Day America Sunday on both networks, the Southern 500 with regular coverage, plus in-cars on 2, and the same will immediately follow with the IndyCars at Vancouver at 5 o'clock Eastern. All this next week, plus the debut of RPM Tonight on 2, Sunday night, 8 o'clock. And Mark Martin comes back into the pits, Jerry.
And apparently they thought they might have a tire going down on the right side. They're also going to take a look and make sure they don't have a tire rubbing. They jack the car up a little bit, make sure the tires are okay, they're not rubbing, and they will drop the jack, and he is away because we'll have green next time by.
And boy, this is going to put him from the lead to 18th place. There are 18 cars on the lead lap.
Tough break for Mark Martin.
That really was a tough race. I thought I was going to say we was going to see who had the best car, Mark Martin or Dale Earnhardt. Martin, remember, qualified on the pole. Earnhardt back in 7th spot, but Earnhardt seems to have adjusted his car, and it's pretty doggone good right now. And it was interesting to see if he and Mark Martin, what kind of race is going to happen now.
We won't see it.
We will not see that. We'll see a race between Dale Jarrett and Dale Earnhardt.
The Dales are up front as the green comes out once again. Cope is in third, then Terry Labonte, Sterling Marlin, Darrell Walton, Bobby Labonte, and Lake Speed.
Rusty Wallace, Earnhardt down into the turn.
Nemechek also, and Dale Jarrett's going to take the lead.
How about that? Dale Jarrett leads the Goodys 500, and Derek Cope looks for a second. He has contact with Earnhardt. He nearly spins. He forces Dale way up high on the racetrack. That was as close to crashing as you can come.
Man, oh man, I'm telling you. Meanwhile, there's Rusty Wallace and Joe Nemechek, both those cars laps down, and there's the leader of the race at 28, Dale Jarrett. Second place car is Jarrett Cope.
Dale started 16th. His lowest was 20th, and of course he is now the leader of the race.
And he needs to get by those cars. I think he's faster than both of them right now if he can just move around.
Labonte tries to take second, make that third from Earnhardt.
And he has a run. Can't make it. You can see all the yellow is rubbed off the tires on the left side of Earnhardt's car. I wonder if he might have a tire going flat on that 3 line.
Labonte may have. I thought he had even a better run that time, but still not able to get to the inside of Dale.
Derek Wallace moved out of the way of both Joe Nemechek and Jarrett. And what did you start to say about Cope?
Well, maybe with that contact with Earnhardt didn't do him any good either, but he is running pretty well, isn't he?
Yeah, he might be picking up a little bit on.
What about it, John Kernan?
Well, Derek, right after that, radioed the crew and said, hey, guys, I think I might have damaged the right front tire. But then you see him out there on the track. He's holding his own in second place right now. So he's being very cautious, hoping that he doesn't have that right front tire going down. But possibly they might have also bent some sheet metal in on it, so you might want to watch that. You can see that a lot better from your vantage point than we can down here on pit road.
Well, he's staying right with Jarrett now, in fact, closing in a little bit.
Yeah, they both, Joe Nemechek got very loose coming off of 2, and both of them got by over there, and both of them had to slow down. As Brett Bedine moves to the high side, like they told him to do in the drivers' meeting.
Well, let's re-emphasize that it was excellent work by the Robert Yates team in the pit area. One of the reasons why Dale Jarrett is up in the lead.
Yeah, he was running 6th place, came out in 3rd, and then Mark Martin went from 5th. That put him up to 2nd. And then got by Earnhardt on that first lap of the restart. And up to 1st.
Joe Nemechek has again lost his 2nd lap. Here's Terry Labonte moving to the inside of him. Now Rusty Wallace is, what, about 46 laps down? 47. 28th position. Here's some side-by-side activity in the back. Gray, Michael Waltrip.
And you see our point leader back there, Jeff Gordon, at the very tail end of that. Right now, Jeff Gordon, the points leader, is running in 13th spot.
There's Jeff. Just behind. Here's, uh-oh, what's this all about?
Oh, the 30 spins up right in front of Rick Mast.
Man, that was close for Jeff Gordon because he almost got collected. And Michael Waltrip is also involved. Man, oh man. He was, of course, the one that started it all. I'm not sure what happened.
Okay, got left front, left rear.
Mast damage on the left front.
All right, Mike, is he coming in? He's going around. He's okay. He's going around.
Dale Garrett slowed down and let both of them get back in the lead lap. Boy, a lot of damage to Rick's car. Those sparks coming in.
The left front tire is completely flat now. Let's watch again. Here's the 30 car. He's trying to go by Jimmy Spencer, and Spencer comes down. They make contact. Drives Michael down on the apron of the racetrack, and there's just no handling the car down there.
Boy, he almost hit the end of the pit wall, didn't he?
And he goes up right in front of Rick Mast. And you're right, almost in front of Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon just barely got by. Here it is again.
Michael trying to go by on the inside, makes contact with Spencer, and then gets down on the flat. And Venus says no traction down there. Mark Martin is back in the pits, and Jerry Punch is there.
And they will come back in and change all 4 tires. By the way, when he came back in a moment ago, just prior to the restart, I told you they thought they had a vibration. They're making a chassis adjustment in the right rear. The concern was the right rear tire changer didn't think he had gotten on the lug nuts. He thought some of the lug nuts had fallen off and wasn't sure how many he did have tight. So rather than take a chance, better than safe than sorry, they brought him back in and checked the right side tire. They've now changed all 4 tires.
Here's Mark Martin's crew cam. He too had to take evasive action.
So did Ken Schrader. Schrader went all the way down on the flat, came back out.
Michael Waltrip took a pretty heavy lick to the left rear. I don't imagine that. I would think he probably bent the rear housing on these pins all the time.
Michael has made his way to pit road.
4 tires on. Tommy, work on that spoiler. We'll get the gas in it first. Middle of the back stretch. Get the 4 tires on and then we'll come back. Middle of 3 and 4.
Down further from the pace car.
All right, just pull it out there a little bit. All right, let it down. Let it down. Hey, we got to fix the gas valve. We can't get it in, so when he comes back in, we'll work on that, getting gas in it, getting that spoiler up. Somebody get a hammer, get some pliers, and get ready to... All right, Tommy and Bill, and then it'll be Rambo, Mike, me, and Darren on the back. Just the 2. Us 4 and the guys put gas in.
Be sure they didn't have too many men over.
Going into 3.
We stayed on the lead lap, y'all. Let's keep that up. Make sure we get out of here.
Middle of 3 and...
He got some gasoline in it anyway. Laps to go, so he probably could run the rest of the way on gasoline if he got
Get this cleaned up and come back in, take a look at this, make sure everything's all right. Get that spoiler hammered up and get some tape ready to put on if we need it.
Looks like they...
Here he comes. 3,300, Michael.
Pretty good 100 patchwork.
Hey, Ron, count this. Make sure there's guys. Don't anybody come over, but what's over here right now? Right here, Mike. Middle of the back stretch. They don't break it off. All right, all right, all right. So 3 and 4. Coming in a 4. Go ahead. All right, it's gonna be 1 to go.
Just the right angle on that spoiler.
going there.
I don't think they got a minimum angle here tonight, but if it was 65 degrees, I doubt if it would be exactly right.
Well, the lineup now begins for the restart. And Bill is with Rick Mast.
Rick is still able to smile. A couple of weeks ago, you told me the first half of this season was the most frustrating for you you've ever had. Obviously, the second half hasn't started off good.
And got a lot better. You know, we were off tonight. The last stop, we made a change, and the car felt the best that it felt all night on the last restart. Mike and Spencer got together. Mike went to the inside. Nothing he could do, nothing I could do. They just shouldn't have got together to begin with. But it's Bristol, man. Saturday Night Thunder.
Rick Mast is out, and so is the green flag.
Just about to come out at least. Jared gets a pretty good jump on the field as, whoa, and Derek Cope didn't go anywhere, and Dale Earnhardt nailed him in the rear end.
Like Derek Cope might have missed a shift or something, or the carburetor loaded up.
Just didn't take off when he stood on the gas. In any case, Cope held on to second position. But Jarrett got a real good advantage off the fourth corner.
I don't know what's wrong with Earnhardt's car, because he didn't take off good again, even though he was about to run all over Cope.
Yeah, I thought he would
take off. But he's just not up to the speedway he was earlier. And yellow's out again.
It's debris on the racetrack. There it is. Back stretch.
Rusty Wallace coming out trying to get a lap back.
Let's take a look at that restart again from the crew cam of Earnhardt.
He nailed him pretty good.
John Kernan.
Derek did. Just a few moments ago, radio his crew, Jimmy Finnick, his crew chief, and say, I missed a shift. I might have over-revved the motor, and I might have damaged the motor. So they will probably be coming down pit road this time by to check some things out. At least, well, now he is not coming down pit road. He couldn't have anyway because Morgan Shepard was on his inside.
Well, the front end of the 3 car is damaged pretty well.
Watch, we'll see Derek Cope miss that shift. Watch, you see the Bubba smoke? That's when he missed the shift.
Yep. Although you only got one, you got a pretty good eye there, Pete. Jared Cope, Earnhardt, Terry Labonte, and Darrell Waltrip, the top 5 here in Bristol. We'll be right back.
In Floyd's Knobs, Indiana, people drive for miles around just to see Don Ballard. Because when it comes to car repair, well, there's not much he can't fix. You see, Don's the type of guy who believes that doing a job right and saving money go hand in hand. So he begins each job with a trip to AutoZone. Sure, it's a 20-mile drive. There are other parts stores along the way. But for Don, when it comes to getting the right part for the right price, there's just no place better than AutoZone.
Young guns of racing. And on their Sunday afternoon showdown, these next-generation superstars start with the next-generation Die-Hard battery. The longest-lasting Die-Hard ever. The same Die-Hard you can buy at Sears. Don't trust your Sunday drives to anything less.
This is Michael Andretti's IndyCar. You can't get his engine, you can't get his tires, but you can get his motor oil. Texaco Havoline Formula 3. It's formulated to control volatility and fight oil vaporization. It provides complete protection, and it's the exact same Havoline you can buy right off the shelf, which, by the way, is a heck of a lot easier.
Add more life to your car. Take it to the stars.
Is smoking badly. Look at the 3 cars. Smoke coming out the back of the machine.
They just took the green flag, and the smoke started pouring from the 3 car when he accelerated.
Was the car overheated?
Well, yeah. You wonder if that damage that was done to the front end when he hit Derek Cope on that other restart might have either shut off the air or did something.
Here is the restart just moments ago. See, the smoke started to pour from that car immediately.
Immediately, yes.
And now he's got Darrell Waltrip on the outside of him, Terry Labonte on his bumper.
And Darrell Waltrip goes to 3rd place. Here comes Terry Labonte. Labonte to 4th.
And Derek Cope is all over Dale Jarrett.
Dale Jarrett, best short track finish of this year, was 6th here at Bristol. And Jarrett is reporting that he's loose. John Kernan, what's the story?
A very loose condition for Dale Jarrett. In fact, they've already made their decision on the last pit stop, which their last pit stop. They will make a track bar adjustment because the car has just gotten very, very loose. That was what Dale was complaining about before we had this last caution period.
Well,
that's trouble over in turn 3.
John Andretti, and so does Lake Speed. No big problem, though, and there is not a caution. Yes, there is.
Yeah, there is now.
Well, maybe Dale Jarrett can get in and get his rear panel bar adjusted now.
I don't know what happened up there in turn 4. Let's take a look at it.
A lot of cars there trying to get in the same place at the same time, I think, Bob. And
Schrader just makes some contact, and looks like the 87 car might have run in the back of Lake Speed.
Derek Cope is pitting, John. He's the Q.
It'll be a 4-tire change for Derek Cope. They go to work on the right side. This will take them all the way to the finish, 137 laps. We thought Dale Jarrett might fit, but they may wait a little bit longer. Coach's crew come around to the left side. Tires being yanked off. Not a lot of room here on pit road at Bristol. And now let's go down to Jerry Punch and Dale Earnhardt finish Cope leads.
Well, this caution was a break for Earnhardt. He was going to have to pit the next 3 or 4 laps. He just radioed the crew, said, I smell oil in the car, and I'm smelling oil back in the cockpit. And we saw the car getting heavy and heavier as far as the smoking is concerned. Have a number of people. They have taped the front of the car, and they're trying to keep them losing a lap, but I got to believe they'll come back in. They have different fittings on the car, and we'll go over to try to eavesdrop and see exactly what the damage was. While we have it, Richard, how bad is the car hurt? Richard's talking to a driver, and he comes by. Talking to Dale Earnhardt, who wants to come back in and have the car looked at once again.
Well, Dale has had a dilemma of recent times in finishing 20th or worst only 4 times in 93, 4 times in 94. In the first 21 races of this year, he has finished 7 times below 20th. Jerry?
As we expected, he has come back in, and they will change right side tires. Concerned about the right front tire rubbing somewhat on the car, and they are told it's going to go green next time by. Let me ask Andy. Andy Petrie, what was the problem with the car?
We got a little oil cooler up front, and looked like it busted when that 12 car didn't get started there.
So now he's on the phone, headphones with his driver. They think they have it crimped off, and they have bypassed that oil cooler, so we're going to have green next time by.
Now, Ken Schrader's roof cam and this incident.
There, John Andretti around, about ready to go back racing.
We've had 15 lead changes tonight. That breaks the previous record set in 1988 of 13. Sports Center will be coming up at the conclusion of this event. We got started late because of rain, and we've got about 135 laps to go. Dale Jarrett is the leader of the race as they get the green. Now, that may sound like a lot of laps, but those will go by very, very quickly if we stay green.
Jarrett has talked about a loose race car. He did not pit. A little surprising, but I don't know, maybe it's a threat of rain or something, because after Coach went in, at that time, Coach was the only one in front of him, so maybe they figured they could outrun everybody else.
Bobby Labonte goes to the outside of Joe Nemechek. Now Jeremy Mayfield is up there, and Jimmy Spencer is also. As Jarrett continues to hang on to the lead, Rusty Wall is there second behind Dale, but he is getting laps down. Darrell Waltrip is second. Terry Labonte third, and then Jeff Bodine, who has moved up to fourth. Bobby Labonte fifth. We've had 92 laps under the caution and 277 under the green so far in this event. Jeff Gordon still has led the most laps, 86. Back in 8th position. Dale Earnhardt has led 81. Mark Martin, 57. Jeremy Mayfield led 55. And Dale Jarrett has just led his 38th lap.
There's still 17 cars on the lead lap. It's amazing with all the bang-ups we've had here tonight.
Ken Schrader is in a whole bunch of traffic. That's Nemechek to his left. Derek Cope up ahead. Schrader running 11.
Oh, and Spencer has crashed over in turn 4, and
everybody's going to miss him.
Everybody's going to miss him, and the caution flag waved once again.
Well, the race record for cautions was 14, or is 14, set back in 1988. And that one ties it.
Well, Rusty got a lap back.
Yep. Now he's only 46 behind.
Exactly.
We have tied the previous record for cautions. This is the 14th. Here's the replay.
There we see Spencer on the outside of Ted Musgrave. Looks like he went a corner a little bit too hard, Ned, on the outside.
His outside wheels probably got into loose stuff there just a little bit. Spun him around. If there was any contact between him and Musgrave, it was not very much. They were side by side.
Everybody got checked up and through there okay. He was the only car involved. Sterling Marlin is on pit road. Dale Earnhardt also comes in, as does Michael Waltrip. Earnhardt is still on the lead lap.
So is Waltrip.
Yeah, so is Waltrip. Sterling Marlin is still on the lead lap. All three of those cars currently on pit road getting service. That's Rusty Wallace also coming in. And now Marlin moves away. So those cars will be falling in at the tail of the field for the restart when we come back to Bristol.
It's our 20th year anniversary celebration only at Harbison Swanston RV.
Harbison Swanston RV, Central Florida's #1 RV dealer in motorhomes, fifth wheels, travel trailers, sales, parts, and service. Save thousands now on all 95 models like Winnebago, Coachman, and Fleetwood. We have the largest selection. 2 locations, Holiday, Clearwater, Florida on US 19. We'll see you at Harbison Swanston RV. Customer satisfaction guaranteed.
The Dodge Buyer's Choice Final Cleanup brings to a close the most successful sale in Dodge history. So you've got to hurry to take your choice of $500 cash savings on a new, technically sophisticated Dodge Stratus. Or choose a Stratus interest rate as low as 1.9%. Or choose a Stratus lease rate as low as $199 a month. So hurry in today before your best Stratus choices are all cleaned out. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Michigan and Virginia start the college football season off in style. The NFL wraps up their preseason, and we hit the diamond for the latest from the major leagues. Join me, Linda Cohn, along with Craig Kilborn, following the race.
ESPN Speed World is live tonight at Bristol International Raceway in Tennessee for the running of the Goodys 500, the 22nd race of the 95 season out of 31. They're lining up for the restart, which we will get on lap number 379. Dale Jarrett continues to lead, followed by Darrell Waltrip, Terry Labonte, Jeff Bodine, and Bobby Labonte.
Ted Musgrave is 6th, Jeff Gordon is 7th. Mark Martin back up to 8th now.
Mike Wallace has stayed on the lead lap.
Yeah, he's 9th place, running good. Derek Cope back up to 10th after his pit stop on the last caution.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate that. They're from Kalamazoo, Michigan. How about that?
Talking to 5 or 6 fellows last night from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Yeah.
Up the road from Kalamazoo last night as I was leaving.
Butch Miller country, huh? Yep. Here's the green.
luck getting by Jeremy Mayfield.
But a good shot from Morgan Shepherd now, Labonte does.
Right on the outside of Morgan Shepherd is a 16 car.
Here goes Lake Speed. Oh, I mean, Ted Musgrave.
Well, I thought you meant Jeff Gordon pulls up on the outside of
Morgan Shepherd.
With Mark Martin. And Derek Cope. Boy, Derek Cope has really had a good run in that 12 car there.
Yes, he has. That car is good. He's doing a good job of driving. He's got 4 fresh tires on it, too.
17 cars are on the lead lap. Burton's debut in the 22 car will result in a 34th place finish. He'll be looking for better results next weekend at Darlington, and Ward has signed on with that team for all of 1996. Here's Dale Earnhardt, Ken Schrader, Sterling Marlin, Michael Waltrip.
What you get hung on the outside, they just all go by. There goes Steve Grissom by the 29 car, the Meineke car.
Schrader hung on the outside. Here comes Rich Bickle in the 40 car. Look how close the competition is. Hey, second
right here, too.
Terry Labonte is right up on the back bumper of Darrell Waltrip.
And Mark Martin looks like, and Mark Martin will take that spot away, and 24 car Jeff Gordon.
Yeah. Musgrave lost a couple of positions there.
You see Lake Speed and Mike Wallace there. Dale Earnhardt still smoking, but he has been able to get by the 8 car, Jeff Burton.
Taken second from Darrell Waltrip. Terry Labonte, that is. His brother is also in the top 5, and Lake Speed crashes, and Michael Waltrip just escapes being involved with the incident.
And Lake is not going to be left. He gets the car in gear and drives away. Here comes the leader.
Got some damage, though, to the left rear of that number 9 machine.
Yeah, we see the smoke coming out of the back of it where the sheet metal is rubbing the left front tire. And the left rear.
Yep. Span Ford will be headed for the pit area. Well, that sets the record for cautions.
That's a good one.
Yep. 14 was the record set back in 1988 for this particular event.
Now, will they pit? Nope.
No.
Staying out there.
Well, they've had every opportunity in the world, haven't they?
They've had plenty of opportunities, so I guess they just don't want to pit.
Ted Musgrave decided to pit.
He relinquishes his 8th position, but he is the only one of the top 10, and in fact the only one of those on the lead lap to make a pit stop. Ted Musgrave getting 4 new tires, it would appear. Here's the replay as to what happened to Lake Speed.
Back there from Dale Earnhardt.
Look how close Michael Waltrip came from being involved. And from Dale Earnhardt's proof cam.
Lake slows down to keep from hitting Morgan Shepherd, I believe. And Earnhardt comes in there and...
Uh-oh, now he's got a fire. The left front tire looks like they broke an oil line. What happened? They broke an oil line on the car.
Look, there's fire in the... No, those are, I thought those were flames, the way he was trying to get out of the car, but they were just the caution lights reflecting off the car. Anyway, Lake got out of there pretty quickly. He may need some medical attention. Now, it looks like there is a small fire under there. In any case, Lake Speed may be out of this race. We'll be right back.
You about finished? How's it going? Great. We have a lot of good mechanics that shop at AutoZone. Well, you also have a lot of people who just want to save some money by doing a simple job themselves, like changing their oil or putting in new plugs. They just want to come in, get what they need, and get out. Well, at AutoZone, we have parts for just about every car made. So if you know what you want, great. But if you're not quite sure about something, no problem. We'll help. After all, that's what we're here for.
If the Huskers repeat as national champs, they'll be the first team in 16 years to do it. This week, Lawrence Phillips and Nebraska are going south to Stillwater to take on Oklahoma State. The Nebraska Cornhuskers versus the Oklahoma State Cowboys. Thursday night primetime at 8 on ESPN.
Later on SportsCenter, Michigan and Virginia start the college football season off in style. The NFL wraps up their preseason, and we hit the diamond for the latest from the major leagues. Join me, Linda Cohn, along with Craig Kilborn, following the race.
ESPN Speed World coverage of the Goodys 500 from Bristol, Tennessee, being brought to you by the more than 1,000 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. Firestone, America's tire since 1900. And by Texaco Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car. Take it to the star. Dale Earnhardt is back on pit road on this caution period.
Trying to get some air to the radiator so that the car will run a little bit cooler. I'm sure that's what they're trying to do.
Meanwhile, the 9 car of Lake Speed is being towed off. I think we can pretty much count him out of the race. Earlier, this was the scene. Look at the oil gushing out of the left front of this car.
That's oil, but right in front of the tire. When he had the damage up in the left front, he's cut an oil line. There's an oil cooler up there. He's cut a line, and watch the oil coming out of that car. And we see Lake Speed going back to the ambulance.
Yeah.
Jerry, what's going on?
Well, we saw that oil come gushing out beneath the car. Apparently, that oil caught fire, and the fire actually bloomed inside the car, and Lake was inhaling all that smoke from the oil fire. Now, I went down there just a moment ago and talked to Lake, who was laying on the ground, and he has basically a smoke inhalation problem. They're going to load him in the ambulance and take him to the care center. I can also update you on Dale Earnhardt's car, Goodrich Chevrolet, which is back on pit road. Earnhardt's reporting that the oil temperature is over 280 degrees and rising. Remember, they had to cap off that oil cooler in the front that was ruptured in that incident with Derek Cope, so they're a little bit concerned about the oil temperature getting hotter and hotter.
While we have a chance here, let's say hello to G.C. Spencer, former driver, former car owner who lives in this area. G.C. was in the hospital. He's home now, but G.C., we certainly want to wish you the best. Hope everything goes well. And also say hello to Bobby Scruggs, former NASCAR official, Busch Grand National official. And Bobby was here yesterday, I believe, and it's good to see him.
There's that oil that caught fire there.
Man, oh man, that thing really... No wonder he stopped so suddenly down there and got out.
No kidding.
Blame him a bit. You know, and they're talking about Keith Sawyer, a young man who builds engines for transmissions and gears for Darrell Walter, is in the hospital. And Bowman Gray, I hear he's been transferred up to Winston-Salem to Bowman Gray, and I would think, Keith, you're in mighty good hands up there. Hope you're watching tonight. And hope to see you soon.
Yeah, hope he gets out of there real soon.
They're using tape on these Goodrich Chevrolets.
We are under our 14th caution of the evening, 15th make that. Let's take a break and come back in just a moment.
I get here early to stock up on Texaco Haviland Formula 3 motor oil because it gives my engine complete protection.
Me too.
Michael Andretti.
Texaco Haviland Formula 3 is formulated to control volatility and fight vaporization. And it's the same oil used by championship racing teams.
Empty. Tough track, huh?
Take it to the star.
Get a Major League Baseball team cap when you buy a case of Haviland Formula 3.
Man has always been fascinated with speed. But winning is more than a flash of speed. It's a measure of skill a test of guts. That's why the true spirit of NASCAR lies not in the machine, but in the man who drives it. We're proud to be part of this great sport. Busch, the official beer of NASCAR.
What'd you get?
Western Whopper.
Looks good.
Yeah, it's got bacon and cheddar and a tangy barbecue sauce.
How tangy is it? Is it really tangy?
Not super tangy. It's good.
And tangy?
Not too tangy.
No.
The flame-broiled Whopper, now with cheddar cheese, hickory smoked bacon, and barbecue sauce. The Western Whopper, for a limited time at Burger King.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
Yeah.
How tangy? What'd they say?
In less than 8 hours from now, you can catch the Grand Prix of Belgium from the Spa-Francorchamps beginning at 7:50 a.m. Eastern Time. We are almost into tomorrow.
By the way, is Schumacher going to drive the Ferrari next year? Have they announced that?
Yes, I believe he has re-signed. However, of course, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Schumacher's Burger and Ferrari. Ken Schrader drove through the most recent incident. Jerry has an update on Dale Earnhardt.
Let me correct something. What they did cap off was the valve spring cooler. The valve spring cooling system that goes in the valve spring. They are trying to get air to the oil cooler. That's why the oil temperature is so high. Green flag.
100 laps to go. 400 complete. The record for the most caution laps in this race, 105. We have completed. We just completed our 105th. So we will find in that category also. It being a rain-delayed race, it has been a very slow race in terms of number of caution flags and laps.
And rain didn't have anything to do with it. That's right.
Dale Jarrett leading. Terry Labonte second. Then Darrell Waltrip, Jeff Bodine, and Bobby Labonte. Jeff Gordon, Mark Martin, Eric Koch.
That the leaders didn't stop on this last caution. They could certainly go the rest of the way, but maybe they want to try to get near the end of the race so they'd have fresh tires on towards the end.
Dale Jarrett has led 70 laps. His lowest during the race has been 20th. His best finish here in the Goodys 500 was in 1990, where he finished 7th.
And Terry Labonte has pulled up right on the back bumper of Dale Jarrett.
Yeah, he's working on it. I think Terry has a faster car right now.
Labonte won at Richmond and Pocono. For the lead here in the closing laps at Bristol.
There goes Terry Labonte. He has a run, I thought. Oh, and Musgrave spins coming off turn 4. Turn it right now. Now put in gear. Go. No caution flag.
Well, Benny guided him through that one. There is no caution. Didn't lose a lap either.
Let's see what happened to Ted.
Yeah.
You ever see the 4-car Sterling Marlin in the 8? Oh, look at Sterling Marlin. What a job he did. Oh, I see what happened.
Yep.
He was trying to dodge the wreck. He became the wreck.
Yeah, they were all jammed up all around him.
There's a timely description of that incident.
Now, Steve Grissom is stopped coming down the back straightaway. No, he's moving again.
Got to stay up.
He hit the wall coming off, too.
Got to stay up because cars are still coming by on the inside. Here comes the leaders.
4 tires, guys! 4 tires!
Now
Chris.
turn left, quick! Go left! Man, it's hard to get down.
That was his best opportunity. Yeah, what's he going to get down again? Meanwhile, this is still going on, the race for the lead. 28 car is Dale Jarrett, and the 5 is Terry Labonte.
It's now a minute past midnight Eastern Time. We have run into Sunday morning here on this race that was supposed to have started at 7:30 Saturday night, but didn't because of rain.
Steve Grissom finally did make it to the bottom of the racetrack and to the pit.
And again, SportsCenter will be on immediately following this event. Linda Cohn and Craig Kilborn will have all the news from the sports world. Now Jarrett opens up a little bit of daylight.
Well, when they left 37 of John Andretti, Jarrett got by before he got to the turn, and Labonte did not. So that gave Dale a little bit of an advantage.
Here's another field summary for you, sponsored by Autolite.
I think Mike Wallace back in 9 started 27th. 11 car.
Boy, all kinds of traffic here. Not going to do all of that traffic as good as Jarrett did, or maybe a little better. There he is. We're right back up there at it.
We understand that there are some drops of moisture once again being felt.
81 laps to go.
Well, just go ahead and rain. It'll be okay.
Yeah.
Spoken like a true father.
And we can see the raindrops there. I tell you what, if they throw the caution flag for rain, this baby is over.
Here's the battle for third position. Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Bodine.
Darrell in the 17, Jeff Bodine in the 7. Both these guys need a good run.
Labonte feels that rain, and he is working on Jarrett's back bumper.
And Dale Jarrett has now led more laps than any other. He has led 88 so far, Jeff Gordon 86. So he's looking for another 5 bonus points for leading the most laps. Dale Jarrett is.
And he's never done that in his career.
Is that right?
Yeah.
How about that? Oh, and John Andretti takes Dave Marcus into the wall in turn 4, but everybody keeps going.
And no caution flag, but Marcus is slow, very slow. Now he gets off the racetrack. We can see he's got some pretty serious damage to that right front.
Here it is again in turn 4. Just too many cars for not enough space.
There we see Andretti. That's the 37 car. And there is Marcus, and he starts to go by on the outside, and they make contact, and you're right. Up in the wall went Dave Marcus.
And Jeff Gordon got by Bobby Labonte as Rick Mast has it flat.
Left front tire is flat. He can't get to the bottom of the racetrack, kind of like the 29 car a little bit ago. Now he finally does. Now the leaders have caught Bill Elliott, and they're able to get by. 73 laps to go. If Dale Jarrett slips up just a little bit, Terry Labonte is going to be right by him.
He looked under him a time or two. Jarrett's car is not getting off the corners as good as Terry Labonte's is right now. Getting into the corners okay, and through the center, but getting off is where Labonte is beating.
Bobby Labonte and Derek Cope are having their own little battle. Going to the inside of Bill Elliott. Bill lets him pass by, and this is the battle for 7th spot.
As we watch this, Kenny Schrader has made a pit stop. He is in the pits on the back straightaway in the Budweiser Chevrolet.
4:23 to 4:27.
Labonte's got it.
And now Terry Labonte takes the lead from Dale Jarrett. And Jarrett is reporting that his car is now loose.
It's very obvious the car is very loose coming off the turns.
There is Jeff Gordon, the current points leader, with Jeff Bodine. Bodine now is in 4th position. Inches close to the inside of him. By the way, this is the first time tonight that Terry Labonte has led the race. We have had 10 different leaders and 16 lead changes.
Rusty Wallace, the Miller Genuine Draft Ford, who usually runs so well in these short tracks, has spun a couple of times tonight. One time had some pretty serious damage. Spent about 47, 48 laps repairing his car. That's why we were not talking about Rusty Wallace, because his car is running pretty well right now. He's been so many laps down.
Terry Labonte is certainly turning his Goodys 500 performances around. Listen to these finishes in the last 3 Goodys 500s in 92 31st, 93 34th, and 94 33rd. Terry Labonte leads at the end of 4:35.
In the movies of the 40s, World War II combat pilots were always white. African Americans were invisible, but they were there. And in August, Cable tells their incredible story. They had to prove they were tougher, smarter, and better flyers than the rest, and they did. Lawrence Fishburne, Malcolm Jamal Warner, and John Lithgow star in the true story of the Tuskegee Airmen, an HBO original movie.
More choice, less money, Paragon Cable.
If you're driving along thinking you have the best car insurance for your money, you probably have Allstate. If not, wait just a minute. Have your Allstate agent check out your coverage and maybe save you some money. You're in good hands with Allstate.
There's an Allstate agent in your neighborhood ready to serve you. In Bradenton, contact Jim Killingsworth at 751-4343. He's located at 4012 Cortez Road West.
Terry Labonte leads the Goodys 500 NASCAR Winston Cup race at Bristol, Tennessee, and the rain is beginning to come down just a little bit harder now. Labonte first, Dale Jarrett second, and Darrell Waltrip is third. Leaders approach slower traffic. That's Bobby Hamilton just ahead, along with Michael Waltrip. Michael is still on the lead lap in 14th.
14 cars on the lead lap because Michael Waltrip will be the last car on the lead lap. Bobby Hamilton.
Jerry thought he had a chance there, but didn't.
Well, Jarrett is not letting Labonte get away now. He's closed back up. A lot has to do with traffic, though.
Yeah.
And while this has been going on, Dale Earnhardt has quietly moved back up to 7th spot in the Goodrich Chevrolet.
He's about not quite a half a lap behind the leaders.
There's Earnhardt. He's been able to pass Cope and Bobby Labonte, Mike Wallace. Has gone away anyway.
Yep.
Terry Labonte having a little trouble getting around Michael Waltrip up there. As we watch this battle between Earnhardt here, somehow Terry gets on the gets a nose up there almost, but he didn't quite do it.
Slow car in the high groove coming into 4.
About that slow car that's here in the Mayfield.
He is very slow. Meanwhile, Labonte's still trying to get by Michael Waltrip.
Yep, he can. Put him a lap
There's
down.
a hole. Low side.
Now the hole opened up just momentarily, but Terry Labonte could not take advantage of it.
And look at Darrell Waltrip right on the back bumper of Dale Jarrett.
Yeah, he caught him when they ran up on that 30 car. Maybe Michael says, hey, I'll help my brother out here. guys a little bit. Well, Michael's really trying to stay on the lead lap. As soon as he sees raindrops falling, hoping there might be a caution on the lead lap.
So it's a three-car battle. Labonte, Jarrett, Darrell Walter. Now Labonte has lapped Michael Walter.
28 behind him, too. 28 to 17 after the 17.
That's Michael Walter's spotter.
Darrell Walter is going in the corner and drifting a little bit higher than these fellas.
He, you know, his style here has been to sort of diamond these turns, Vinny, and sort of go up and let it drift up a little bit and then come back down.
Looking for Bobby Labonte. There he is, along with Mike Wallace, Sterling Marlin, and Jeff Burton, along with Derek Cope and Morgan Shepherd.
The first 5 cars on a racing position, aren't they?
Yep, yeah, Shepherd is the only one that isn't racing with them. Shepherd is 4 laps down at 17. Bobby Labonte in 8th.
It's 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th.
To go, 47 as a matter of fact.
Leader, there he is, and he's opened up a little bit of an advantage now on Dale Jarrett.
And Darrell is, you know, right now he's not letting that car drift up as much in the corner because he's trying to make up some ground on the 28 car. I think he lets the car go up there like that and cool the tires a little bit.
He attributes his success here at Bristol, among other things, to racing at Salem, Indiana, where around the area where he grew up in Owensboro. He raced at Salem, which is a high-banked half-mile track. He says that's one of the reasons why he's been so successful here.
I used to race at Salem, Indiana.
Yeah, I figured you did.
Oh, there's bank steepness.
Well, and Bobby Labonte is high up in turns 1 and 2. They're not quite as high as these, Ned, but the groove was right at the top of the racetrack at Salem, Indiana. Right at the top of the racetrack. There we see Labonte has lost 2 spots. Yep. To Mike Wallace and Sterling Marlin.
And here's how it happened.
Oh, he goes high. Mike Wallace comes by. Sterling Marlin comes by.
Sterling Marlin is able to get around Mike Wallace in the Heilig Myers car. Take that spot away.
That moves Sterling to 8th. Mike Wallace is 9th. Bobby Labonte is 11th.
Now then, Darrell Walter has fallen back from the 28 car of Dale Jarrett. There's our leader, Terry Labonte, the 5 car, the Kellogg's car. There's second, there's third place. And Darrell has fallen back in the clutches of Jeff Bodine in the 7th and the 24 of Jeff Gordon.
I guess the question is, do all of these cars that did it like 322, 178 to go, do they have enough fuel to go the rest of the way? I guess they figured they do that. They know more about it than I do. So, because like I said earlier, all of them had plenty of opportunities to pit. Now we know Derek Cope, no problem with he or Sterling Marlin because they have pitted systems. Earnhardt has.
Jeff Bodine started 13th. He's been as low as 31st. He is currently in 4th. There is Jeff Gordon right behind Jeff Bodine. And here is Dale Earnhardt.
They certainly fixed that oil problem.
Yeah.
Smoke has gone away.
He's moved up 7 positions in the last 80 laps or so.
Dale Jarrett and Joe Nemechek got together off turn 4, and Nemechek almost won out.
Yeah, Jarrett started to go on the inside, I think, and Nemechek was going to move down to give him room to go on the outside, and they got together a little bit.
Terry Labonte won this race in 1984, continues to lead. Let's take a look at what Dale Jarrett almost encountered coming off 4.
See there, he started to try to go on the inside of Nemechek, and Nemechek was going down to let him go by on the outside. And it all worked out okay. A little scary moment for dads, people like that. Even Benny got excited about it.
And Dale Jarrett.
Yeah.
Earnhardt is closing the gap on Terry Labonte. Earnhardt back in 7th position. He's cut the interval 0.6 of a second. Here is Dale. I think we see some pieces of rubber bouncing around on the track, don't we?
There's a piece of metal there.
A piece of metal.
Yeah, that's going in turn 3, looks like.
Yeah.
You know, which I said a good while ago that Earnhardt was almost a half a lap behind the leaders. Well, he definitely has closed that in quite a bit.
That's turn 1. I'm sorry, that debris is down in turn 1. And there we see Earnhardt is right behind Mark Martin, the Valvoline car. And he's going to the inside and going by Mark Martin.
Yes, he is. That moves him to 6th. Earnhardt up to 6th with 31 laps to go. Just ahead of Miss Jeff Gordon. Just 30 laps to go in this 500-lap event here at Bristol International Raceway. We'll be back in just a moment.
What time do you have to get up?
2:30 a.m.
1 a.m. I usually sleep till about 5:30 a.m., but don't tell anybody. Whatever time you have to start your day, News Channel 8 and NBC are already at work. With local news and weather starting at 5:30 a.m. on News Channel 8 Sunrise.
Followed by the morning edition at 6.
And national news, weather, and features on Today at 7. Mornings on News Channel 8 and NBC.
Still together, still 8 on your side.
Still getting up early.
Don't wait any longer to visit the Dodge Buyer's Choice Final Cleanup. Don't miss your chance to choose up to $1,200 off a roomy, zoomy Dodge Neon. Or to choose an interest rate clipped to as low as 1.9%. Or to choose a very lean Neon lease rate of only $179 a month. So hurry in today before all your best Neon choices are all cleaned out. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Labonte leads here at Bristol with just a few laps remaining. Dale Earnhardt, though, is on the move once again, and this guy just never gives up. He's about to take 4th.
He's currently 4th.
Yeah, he's about to take 3rd from Darrell Waltrip, and he will do so.
As quick as you can say he's 3rd, he's 3rd. Oh, man. But now he has tires. We talk about tires. His tires are much fresher than Labonte's and Dale Jarrett's and Darrell Waltrip's, all these guys.
I don't think, however, he has enough time to close in the interval between himself and the leader, you guys.
I don't know. I'm not going to say he's not.
Michael Waltrip comes in the Pennzoil Pontiac. Let's go down to Jerry Punch.
Well, the Pennzoil Pontiac getting right side tires. Obviously, they came in and wanted to top up in fuel, but no real concern here in the Terry Labonte pit. The Kellogg Chevrolet should have plenty of fuel to go all the way. Hey, the big concern by Gary Dehart is that this race car's history has been terrible. They have raced it twice in '95, and they have wrecked it both times. Maybe tonight will change their luck. Let's go to John Kernan.
Jerry, up here in Dale Jarrett's pit, just talked to Larry, the Colonel's his crew chief. He says we are fine on fuel. That is no problem. The only thing is the car has been just a little bit loose for Dale. Let's go to the back pit to Bill Weber.
Well, Darrell Waltrip had a great run going. He does have enough fuel to get to the end, but his car has tightened up a bit. He wanted to commit for tires early, but his crew said we were better on long runs, but not this long, apparently. He will make it to the end on fuel, but his tires are going away. A quick call to Bobby Labonte. That's been a science project tonight. Every time I talk to Jimmy Maycar, he says we're decent or we're getting better. They wanted one more stop. They may have to fit under green. They're not sure they can make it on fuel. Of course, they weren't sure about that last week either, guys.
And of course they made it because Bobby Labonte won the race. The interval between Terry Labonte and Dale Earnhardt, the leader back to third, is 2.6 seconds.
And I'm not sure that Dale Jarrett isn't gaining on Terry Labonte right now.
Yeah, I think it's sort of how they catch traffic. They're running about the same lap speeds. Earnhardt's running a little bit faster than either one of them.
Earnhardt just motors by this traffic with ease down in the third and fourth turns.
And there we see Dale Jarrett, the next car, right in front of Dale Earnhardt.
Stay tuned now for Sports Center. It's coming up in 16 laps. That isn't very long. They run almost 4 laps a minute here. Second place, Dale Jarrett. Now sees Dale Earnhardt in his rear view mirror.
The leader coming up on some heavy traffic. His brother, for one. Bobby is running in 13th position.
I'll tell you what, it all depends on how much trouble Earnhardt has with Dale Jarrett.
I don't think he'll have a lot of trouble with it because Earnhardt's getting off the corner so much better than Jarrett is, and he'll be able to drive right under him coming off the turn.
This has just been an amazing run for Dale Earnhardt tonight, and I take back what I said a few minutes ago. I think he can.
Moved into second place.
On 2 different occasions, he has come from near the back of the field, through traffic, to battle up front. Now the interval is less than 2 seconds.
And he's got 12 laps to do it.
Yep.
Man.
Terry has put a couple of cars between he and Earnhardt, and his brother's one of them. So, you know, said, brother, help me out a little bit here. Keep that free car back there just as much as you can.
It's down to 1.6 seconds. He has chopped off a full second in the last 3-4 laps. Now there are 10 circuits to go. Terry Labonte, your leader, but Dale Earnhardt is closing in. It's 1.5 seconds.
And he didn't have any trouble passing Terry's brother. Ted Musgrave goes high. Cars go by.
Earnhardt now has a couple of cars to pass. Here's a battle for position between Darrell Waltrip and Mark Martin, the fourth.
And Musgrave is very, very slow in the Family Channel car.
Musgrave in 11th.
There's the leader, Terry Labonte. 8 laps to go. You see it's 1.6 seconds.
And Musgrave's in the pits. Must have had a flat.
7 to go, and now Earnhardt continues to reel him in.
No traffic now, nothing between them. And a good bit of space in front of Terry before he catches anybody else.
Musgrave is back out, by the way. There he is on your left. Well, the interval isn't closing up now as much as it used to. Much as it was earlier, it's still a 1.5 second advantage of Terry over Dale Earnhardt.
Under 5 laps to go.
It's 1.3 seconds. But the laps are winding down. Earnhardt easily to the inside of Brett Bodine.
Labonte's going to run across some slow cars. But Jeff Burton and Mike Wallace, if they hold him up at all, Earnhardt will catch him. There's the 2 slow cars. Mike Wallace and Jeff Burton, and they're racing for position, I believe. Yes, they are. 1 second.
Mike Wallace is 9th. Jeff Burton is 10th. They're still on the lead lap.
2 laps to go. Labonte comes up on Burton and Wallace. He'll get the white flag this time around. There's Earnhardt lurking in second position off of corner 4. Terry Labonte gets the white flag, but still has this traffic to contend with.
Jeff Bodine had to come in for a splash of gas. Or a flat tire or something.
Now let's see. They're down to 4 or 5 car lengths.
And a slow car right there. Earnhardt is right on his back bumper.
Let's see what strategy he pulls. No, Labonte is sideways but wins the race. Crashes and he wins anyway. How about that? Whoa! Labonte crossed the line sideways, took the checkered flag, hit the wall, and still comes out the winner of the Goodys 500 over Dale Earnhardt. How about that?
Well, only a pitted ending to the night.
That's exactly right. It's been a long night for everybody, including these race drivers and the fans who have stuck with the race from the rain to the end. And here is the final corner.
I think Earnhardt gave him just a little bit of a tap, then backed off and tried to let him get straightened out, but it was too far gone.
Man, oh man.
What a night. Look at this victory lane. Here's Dr. Punch.
Unbelievable. We told you at the top of the show that what was left of the remnants of a 3,400-pound stock car when we come to victory lane, we didn't exactly mean that this was one. I mean, someone has knocked the cornflakes out of this Chevy as they get the window net down in here talking to Terry Labonte. Let's jump in here beside Terry while he's trying to get... Man, I tell you, what a finish, Terry. What a finish. Congratulations on a great effort.
That was a finish, wasn't it? Oh, I tell you, our Kellogg Chevy ran great all night there, and lap cars, you know, were running side by side and racing each other at the end, and Dale caught me and gave me a little shot in the back there, and I just stood in the gas, and, you know, we beat him across the line. But it was a good run for us. All the guys in the Kellogg Chevy, they did a great job, and I just can't say enough about all our sponsors, Kellogg's, GMAC, Valvoline. Got to say hi to Rick. I think I used up a race car, but we'll get another one.
Let me let you jump out of the car here, Terry. Take a look at what's left of the front of this car. Walk around to the front here. We'll let you walk around to the front here, Terry, and take a look. I mean, this car was looked like it was going to come away pretty well unscathed, but now it looks like you sprung a leak there in the front. Terry, did Gary Dehart and the guys, I guess the last couple laps, let you know how close Earnhardt was?
Well, I saw him in the mirror, you know, and he had a little bit fresher tires than I did, but, you know, the lap cars are what got us. He couldn't have caught us, I don't believe. He was coming, but he didn't have enough time to get there without the traffic. And I think I ran all night long, didn't put a scratch in until the end, but then we wiped it out. But that's the way it goes. We won.
Well, the streak remains intact. Remember what Gary Dehart said. They had raced it twice. They had wrecked it twice. Well, now they've raced it 3 times and wrecked it 3 times, but they wrecked it on the way to victory lane. Bob?
7th short track win of his 16 total, the 2nd short track victory for Terry Labonte here in '95. He also won at Richmond, and the 17th time that Chevy has driven the victory lane in 1995. We'll show you the unofficial full field rundown. 8 cars unofficially on the lead lap at the end of the event. What an ending, huh?
Man, oh man, what an ending. Wow. Great race.
Wild night here at Bristol.
So Terry Labonte is the winner. Let's take a look at the quest for the Cup standings. Nobody changed position in the top 10 and the top 5. There was 1 position change in the top 10. Morgan Shepherd moved into 10th, knocking Bill Elliott down. Sports Center is coming up next. Thank you for joining us. For Benny Parsons, Ned Jarrett, Bill Weber, Jerry Punch, and John Kernan, this is Bob Jenkins. Thank you for joining us at Bristol International Raceway. For now, so long, everyone.